Hello, chat. How's it going? Wake up, sleepyhead, says Mel. Time for Azzypants. Time for the Azzypants stream, Andrew. Get out of bed. Wake up, Andrew. The accident was years ago. You have to read the Azzypants stream now. Yeah. Oh, that's a good point, chat. So, yeah, so the previous stream where I did nothing but read gay fanfiction for 4.5 hours, that was just a normal stream. But this stream is during Pride Month. So this time it's, that was just normal gay stream, but this is like, a special Pride Month edition gay stream that is exactly the same as the last one. So everyone rejoice in that, basically. Okay, so this stream, there's a lot of words I have to read this stream. That's sort of the long and short of it. You can see on this Google document, words. This is actually like 12,000 words long now. It got longer somehow. Well, I wasn't looking at it. And there's this fucking thing. 8,100 words. And then a bunch of shorter ones. So it's rather imposing. This stream is going to have to go for quite a while if I want to get through these. It's going to be a marathon less than a sprint. I'm going to have to conserve my energy just a little bit, so let's see how it goes. Do you want Andrew to, like, make gay RAM? I mean, I know a thing or two about ramming. It can be pretty gay sometimes. Okay, so basically, I see that Cherry PG is here. That is the author of this one, which means I could start with that. I don't know if Rosa Raid is here. I haven't seen Rosa Raid yet, who is the author of this one. Oh, Rosa Raid is here. Okay, we're good. I think I might start with the warm-up, though. I'm gonna start with a little short one, unless someone desperately needs to leave the stream immediately. I was gonna start with a really short one. Like Remnants, for example. Maybe that'll be fun to start with. Relatively short. I say short, it's like approaching the word limit of the Umris endings. Are you okay to start, Remnant? How do you feel about that? Let's go. All right. You finished that without asking, without thinking it was going to be red. Why wouldn't it be red? I don't know. I don't know. Let's just go. This one was the... Fuck, I forget. I have them all up here. Cutting Loose by Midnight? That's the one, right? For the first time in seemingly forever, Pizzapants will get to leave early. Yeah, that's the one. Okay. Well, let's zoom on in and get reading then, because there's a lot to read. But before I start reading, I should do just a little bit of bookkeeping and announce that my new video that I've been working on for approximately 400 years, as far as I recall, is almost ready. I think it's about a week out until launch. I finished the intro just now. I did the whole middle part of the video, like the biggest part, and then I went back the last couple weeks. I did the intro, and I'm realizing now that there's like 18 minutes of intro before like Gaster's theme even gets analyzed, which in hindsight maybe isn't the best, but the video is very long in general, so I could afford to do that, and it's also More so than just being about Gaster's theme, the video is an excuse for me to ramble on about music theory, which I went through the trouble of getting a fucking degree in, so I might as well, you know, let me live a little, is what I'm saying. But it's gonna be like 45+ minute video, big ass fucking endless video, and it's close, so look out for that. You love music theory rambling, chat. Oh, that's great. I do too, I do too. Molly opinion on gay sex? Is Molly Stars here? Oh, there you are, Molly. Hi Molly. How you doing? Yeah, 10-minute plus intros. They're not usually my thing, but in this case it just sort of happened, so there you go. When's the comment response stream, by the way, Molly? I saw you made an announcement about that. Is that going to be next week? You had a poll for when you were going to do a comment response, because I want to watch that actually. I'm just worried it'll be on Sunday while I'm streaming next week, and I won't be able to catch it. This is an ass stream. It's well, you might be getting it confused with like Aszypants, but it's actually Azzypants. It's a common misconception. Friday, most likely. I can do Friday. Rah. Okay. Gotchi Moochie stream. Yeah, okay, let's read the fanfic already before I wear out my voice talking about nothing. I've committed the cardinal sin too. I haven't even finished my coffee yet from this morning, so I'm streaming with like coffee voice and not tea voice. It'll work. For the first time in seemingly forever, Pizzapants will get to leave early. He'd been scheduled for less than 12 hours tonight on a busy Friday evening. It didn't help that Icy's Pizza was the only place to go for fun besides the nearby diner. He couldn't contain his excitement. He had to reserve this 8-hour time shift months in advance and had to fight someone for it. Almost got pretty bloody. Even with this lax time shift, he had to do double duty on opening the store, cleaning the lobby, prepping the kitchen for early lunch rush, 2 p.m. mealtime rush, early dinner and late dinner rushes. For the first time, however, he actually got some pep in his step. It's amazing how many rushes they have in the store despite not having any customers ever, apparently. It's a really impressive business model. For the first time, however, he actually had some pep in his step. Everyone was impressed. No one knew why this cat had such a change in work ethic, but he sure did. Tonight, he was not only hanging out with Asriel, the coolest goat this side of the Eastern Sea. They don't call it the Atlantic Ocean in Deltarune, it's the Eastern Sea. But this time was just going to be him and Asriel at the Dreamer residence. Oh, but it was just going to be him and Asriel. Hell yeah, hanging out with the not boyfriend at the not boyfriend's mom's house. He would have scoffed at it then, but some would say that he was going on a second base date. Ignoring the obvious caffeine overdose he was experiencing from 4 back-to-back human energy drinks. That's the brand name, not the, it's human brand, you know? When gay sex sane? Asks chat. Unfortunately, gay sex is banned in this in the gay sex fanfictions. I mean the gay fanfictions. There's no sex. But I don't know. Some people have gotten pretty close. That doesn't seem to bother anyone. One of the fics last stream was just like Asriel licking a cut on Burger Pants' arm for 5 solid minutes or something. It was somehow way worse than just gay sex. Boo, no gay sex. Yeah, I know. Just let me read the fic, man. By the way, Andrew announced that YeekCord is doing the Pride Month art contest. Oh fuck, yeah, apparently Outsend's like the insider with the Yeek Discord server, and they're doing well, you know, you heard it, it's a Pride Month art contest where you're supposed to draw gay ship art of Yeek or something. despite the fact that the only hint of a gay relationship in that game was like Alex awkwardly trying to kiss someone who obviously wasn't into him, and then it was never talked about again, which is really funny to me. So I guess, yep, there's your excuse to draw Alex x Rory, if you didn't have one before. You can't believe they're still updating that game? Well, they're not just updating it, they're fucking like remaking it basically with the 1.5 update from my understanding. That's like an overhaul, full game overhaul. Yes, the caffeine overdose. Pizzapants endured Icy's personal circle of hell. Asriel told Pizzapants on the phone that he was picking him up around 8ish when he got off around 7:30. Pizzapants took the 215s he was legally obligated to have, that he was legally obligated to have, that he saved up for this moment. A 15. Am I stupid that I don't know what that refers to? I'll roll with it. Pizza stones and bricks and cardboard boxes were being thrown left and... Oh, the 15-minute break. I gotcha. I did work at McDonald's. I do know what a 15 is, actually, yeah. That's always the worst vibe, too. Like when you get to the end of a shift and you have a break that you haven't taken because it was a stupid busy day, and you have to go to like your sweating, deranged manager who's just struggling to survive and say like, I am legally obligated to fuck off 15 minutes early, and they just look at you like you're a stain they have to wipe off the floor. That's a great vibe. I will say, McDonald's was very good at giving you your legally mandated breaks. Anything that was legally mandated, they were up to snuff. McDonald's is very good at not getting sued by the government or whatever. But Icy's obviously is a different vibe. The 15-minute licking break. Maybe in Canada, it's a whole story. I don't know about not Canada McDonald's. I've never been to a McDonald's in not Canada. Am I Serbian? Important question. I'm not Serbian, no. We're being thrown left and right as the temperature reached 38 degrees Celsius. You specified it in Celsius. Interesting. While Pizzapants shuffled outside the back for a couple USA gold coffin nails to spread out the time and ease his heart palpitations. Is that a cigarette? I'm assuming that's a really fancy way of referring to a cigarette. Also, holy fuck, 38 Celsius is hot, by the way. That's a real brand. Okay, cool. Really shitty. Well, I wouldn't expect any different. Just before closing the door, a large blue brick of a monster known only as can I do the Horaloo voice? Warrior! While barking gibberish orders at his underlings, gave Pizzapants the stinkiest stink eye known to human and monster kind. Mainly because he saved up his brakes, but also he was braking while shit was hitting the fan. The dining room was hitting building capacity at this point, and it was all due to one thing: high school graduation. Oh, people do go in the restaurant. That's hard to picture. 38 Celsius isn't that hot, Andy in chat. Great. Lives on the surface of the sun. I'm pretty sure 38 Celsius is like around the point where you can no longer cool yourself adequately via radiant heat or something, and you will just inevitably die if you don't get to shade. It's not that hot though. I've been to hotter places. I've been to the one desert in Iran where it's nothing but black volcanic rock, and it's hot enough to melt your shoes and your phone, and nothing lives there, and it's the surface of Mars. Iranian Andy. Nice vacation, yeah. in Iran. Maybe it was Iraq. There was some video of a dude going up there in like a Jeep. And he had these guides with him, and they're all like, "You're gonna fucking die, man. Like, how long do you have to film? You have 1 hour before you die." And they're like, "We'll be back in 1 hour to get you before you die. Have fun." And then they're just wandering around this endless plain of rocks and sand with like trying to measure temperatures, and their thermometers are melting in their hands, and nothing works. And they're just like, it looked like a good time. Anyway. Did you hear about the London building that literally melted buildings at over 100 degrees? That was the one that was accidentally a parabolic reflector, right? I think it melted car tires mostly. There was like if you parked in a particular spot on the street, the giant death ray building would reflect the sun at you and melt the car. Sounds like a lawsuit. Probably. Alright, where was I? Not only was today a late night bro date, is that what they call it in the biz, but it was also Asriel's graduation. In just a couple weeks, he'll be packing up and moving on campus to a top university with a full ride scholarship. You'd think only dweebs would be able to do this, but Asriel's different. He'd cut up and hang out with the others just before heading back home to study until 10 a.m. Until 10 a.m.? Jesus Christ. School starts before 10 a.m. Pants didn't desire to be as much of a Renaissance man as he is, but he couldn't help but be enamored by his abilities. He felt that even having half of his talents would allow him to get out of the smelly pizza gig. He would be envious, but there was something about that popular goat boy that he couldn't put a finger on. Asriel built differently. Is that a meme? Is that like an evolution of the built different meme, is to use actually correct grammar? Because it sounds really weird when you use correct grammar. Built differently. Oh, he'll put a finger on him, all right. Yeah. I think I know exactly what that something he's talking about is. Pizzapants leaned on the wall for a few moments to de-stress before walking over to a curb to sit on. He dug into his pocket pouch for a crumpled up cigarette box and pulled out an orange-filtered cigarette. He tried to light it with his Bic lighter, but couldn't. Click, click, click. The disposable lighter still had some liquid in it, but he couldn't catch, so to speak. It just couldn't catch, okay. Pizzapants started freaking out a bit. He couldn't hold off having a nicotine break at this moment. He just spent what felt like 9 years in Icy's ever so cheesy ninth ring of Hail just to be able to have free time for once. Come on, this damn thing, he said as he started shaking the Bic. In a fit of frustration, he threw the lighter on the pavement. Suddenly, there was a strike of a match. Held in front of Pizzapants was a lit match being held by Asriel Dreamer, with a cap, a dress shirt, slacks, a folded down, and a gown folded on his shoulder. Whoa. By a folded gown, are you referring to those things that you wear in like graduation ceremonies? Yeah, the cap and gown. It's like the high school graduate uniform, right? Yeah, it's not a wedding gown is what I was getting at. Better smoking pros than the Rum Diary 10 out of 10? I believe Remnant used to be a smoker, so that's how you get the good smoking pros. That's experience. Buddy, what's up, man? Smiled Pants before he lit a cigarette, startled just a tad bit. I'm doing pretty damn good, if I say so myself. I've decided that the British Asriel voice was the best one against all odds that I actually came up with last stream. So we're just gonna stick with that. Taking a 5th break today. Pants took a long and hard drag from his cigarette. Nah, this is my only one today, he said while exhaling a cloud of nicotine in relief. Asriel was confused by this. He knew Pizzapants as the model slacker, taking just an extra few minutes of phone time and making sure the boss didn't see him pay a couple rounds of Galaga or South Park pinball during the long downtimes between meals. Only one today? Did they finally catch you? Asriel laughed. He suddenly stopped. He knew the reason why he was so eager to work through the day, but mentioning it now in front of Asriel would just be weird, like worse than spilling marinara on his work trousers. The fact that Pizzapants really wanted to see Asriel. His time in town was nearing its end as the summer blazed through from May to August, the beginning of university. Didn't help that Asriel vouched for moving in early, then that Pizzapants had a fully booked summer of working 60 hours a week with an overtime rate of an extra $350. Tonight will be the last time I'll get to see Asriel for a long while. Jonathan Joestar sounding ass? Yeah, by which you mean number one from Kids Next Door sounding ass. Because it's the same fucking voice actor. Oh wait, Jonathan Joestar. No, that's a different guy. I don't even know what Jonathan sounds like in the dub. It's been 400 years since I've watched Phantom Blood. And I never watched the dub anyway. I just saw a lot of hot girls buying pizza today. An hour looker, as I call it. I didn't want to look like a slacker in front of them, you know. Scummy response, but it'll get him out of this jam, hopefully. Oh, those might be distant relatives. Which one was the hottest, dude? Asriel, what do you mean? Asriel was intrigued, leaning closer to him. Went Pants, filling up the air with as much filler noise as one can muster while still trying to bullshit a response. He took a drag and searched within his soul for an answer. A goat, he blurted out. A goat-like monster? I hope you're not talking about... No, I'm not talking about, what's their face? Defended Pants. It's a different goat monster. He tried to hide a blush, but decided to use it as a response to thinking about his supposed real goat monster lady. She was such a looker, man. Didn't get her digits, though. Who's what's-their-face? All I can think of is Toriel's mom, or, I was gonna say Toriel's mom. Asriel's mom, Toriel, but seems to be a different implication. Her name was, Azrielette or something. An imagined distant relative. Is that more or less awkward than just saying your mom is hot? Like, your second cousin from Detroit is really hot. It's kind of a weird vibe, I don't know. Asriel couldn't help but smile at all this. He knew he was in good company. When are you off? He asked. After this break, Pants said while pulling a wicked grin. Well, hell yeah! Asriel exclaimed in delight. He was just in time. Asriel had already had dinner celebrated with the family before coming, so now was the time to go see some friends. Want to go to the lake for a bonfire with everyone? He asked. All the grads were planning on having a party there, as per high school graduation traditions. There was bound to be at least one bottle of Fireball and a few buds of Reef Monster Nip, sourced from someone who could be Susie's caretaker. Interesting. The bottle of Fireball is an interesting note. All far from the praying eyes of concerned killjoy parents and civil citizens. I think that's a typo, but it actually makes sense. Fireball sucks, but I drank it in high school. Yeah, I get the vibe. I'm saying vibe too much this stream. I should stop saying vibe. I think I've had a shot of Fireball, but it was a randomized shot. It was like some sort of like nerdy gamer bar where like you'd roll a d20 and they'd give you a shot based on the number. I think one of them was Fireball. Of course, if you roll the nat 1, you just get tequila with Tabasco sauce floating on top. I did experience that at least once. Keep saying vibe, reach out to the Zoomers. I am a Zoomer. I'm not sure who there is to reach out to at this point. Now, this was a bonus if there ever was one. Pizzapants can only stand crowds with Asriel by his side. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Do I look like I'd say no? Finally, the long workday was over. It was time for the real day to begin. Yes, become a member of the Midnight Crew, Pizzapants. Reach out to the 40-year-old demographics. What a 40-year-old's like? Star Wars? I don't know. Laughing so hard right now, says chat. Cool. Nah, you old as hell. I'm like an old zoomer. I'm not even old enough to be a millennial like Alex Yeek. Actually, is Asriel even, not Asriel, Alex. Is Alex even young enough to be a millennial? He seems pretty fucking, he's like 25 and 99. He's Gen X, yeah. Fuck Alex. Alex is 50 now. That's fucked up. God, that's fucked up, man. Alex is a boomer. Alex is from the silent generation. Fun fact, Hiro Omori is 42. Jesus Christ. Okay, fanfic. It was around 11 o'clock when all the grads began to dance around the campfire in jovial celebration and intoxication. Much conversation about and good vibes. Oh, fuck, this fic is sabotaging me. Surrounded the youth. It was infectious. Even the high-strung pizza-stained cat could help but feel warm. That could have just been the shitty wine coolers he sunk just to be able to hold conversation. Shitty wine coolers. I'm not sure I've ever encountered a wine cooler, actually. I'm not totally sure what that would be. But I'm sure Pizzapants would drink them. Nevertheless, it was all a good time. However, Asriel had just phoned Toriel, announcing his planned return home. Toriel was nearly passed out while taking the call, but was pleased to hear her son celebrating responsibly. Ah, she knew that Pizzapants were coming over to stay as well. Wait, when is Pizzapants coming over? It's going to be like midnight. Directly to the, you know, sleepover with the bro. Apparently wine coolers are disgusting, in Remnant's opinion. You've never been to a wine cellar? Well, it's not literally a thing that cools wine. A cooler is a type of drink. I'm just wondering, like, what exactly do you do to wine to make it into a cooler? I have a whole cask of wine coolers in my basement. Just follow me. Fuck off. Wait. No, he's not Fortuno. I don't know the guys. I'm Fortuno in this metaphor. Whatever. Fortified wine? You mean like it's sherry or something? It's getting more mysterious by the second. After sobering up a bit, Pizzapants, along with Asriel, bid their friends farewell as they entered the car. Like a true scout, Asriel only had a sip of Strawberry Mad Dog 50/50 just to be nice, so he was clear to drive. I don't even get what, that reference there. That's not Fireball. Pizzapants couldn't help but finish the small bottle of 99 bananas just before getting in the car. Too many liquor references going over my head. I feel exposed for not going to enough parties, I guess. They got to the house just after 10 minutes, entering the lightly lit living room with Asriel's house key. A moppy-headed kid, the human variant, was sitting on the couch, reading a book on great monster pianists of the 1890s. Yeah, Frédéric Chopin, but goat though. I remember that guy. Or 1890s, is that more like Rachmaninoff and Debussy maybe? Or was Rachmaninoff later? At least Debussy is in there. Chris's red eyes glowed as their brother entered the room. They almost went in for a hug until they saw Pizzapants, a relatively known face to them. They knew he was a friend of Asriel, so they had a cautious but accepting respect for the tabby. That's don't call Pizzapants a tabby to his face, it won't go well. Chris greeted the two of them as the two began to head toward the room, just after Chris pulled a hand buzzer prank on Pizzapants by trying to shake his hand with a joy buzzer. Get wrecked, Pizzapants. Debussy, says Outson. Yep, that's the one. Oh, Strawberry Mad Dog is a wine cooler. I have to look this up now. I'm really curious. Because what's the other 50? There's a Wikipedia, it brings up a Wikipedia page for flavored fortified wine. What on earth? This is like a completely new concept to me. Informally known as bum wines or bum vino are inexpensive fortified wines that typically have alcohol between 13 and 20% by volume. So they're like get you drunk wines. With added sugar, artificial flavor, artificial color. So you take wines, you make it strong as fuck, and you put in a bunch of bullshit additives, and you give it to high schoolers. Got it. Understood. It sounds horrific. VT Holmes, I once pronounced Debussy's name, or rather Debussy's name wrong in a music class, and the music teacher was so disappointed in me. Unfortunate. It's my fear was always mixing up John Cage for Nick Cage. It never happened, but I was always so worried about it. You know, famous 21st century avant-garde musician Nicolas Cage. Or David Cage, God help me. Usually when friends are over, Chris prefers to be alone. They also had agreed to sleep on the couch that night once everything was over. Oh, so Asriel and Pizzapants don't have to share a bed? Bummer. The manliness of best bro activities, the manliest of best bro activities, that is, were held in the Dreamer bedroom. Video games, movies, planned project games, planned teachers and courses to take, the idiocy of coworkers, and how hot someone's sister is, was the variety of riveting discussions that carried on as the clock struck midnight. Wait, does Pizzapants have it? That sort of implies that Pizzapants has a sister and Asriel thinks that she's hot. That's interesting lore. When the David Cage Indigo Prophecy streams. I don't know if I can take any fucking Dave Cage games out, Sin. I don't know if I'm into that. Oh, Chris is just sleeping on the couch because Asriel and Pizzapants are really sharing that bed really hard. Yeah, okay, I take your meaning. I would also be sleeping on the couch in that case, that's true. At one point, they were sitting on the west side of the room on the bed, laughing at a joke that they quickly forgot afterward. The joke somehow set off a chain of mental events in Pizzapants' head. Suddenly he wondered, "How did I get here? This is not my beautiful wife. This is not my beautiful house," to himself. He and Asriel had been good friends for a while. Even though their personalities were like that of water and oil, they both saw things from a perspective that not many do see. They both knew that sometimes you just have to have fun, no matter what, regardless of what others might think. Methods were different, however. Asriel made sure to hide the fact that Pizzapants had a bad influence on him from his mom. Pizzapants just didn't give a rat's ass. Well, actually he did. He just didn't know. A sudden cloud floated over him. "It's so weird that someone like me hangs out with you," sighed Pants. "What do you mean?" asked Asriel. "You're so much more successful than me. Look at yourself. You're going to the best college in the area. I know you don't exactly know what you're going to major in, but I know what I want to study, and I'm stuck at I see an eyesore pizza galore paradise." "It's more like the second best," politely interjected Asriel. Pizzapants made a face. Asriel apologized, saying, "Sorry, go on, dude." Asriel, I think. I really want to be an actor, dude. Plays, college, movies, B-movie flicks. I don't matter. Is this Pizzapants? Oh no, Asriel said go on, dude. I got mixed up, sorry. I really want to be an actor, dude. Plays, college, movies, B-movie flicks. It doesn't matter. I'm gonna sound cheesy, dude, but I want to be a star. I want to be more than who I am now and forever. Pizzapants continued. Asriel felt the same mood cloud hover over him as well and knew it was time to at least be a good friend. I just don't know where to start, concluded Pants. Well, you could ask me for some help in finding a good school. I know funding for college can be just as much trouble as finding one, but I'm sure my mom knows a thing or two. Asriel looked down for a quick moment. Just don't ask my dad. But hey, you could borrow my ACT and SAT test books. You're still young. What'll happen if you ask his dad? I'm in my 20s. Life's already passed me by, buddy. Pants frowned. I'm afraid. I don't want to die like this. Just let me die anywhere else. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. The cloud over him began to rain. A couple droplets fell on his face. Asriel wasn't expecting this at all. The whole mood so far had been amazing, a graduation worth experiencing. It's kind of a sick metaphor, actually, or whatever you'd call that. I'm into it. He did know that Pants talked like this sometimes, but it was with a sarcastic bent and an aura of being above the situation one was bestowed upon. However, he didn't feel like his day was ruined at all. In fact, at this moment he was relieved. He had worried about Pizzapants, hoping he wasn't too far gone from realizing the need for a call to action. He was proud that his buddy was telling him this. Do they have SATs and ACTs in Canada? I don't think so. It's weird to not like immediately know. Like SAT is such a common concept that I almost like I've retconned it into my memory, but I think we have different tests. They might just be called provincial exams here, actually. Pizzapants quickly cleared his face and choked up his sobs before it got worse, just before Asriel embraced him. A hard embrace. He was startled. Dude, Pizzapants said until he wrapped his arms around his back. After a few moments, Asriel pulled away a bit to face him. You won't die like this, trust me. What are ACTs? It's a thing that you do in Undertale when you don't want to fight enemies, I think. They're called PATs in Canada. See, I also don't know the term PAT is the problem. I only ever knew them as provincial exams. Like in grade 12, you study, then you'd take your big scary provincial English exam or whatever. And that was like the big standardized test. So maybe that was the PAT. Yeah. With a flush of red on the face, Pizzapants smiled. Without thinking and acting on pure faith and trust, he dropped the bomb. I love you, dude. Suddenly, Asriel leaned in for a kiss. He felt the same. I love you too, replied Asriel. Nothing more was needed to be said. They will always be besties, and they will always have each other's backs. A few seconds passed, and they simply held each other while resting their heads on each other. The door was ajar as they embraced. A faint red glow could be seen through the small opening. It was an eyeball, and it was Chris's. I love how it's just Chris's eyes are not even red, they're like glowing at all times. Like the laser eye crab meme. It's a really funny thought. Ooh, there's Pickles, joined at a good time. You sure did. They're getting hot and heavy in here. Except not really, they're just sort of lightly, they're not even kissing actually, it's really PG. Super PG. No gay sex at all, for sure. They closed the door quietly and turned to face the wall. Minutes pass, hours pass. They just stood there, silently. What was read during this evening's reading session was wiped clean from their memory. One couldn't be sure if they wanted what they witnessed to be wiped clean as well. At the very least, they knew the brother was kept in good hands. That was a nice one, Remnant. I enjoyed that one. Played it straight, and it worked out. That was a good one to start with, I think. Yes, dude, so cute, dude, says Cherry PG in chat. Hell yeah. Ooh woo, the face win, no gay sex, Pride Month, says chat. I think in Sherry PG's fic, I don't think there actually is any sex, but like they were dropping ominous hints about how hard it was to resist putting in the gay sex or something. I don't know. This one might be kind of weird. See, there you go. First sentence, sex. It's right there. Or second sentence, in fact. Boo, straight in Pride Month. There's no not gay sex. That's not what I meant. I'm gonna do yours next, Rosa Raid. I have to get this fucking off my back here. It's just terrifying. So we say goodbye to Cutting Loose by Midnight by Remnant, which I don't know if that's a reference to a song or something in the title. I've been Pavlovian conditioned to associate any title I don't understand with being a quote from song lyrics that I haven't heard of. So that's what I'm going with. A Mile in Another Man's Pants. This is the Rosa Raid fic, which goes on for approximately 4 million words. It is the same length as Umris. And Umris took me over 2 hours to read originally, so let's see how this compares. Andrew's only banned gay sex, so one of these fics will have an incidental Susie fucking Birdley scene, yeah. I hope not, but you know. That's a great title. Yeah, so this is sort of the main event by virtue of being the longest, and you know, Rosa Raid's had a history of contributing fan fiction to these streams, so this should be very interesting. Perhaps very, very interesting. Don't forget the request in DMs. Oh, I forgot. Was there a request? I missed that. I did see the DMs, but the word count. Oh, you want to play Omori Lo-Fi. I can do that. Just to get into the Umris mindset, I guess, or something. Here we go. Mile, like miles, wow. You mean like Miles Tales Prower, Mel? That's what you're referencing, right? From the hit webcomic Tales Gets Trolled? I love that guy. You can't keep your earbuds in anymore, it's been an honor. Well, obviously just take out the earbuds and play it from your phone out loud. At work or whatever. Rosa Raid meticulously timed it with wantbaby.mp3. I hope so. Alright, let's go. Hello, Andrew in chat. Before I say anything about this Goliath of a submission, I would like to present some important content warnings for arson, drug use, suicide, gay, implied child abuse, implied religious abuse, really bad puns, Margaret Thatcher. Not Margaret Thatcher, actually. But Jesus Christ, that sounds really intimidating. Now that that's out of the way, let me preface this by saying, in the eternal words of George Lucas, I may have gone too far in a couple places. Enjoy. I will. Gay content warning. That's more of a selling point than a content warning, I think. But what the fuck happens in this fic? You thought it was goofy? I mean, it's 12,000 words. There's a room for a lot of shit to happen. Pizzapants, as the usual, was suffering. Though admittedly he was suffering a lot more than usual. Pizzapants was standing outside Icy's in a full mascot costume. He didn't know why. One of his co-workers simply told him to do it, and it was too spiritually beaten down to fight back. The issue was that, wouldn't you know it, today just happened to be the day the universe decided to throw a goddamn heat wave through hometown. It was 39 degrees Celsius. So now here he is, standing outside Icy's in a smoldering costume of a mascot designed to look like some sort of demonic ice cube as he feels his brain melt into jelly and slowly trickle down his ears. His co-workers said it would be fine. The cooling power of the
almighty ice thing will protect you from the heat.
So the warrior speaks, I assume. Never had Pizzapants ever wanted to murder someone more than at this exact moment. And by murder someone, I assume that means himself. After what felt like an unbearable eternity, but was actually closer to 2 minutes, Pizzapants took off the icy mask and took the opportunity to inhale as much, relatively fresh air as possible. He got the mask down on the curb and sat down with a long, weary sigh and a frown so strong the edges of his mouth almost reached the floor. Everyone mentally envision Sponge Pants right now. His ears drooped pathetically, and if anyone saw him at this exact moment, they might take a particular mental note to call the hospital, due to how poor the guy looked, how the poor guy looked like he was actively disintegrating before their very eyes. Damn. Imagine having fur in a fursuit in a heat wave. Yeah, that's bad. Here's a monster biology question. Can the furry monsters sweat? Because cats and dogs in the real world do not sweat, they have to pant to cool themselves. So do we picture like he's covered in sweat in the suit despite being also furry? Okay. Rosa Raid says yes, he sweats. There's a lot of sweat. Good, okay, cool. He's just like a wet, sodden sweat cat. Pizzapants looked around the suburban road that led up to the restaurant. There didn't seem to be anyone around, which made sense since it was noon on Thursday on a school day. Pizzapants gave a tired smile as he pulled out the box of cigarettes he kept in his breast pocket at all times. He really needed a smoke right now, or else he'd lose his mind. Well, more than that, more than he already had at least. If his boss found out he was smoking on the job, while in costume, he'd probably be ritually sacrificed to the icy idol in the pizzeria basement, but frankly at this point he couldn't care less. The icy idol has been referenced by 2 different fics so far. I'm starting to think that they know something I don't. It is good to remember that in Dante's Inferno, the deepest circle of hell was ice themed. It's very fitting. Doesn't Pizzapants have a dialogue sprite where he sweats? Yeah, that's true, he does. I assumed it was anime sweat though, which is generated by a different physiological phenomenon. He pulled out his lighter and fiddled with it for a moment. Oh, I forgot to full screen. Oopsie doopsie. And fiddled for a moment, attempting to start a fire despite his hands being encased by the costume. As he tried to flick the cap open, he dropped it on the curb, causing it to tumble around into the asphalt road. Pizzapants groaned and made an effort to lean toward the road to pick up the lighter, extending his arm. The costume made it incredibly difficult to stand up, so this was theoretically the most efficient way to reach the lighter. You have to do the golf technique where you lift your leg back up high and you just lever your body down like a crane. That's what he's doing. Suddenly, he heard a hasty shrieking car horn from his left. He swiveled his head dangerously fast and was met with the sight of an old, beat-down lemon of a Mercedes-Benz barreling down the road directly toward him. He yelled a carnal yell of pure fear as he rocketed himself back onto the sidewalk and tried to leap back to his feet, but merely managed to tumble and fall on his ass. The way he fell on his tail would prematurely bend it out of shape, but he wouldn't know that yet. Oh, permanently bend it out of shape. Unfortunate. His heart was beating out of control as the car skidded to a halt in front of him. For a second, Pizzapants honestly believed his boss had used the secret telepathic powers to find out that Pizzapants had broken his blood oath to Icy, and had decided to fire Pizzapants from the part-time job of life by hiring some crooked mafioso to choke him to death, by feeding him a comically cruel amount of ice cubes. That's a really long sentence to describe Pizzapants being assassinated by his boss, wow. This crazy conspiratorial concern was quickly dispelled as the car very slowly rolled down its window, revealing... Azzy? Pizzapants asked breathlessly. Is that you? The furry white monster looked considerably different than the last time Pizzapants had seen him. The lack of sunglasses was particularly noteworthy, but the golden mane and awkward dorky smile could never be mistaken for anyone else. So we have a different concept of Delta Asriel here, where he's got the Asgore hair going on. The part-time job of life. I mean, man, if you think about it, like, sleeping is just death being shy, right? So... Haha. Asriel chuckled aloofly. The one and only. Pizzapants took a moment to dust himself off as he tried to clumsily stand up, his face a relieved and goofy grin. I didn't think you'd be coming back for a few more days. It's great to see you, man, he said as he tumbled over toward his old friend. Well, I'm here now, Asriel cheered uneventfully, or unevenly. It's good to see you too, McCorduroy. Oh, I remember this name was suggested in the Discord server at some point. McCorduroy. His face fell somewhat as he looked over his old friend. You're still working at this, hellscape? Yep. Pizzapants cut him off. Haven't known a second of peace since the day I got hired, nor a second without one of my coworkers telling me to drink Icy's Kool-Aid so that I reach enlightenment. But you know how it is. Money's money after all. Asriel gave him a weird look. Are you sure this job isn't a cult? Pizzapants shook his head aggressively and defensively. Come on, Azzy. You think I wouldn't know a cult when I see one? He asked indignantly. Just because they make us wear the same clothes and say we're one big family and make ritual sacrifices, that doesn't mean it's a cult. I never would get indoctrinated into a cult. What kind of fool do you take me for? Asriel squinted and gave a somewhat concerned, though mostly indiscernible expression. Right, he replied in a drawl. Outson's gonna wait for the drawing on this one. Yeah, it's probably not gonna peak in the first page. Oh, give me a sec. Let the blood flow return to my brain. I get lightheaded if I read too quickly. For some reason, the longer these streams go, the faster I'm urged to read. It's like a subconscious phenomenon where I rush more and more. Okay. Blood flow normalizing. Pizzapants sighed. I know this job. Frankly, sucks bad, but you gotta understand, Azzy. This is all I have. Not all of us have the same luxury as you. My family's worth of college funds to your name. With a family's worth of college funds. Yeah, Asriel bit his lip and cast his eyes down to the old car's soft, foamy steering wheel and sighed. Sorry, I didn't mean it like that. Pizzapants frowned. Hey, come on, bud. It is what it is. He walked to the driver's window of the car and leaned on the roof like some sort of self-proclaimed cool guy. Ah, man, it's so great to see you. I've missed you, Azzy. The whole town's missed you. You are a golden boy, after all. Some guy was beginning to weave a conspiracy theory about how you were dead. Something about being stabbed to death by a jello knife. Pizzapants made a few hectic movements with his hands. Not that I ever believed him or anything. I would never fall for such obvious bullshit. Asriel blushed and gave a weak chuckle as he rubbed the back of his head. Yeah, everyone's really missed me. Asriel looked back toward his friend. Golly, I guess that makes me pretty popular, huh? He said with a smile, although something within those amber eyes betrayed something deeper. Was it mentioned previously that Asriel had amber eyes in a different fic, or... Like, I know for a fact that there's never been an in-color Asriel dialogue portrait or anything. Yeah, you sure are, Pizzapants said with a laugh. I bet you're just as popular in college. Come on, Azzy, tell me all the wild shit you've been pulling in college. Asriel gave a half-hearted smile and an awkward chuckle. He couldn't quite meet his old friend's eyes. Ha ha ha, yeah. Actually, hold that thought, Pizzapants cut in. Let me get out of this hellish prison of a costume already. It's killing me. This shit is killing me. Pizzapants flailed for a moment as he tried to wriggle the baneful entrapment off of his hands and arms. Hold on, let me help, Asriel offered, opening the driver's seat of the driver's seat door of the car. It squeaked as he pushed it open, and the old car heaved and groaned and shook as Asriel stood up from the seat. By this point, Pizzapants had already managed to get the torso of the suit stuck on the raised arms, covering his whole face. His muffled yells called for help. Well, actually, they were closer to, don't worry, Azzy, I got it all under control. But Asriel couldn't exactly make that out. Alright, buddy, hold on. I gotcha, he said as he grabbed the felt shit firmly with his fuzzy paws. His eyebrows crinkled in confusion. Why did he feel so fleshy and warm? Why did it feel so fleshy and warm? And it was writhing a lot more than should be possible when considering Pizzapants' movements. Regardless, Asriel pulled it off his friend's body with a grunt. Ooh, there we are, he said with a huff. How are you feeling? Pizzapants took a few seconds to shake off the hazy headache before his eyes finally settled on his old friend's chest. Oh, wow. Asriel was much taller than he remembered, and also much more buff, as it were. His biceps were visible through the thin covering of his college varsity jacket. Hell yeah. We're getting the Megas XLR Asriel this time. Fuck that twink shit. This is yaoi in a way. Excellent. Shadow of Roserade went boy kisser mode while making this. Well, that's good. Right. He tossed the mascot costume away with astounding ease. For some inexplicable reason, it made a sound akin to a bit-crushed explosion as it hit the ground. snd_badexplosion.org. Yeah. He wiped the sweat off his brow and huffed, drawing Pizzapants' attention to his golden blonde hair, which was fluttering in the convenient wind and shining with the reflective light of the sun, reflecting off the sweat coating it. Oh my god. His horns were also much bigger than how he remembered, curling inward like his parents'. They also had a subtle smattering of black paint, creating a ring around the circumference about midway through them. Also, wait, was that Asriel wearing eyeshadow? Asriel has painted his horns? Is that what you're conveying? Or is it like Asriel got his horns stuck through a door at some point and the paint came off on where they got stuck? I don't know what that means yet. So it's buff Giga Chad Asriel, but also wearing eyeshadow. Excellent. That's an aesthetic. Oh, it's a fashion choice. It's like emo horn decoration. You're going to be next describing his muscular, toned, dinner plate-sized Devin Larat hands. Buddy, you alright? Asriel asked, the worry spread across his face, making him look a lot like his parents. You're not having heat stroke, are you? Golly, if you were, I'd have no idea what to do. What you want to do, Asriel, you have to cool down his brain as quick as possible, because when you get heat stroke, your body's natural temperature regulation shuts down. You gotta get him to a big thing of water and dunk him in it and keep him covered in ice until his body temperature lowers. Then you gotta get him into a cool room and out of the sun. Do you work out? Pizzapants blurted out. It took far too long for him to process what he said, so long that by the time he did, it was too late to rescind the question. That's a normal bro question. That's not a gay question, Pizzapants. Nothing gay, but asking if a bro has massive muscles. Asriel blushed and looked away bashfully, giving a charming laugh. Well, every once in a while, I try to keep in shape is all. Fuck. Asriel's just a natural barra husbando. He lifted a weight off the floor once, and now he's 200 pounds. That's very specific, Andrew. It was... Well, I had a distant relative of it. Well, not that distant. You know, a relative I don't normally ever see. like a great aunt and grunkle situation. They came in from the southern United States to visit briefly, and he was like, he was the kind of guy who just has an infinite number of stories that he just tells continuously. He never stops going on long anecdotes, and one of them involved like basic training at the army and someone getting heat stroke, and that was the procedure. So there you go, Grunkle Stan. Yeah, that's every southern dad dude. Yeah, this was like a southern boomer dad dude. He was like 60 something, right? So it was even more so. Literally my uncle. Specifically, Remnant, he's from Louisiana, which, so that should give you even a more specific idea. Hell yeah. Pizzapants. What's going on? Yeah, cool. Pizzapants fumbled, his voice a little too loud and his face a little too red for the context. What was he feeling? Was it just the heat getting to his head? Was he really having a heat stroke? It felt like his heart was about to explode, so maybe he needed to go to the hospital. Before he realized it, his eyes were wandering, exploring Asriel's college prep body once again. Like he was admiring a carefully constructed marble sculpture of the demigod Achilles, crafted carefully by the worn and calloused hands of an ancient Greek artisan. Like, I don't know, Polygrunkles or whatever the guy in Umris was. Yep. Omniawacles, I believe his name was. He's admiring the craftsmanship. This is the gayest fic so far, yes. It started off very gay. Asriel must be getting a lot Asriel must get a lot of game looking like such a perfect specimen. He must be simply drowning in hot chicks. That's what Pizzapants was feeling. Envy. He was simply envious of his friend's godlike physique. He was merely a meek and slowly melting Patroclus laying in his deathbed staring up at his greatest friend. Wait, wasn't Patroclus the guy who was explicitly extremely gay with Achilles? That's Pizzapants didn't get far enough into reading the story. He's made a great error with this analogy. And of course I only know that because I played Hades. I'm not going to pretend different, but you know. It was cool to know that there was so much explicitly gay shit in the old Greek literature. Those ancient Greeks knew a thing or two about homosexuality. What's the channel from the remix? I still don't think I've linked it. Hang on. It is Omori Lo-Fi Beats for something and such. I'll put it in chat. That's the music playlist in chat just now. Some things in ancient Greece were indeed kinda gay. Yeah, they did. I think actually when I came across that thing in Hades and I was like, wait a minute, Achilles was just like gay the whole time. That's a real thing. That sent me down a rabbit hole of like researching like ancient Greek culture and how overwhelmingly gay it was. And I was actually quite surprised. I wasn't aware of the full extent of that until I looked it up. I think it was like a standard type of like culturally sanctioned romance for like people to go to the military and get like not sugar daddies, but basically like like the new recruits would just hook up with the veterans, and that was like a known thing. That's like how you, I don't know, got in with the army crowd in ancient Greece. I'm not a scholar though, so don't quote me on that. Millatwinkery? Yeah. Where can I sign up for this in the modern day? I believe it's called the United States Navy. Anyway. Asriel must get a... Oh, no, I read that.
You must be quite the catch in that big brain college of yours, huh? You must have a cavalcade of hot chicks chasing after you everywhere you go,
Pizzapants said, hoping Asriel would not pay too much attention to the red tint painting his face. Asriel bit his lip harshly and gave a shrill whistle between his teeth. Yeah, totally, he replied awkwardly. He looked around the mostly empty suburban road aimlessly. Oh, is that lighter yours? Asriel said, making a clear attempt to derail the conversation. Thankfully, it was effective as Pizzapants' face swiveled like a chair toward the lighter sitting in the middle of the road, just barely in front of Asriel's car tire. Did they have something like that, but for women where you don't have to die in war? It might also be the US Navy, I'm not sure. I'll have to do more research. I tell people about the gay rabbit shrine in Japan, they don't believe me. What is the gay rabbit shrine? What is that? What does that mean?
Yep, that's mine.
He quickly strode toward the lighter and picked it up.
Thanks, Azzy. You're a lifesaver.
I know, I didn't take you for a smoker. You know, I didn't take you for a smoker, Asriel said, attempting to regain his grasp on the casual tone of the conversation.
Well, you know how it is. When the going gets tough, nothing gets my nerves in order like a good huff.
Pizzapants pulled out the box of cigs again and quickly lit one, and shoved it into his mouth. He buried the lighter back in his pocket.
Besides, doesn't it make me look badass? Like some sort of action movie hero?
Asriel squinted, and his snout wrinkled in a strange cocktail of emotions. Yeah, that's one way to put it. I just don't think it's very healthy.
Listen, Azzy, I'm here for a good time, not a long time, Pizzapants replied.
Seems to me you're not having a good time, he said with a jovial chuckle. Pizzapants took the cigarette out of his mouth and exhaled a cloud of noxious smoke.
Well, as long as I'm on the job, I'm not having a good time. Like I said, Icy's pizza is hail.
It's still, like, unpronounceable. Like, how do you actually read that? Pizzapants stole a glance at his friend's old car and suddenly felt an idea for him.
Hey, Azzy, remember when we used to drive around town trying to pick up hot chicks?
Asriel cringed. Yeah, I wish I didn't.
Yeah, those were the good times.
Pizzapants mused. Asriel pressed his lips together tightly.
What do you say we take this old hunk of junk out for a ride, like old times?
Are you sure? I always stumble around the word sure, trying to do the Brit accent. Are you sure? It's sure. You really have to keep your mouth open. Don't get the tongue involved. Resist the urge to roticize the word. I mean, I don't want to take away from your job. What if you get fired for this? You said this was all you had. Pizzapants wrapped a friendly arm around his friend's shoulder. It was a little awkward considering how Asriel was much taller than him, not to mention the way that his muscles felt the touch, and how that made him feel all sweaty and excited.
Listen, Azzy, he began. You're back. This is a big deal, and I'm more than willing to ditch this dump to spend some time with my best buddy.
He took another drag of his cigarette and exhaled a cloud of smoke away from Asriel's face. He wouldn't want to contaminate that perfect being after all.
Besides, I wasn't doing anything important anyway. It's a Thursday on a school day. Who's even gonna want to come to this shithole?
This is gay, says Remnant. Asriel put his finger up to his chin pensively and hummed. I suppose if you're okay with it. Pizzapants let him go and gave him a firm pat on the back.
That's the spirit. Let's go.
Pizzapants yelled as he strode toward the car. He stopped for a moment and as his hand made contact with the door handle and looked over to the discarded Icy's mascot costume lying on the curb. Asriel followed his gaze.
Yeah, I guess we should really do something about that, huh?
No worries, Azzy, I got this. Oh wait, I mixed them up, whatever. Pizzapants reassured him. He plucked the lighter out of his pocket again and lit it quickly. Asriel looked at him strangely, but before he could do anything, Pizzapants tossed the lighter into the pile of Icy's costume parts on the ground, causing them to immediately ignite into a smoldering inferno. Asriel jumped back in a mix of shock and fear. As the suit burned, it was almost sounded like he could hear a wail of the most depraved and bone-chilling sort emit from the blaze, and the black smoke looked eerily like a vile and terrifying grimace, but it was probably his imagination. Very true. Pass the bara, says Roy. Trying to play a game while listening to this is impossible. What game you playing? Fuck Mr. Thatcher? That would be a good one. I think someone in the server was spitballing on what like the gayest game I could play was in the context of Pride Month and all that. Or the gayest stream, which I'm pretty sure is just what we're doing right now. Hades, fairly gay. Fairly gay. But most of the time is spent just hitting things with a sword, so that's not very gay. And not that kind of sword either, you know, if you know what I mean. Butterfly soup. I don't know what that is, actually. Gay, gayer, yet gayer. This is the gayest stream I've ever heard. That's it. We're on the right track. Metal Gear Solid 3.
You know why he's called Solid Snake, right?
Yeah. Daddy Dating Sim. I have not heard of that one. Boyfriend Dungeon. Oh, that sounds great. Is there one without a dungeon? Dream Daddy. Is that the one that fucking Aaron Hansen voice acts in? That's familiar for some reason to me. Yes. Great. Sans AU visual novel. Do they have those? I'm sure they do. The one where you play as Markiplier. Isn't that Monster Prom? Maybe it's also Monster Prom. Maybe everyone just wants Aaron Hansen to be a voice actor in their game. Okay. Also Danny. Huh. FNAF dating sim. Okay, I'm cutting you off. Wait, Aaron was in the Owl House? What the fuck? That's not something I was expecting to hear. How does he? What's his connection to the? I guess he was like an animator. All the old animator people seem to like have connections, right? Anyone who was on Newgrounds back in the day knows each other somehow. Which I don't know if who's the Owl House guy? Wasn't it the same guy as the Gravity Falls guy, or did I imagine that? Like Alex Hirsch or something? It was, yes, okay. Oh wait, no, Alex just voice acts for the Owl House. I swear I heard it was the same creator as Gravity Falls. Or is that Amphibia? I don't fucking know. All these gay-ass cartoons that I don't watch. I can't keep track. Okay, back to the fanfic. Ooh.
Wow, that's a huge weight off my shoulders.
Pizzapants said with a big toothy smile before turning back to face Asriel.
Alright, I'm ready. Let's get this show on the road,
he said as he opened the door to the car and sat down on the passenger seat. Asriel stared at the smoldering remains for a moment, but quickly decided to pretend that never happened and head inside the car as well. The smell of burnt flesh was getting too strong to bear anyhow. Asriel began, still a bit shaken. Where do you want to go? He asked. Pizzapants shrugged.
Your call. As long as it's a place full of hot chicks, I'm down, he replied. You don't happen to know any places like that, do you?
Not really, Asriel bashfully responded. I guess I know a place that's pretty popular with folks our age, but it's pretty far from here. I don't want to impose. Amphibia is Matt Bailey, who also worked on Gravity Falls, and also Alex Hirsch is on the Gravity House. The Gravity House? The Gravity House, that's what it's called now. The Owl House production staff. Okay, so they're all Gravity Falls dispersed, and it's now omnipresent, much like W.D. Gaster. Understood. Pizzapants scoffed.
Impose? Come on, Azzy. I don't have anyone sincerely waiting for me here. My mom's out of town for work, you see.
He raised an eyebrow.
I'm more concerned about having your family maybe expecting you for dinner or something like that.
He laughed, not noticing the way Asriel froze.
Listen, yeah, your mom's nice and all, but man, I remember how peeved she got at that stunt I tried to pull with the wine cabinet. I don't want her on my ass again, so I hope she and Chris are fine with you being here.
Oh no, don't worry, Asriel frantically reassured him. They won't be bothered at all. We don't have anything planned for today. Pizzapants gave a wide smirk.
Wonderful. Let's get this show on the road then.
He yelled, excited, oblivious to his old friend's tense and uneasy sigh as he grabbed a hold of the steering wheel and started the car. It took a few turns of the key to get the engine going, but once it finally roared into action, Pizzapants cheered for his long-awaited nostalgic adventure away from his torturous existence. Asriel stayed mostly silent, attempting to continue to ignore a certain heaviness in his heart, to no avail. This is strong Night in the Woods vibes, where the two friends meet up after a long time and go do something that neither of them actually wants to do, but they think they want to do it because it's like, oh, it just to recreate the feeling of their childhood and it's really sad. Yeah. That kind of vibe. Asriel's nervous because he killed Chris with the Jello knife. Gaster was a legal person all along, a corporation. The startup that made the core got bought, and the founders all went their own ways. Oh, that's what they mean, yeah. Gaster Corp. Royal Sciences Limited, eh? Ice Wolf walked up to their favorite restaurant, but when they arrived, they had come to the most heartbreaking realization they ever had. Icy was not standing outside to greet him warmly, coldly, as it always did. Love the fluctuating Ice Wolf pronouns. Ice Wolf cried as they realized they would not be able to meet Icy in real life anymore, like they always had dreamed since they were a mere cub, and moped back home, grief-stricken. Poor Ice Wolf.
Ice Wolf is now depressed.
The old car barreled down an otherwise peaceful, deserted road surrounded by autumn-painted forest. From inside, the radio could be heard playing a CD containing some of Asriel's favorite religious ska tracks, mostly songs by his favorite band, the Outsiders. Pizzapants wasn't a fan of religious ska at all. He hated it, in fact, but it made Asriel happy, so he wouldn't dream of asking him to turn it off. I don't know, I wouldn't go out of my way to listen to religious ska, but like from what I've heard, I wouldn't complain if it was on in the background. Like, it's not obnoxious. It's kind of a bop, actually. Andrew, summon your 40.3 thousand gay fans to write gay Gaster fan fiction. They'll do that if they want. It's not my responsibility to summon them. Religious ska lo-fi. I have to Google it. I have to Google that. Religious ska lo-fi. Christian lo-fi beats to study / relax plus prayers for peace. That's a real video. It's not ska, it's lo-fi Christian beats. Do I play this on stream? I'm like really fucking curious what this video is. I'm so curious, I have to know. It's lo-fi beats, but what makes them Christian? It said there's prayers in this. I'm assuming like an overdubbed voice is eventually just going to fade in, reciting the Lord's Prayer or something. Baba yetu yetu liye amina la koeli tukuzwe baba yetu yetu. I only know the Lord's Prayer in Swahili, unfortunately. There's nothing Christian, so... Oh, wait. Yeah, okay. You'd have to listen for a while to get the Christianity part, I guess. Well, RIP my YouTube recommendations for the next month, but anyway. What about Islamic lo-fi? I don't want to recreate the fucking Ocarina of Time Fire Temple controversy live on stream, okay? I'm gonna avoid that. Streamer playing Christian lo-fi during gay fan fiction during Pride Month. An interesting choice for sure. I was looking specifically for religious ska, but that didn't seem to be a thing. Is there gay lo-fi? I think that would just be like a Gotchi Moochie playlist with like played through an analog tape deck. Another hymn spelled with a Y? Are we riffing on like instead of liberal Deltarune, it's like Christian Deltarune is another hymn? Yeah. Omori is pretty gay, says Shadow of Rosa. I was surprised by how ungay Omori was. I mean, like explicitly. There were times that felt pretty fucking gay, but it was never like, gay, here's the gay, look at it, touch it, feel it, you know? Play Toho Lo-Fi, do not. I'm gonna do that right now, hang on. This could be a new stream meta, actually. Cafe de... I've seen this recommended on the server, actually. Wait, the third search result is two Toho characters in an extremely suggestive pose. Is this the gay lo-fi? Maybe that's the gay lo-fi. And when it's unambiguous, by the way. When I say two Toho characters, it's obvious that they're both girls. So, I'll go with the Cafe de Toho. Ooh, that's nice. That's good shit, actually. But Rosa Raid requested the Omori, so I'll keep that on. Omori was gay in the Yuri way. Non-explicit gay homoerotic tragedy. Is that what Yuri is? Okay. There's no Yeek Lo-Fi playlist outs checked. No. Alright, religious ska. Regardless, right now, the two friends were embroiled in an argument.
Asriel, I'm telling you, it's true love.
Pizzapants insisted passionately, waving his phone around wildly, the zoomed-in picture of pizza still on screen. And I'm telling you, you're getting catfished, Asriel replied with a trademark smile and sunny laugh.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect you to understand. What do you know about true love, huh?
Asriel pressed his lips together tightly and focused his eyes on the road more intensely than before. Yeah, he breathed out quietly. What do I know? Pizzapants couldn't see, but Asriel's eyes were vibrating ever so slightly. Is that a thing that eyes can do? I wasn't aware of that. There's a David Foster Wallace lo-fi album? What the fuck does that mean? That's an author. That's an author, though. That's like a... I don't know, a Jackson Pollock lo-fi album. What does that mean? They took a David Foster Wallace speech and turned it into a 40-minute lo-fi spectacle. I can kind of picture that, I guess. A friend of mine used to be really into like these what the fuck was it? It was like ambient space race music where they'd take like old like 60s presidential speeches about like going to space and make them all like slowed down and distorted and play them over ambient space music. It was an aesthetic. Not even Soviet wave. It was very American, but it was like, we must go to space not because it is easy, but because it is hard, 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 hard. And the ambient drone comes in and there's like the sound of a rocket in the distance. No, there's no theremins. It's hard to describe. It was on the Motivational Speech Lo-Fi channel with David Foster Wallace. Cool. Kennedy wave, yeah, something like that. This was actually before they started calling everything wave, maybe even. I don't remember that terminology so much years ago. Pizzapants felt a pang in his heart, though he wasn't sure why.
I mean, look at you, man, he began. You're like a supermodel, or a shonen protagonist.
Asriel blushed and laughed at Pizzapants' unconventional compliment. Pizzapants' smile grew, becoming brighter and happier than it ever had been since his best friend left. He joined in the awkward laughter before continuing.
Point is, you're hot. You're a catch. You must have gotten someone to go out with you in college, right?
Asriel's smile stiffened as if it were suddenly made of stone. He opened his mouth, but his voice stalled. It's complicated, he finally responded. I'm invested. What's the Asriel college drama gonna be? What's Asriel's trauma drama? Somebody make lo-fi Andrew Cunningham video essay remix. I think that one channel, Aiden, who was doing the full Undertale soundtrack remix, requested anyway the permission to use a sample from my video in that project, but I don't think that's actually out yet. So it's kind of a thing, maybe. I'd recommend looking at that channel, by the way. It's an unusual project, remixing the entire Undertale soundtrack. Find Aiden, yeah, that's the channel. Pizzapants snickered. They also have an indie game, by the way, that I played once. It was like a really, really auteurish, artsy indie game that was on itch. It's called what the fuck was it called? Everything Ends in Zero. There's the shout out. Pizzapants snickered.
Yeah, isn't it always with women?
Asriel didn't laugh, making the silence between them awkward.
Women, right? Fucking women.
Especially as it was cut through by a song with lyrics about the sanctity of marriage from the radio. Instead, his eyebrows simply shuffled in a unique manner, and his face tilted to allow Pizzapants to see Asriel's amber eyes fixed on him, occasionally flicking to glimpse the road. Pizzapants' face shrunk in embarrassment, and comically cartoonish sweat beads trickled down his large forehead. How are you reading hand plates while listening to this? How do you read something and listen to something being read at the same time? That's incomprehensible to me.
That was a joke,
Pizzapants clarified. It's amazing to me how quickly the Pizzapants voice becomes hard to do. Like immediately. I can't tap into it anymore. Asriel rolled his eyes. A bad one, clearly, he said, unamused, before returning his full attention to the road. Pizzapants felt sadness course through his veins, and shame flooded his mind. He looked away from his friend, looking out the window. His teeth grinded together harshly. He felt a certain heaviness in the air within the vehicle that made it more harrowing to breathe now. He pressed a button on the inside of the car door, and the window began to roll down slowly, making a conspicuous squeaking noise as it went along its journey. Its long journey. The small car was steadily engorged with fresh fall air. Pizzapants sighed in relief, as not only was his face splashed with cool wind, but the noise also drowned out Asriel's ska. Pizzapants let his arm hang limply out the car window. Hand Plaints is a story about trauma and learning to love an abuser. Is that what fucking Hand Plates is? That sounds fucked up, man. I thought it was just about Gaster. Is that also about Gaster? How did they get that out of Gaster? It's incomprehensible to me as multitasking. You have no idea how people can focus on two things at once. It's not just two things. I have a habit of, like, I'll play a game in a monitor and leave, like, someone's video essay on another monitor. That's my vice, but that's only because games don't involve language processing. As soon as the other activity involves language, like if I'm typing or reading or anything, I can't be listening to someone speak at the same time. It's impossible. I can't even write code while listening to someone speak. I can't program with a podcast on. The fic is about Gaster being horrible. Damn. Kinda feels like you're doing the character dirty if they have literally no canon and you're just like, they're a piece of shit in my fanfic. Based on nothing. It's like, yeah, fuck Gaster. Video editing too, because it's a language thing, exactly. You can't listen to yourself talk over another person in a video. That's a really weird vibe. In fact, I kind of can't listen to anything while editing video, because so much of it is, like, the audio is just too loud from the video to, like, hear stuff over it. You don't want to edit your own audio with, like, the volume turned way down, or else you're not getting an accurate idea of what it sounds like. I have to pay a lot of attention to, like, audio balance and stuff. It seems to be a common experience with the video editors in chat, or corroborating that. It would also just distract the fuck out of me, so it's probably for the best.
Rise now, ye video editors, ye dead who yet live. The relatability shall increase and call out to us all.
Actually, that's a good point, Molly. My favorite vibe with video editing is when I get to just a really long, tedious animation edit, where I just have to make 200 keyframes very slowly and the audio isn't important. That's when I can put on like a podcast or something on the other window. But only for that. Okay, fanfic. There was another long moment of silence between the two friends as Asriel kept an intense stare on the road. Pizzapants felt a chill up his spine as he felt the inches between the two of them stretch out for miles. His brain screamed at him to make use of the short time he had with his friend and say something to restart the conversation.
Come on, Azzy, tell me more about your college life.
Pizzapants finally decided to say.
You have a roommate, right? Tell me about him.
Asriel's grip on the steering wheel tightened immensely. Pizzapants can't catch a break. Every single thing he said for the last hour has caused Asriel visible discomfort in the narration. His steering wheel tightened immensely and his eyes froze. This isn't even Pizzapants' fault at this point. It's like literally everything that happened to Asriel at college was deeply traumatic. Looked directly ahead to the steadily darkening asphalt road stretching in front of them. His lips form an incalculable straight line. After a moment, he speaks up again. Yeah, they're cool. Pizzapants turned away from the open window. It's probably Kara, right? Yeah. That's a popular weird headcanon. Pizzapants turned away from the open window he was holding his arm out of. He raised an eyebrow.
What's their name?
Asriel's lips curled inward and his fur bristled all across his body. There it is. Kara, he replied tensely. Suddenly, the car sputtered loudly and stalled. The old hunk of junk gave one final honk of despair as it screeched to a halt on the side of the highway. Asriel groaned loudly and planted his furry face on the steering wheel, causing a harsh honk to emanate from the car. Two fix with Kara roommate. I don't remember a previous Kara roommate, actually. You just want Kara to meet Chris? That may be difficult. That may be difficult if they're, in fact, not different people, hypothetically. Pizzapants was shaken. His fur was still standing on end. His teeth crunched together tightly. His eyes were large orbs of fear, and he was gripping the car door tightly with his right arm.
What happened? Why did the car stop?
Asriel groaned again. I forgot to get gas, he said, his voice muffled by the foam of the steering wheel.
You what? How?
Pizzapants asked, aghast. Look, I was in a rush, and my mind was a mess, okay? Asriel snapped back, lifting his face off the steering wheel, finally stopping that incessant honk. He sighs and closes his eyes momentarily before opening them up again. Whatever, I'll fix it. Asriel stood up and pushed the door of the car open in a huff. He stepped out and strode to the front of the car. After a moment, Pizzapants followed him.
Azzy, how are you gonna fix it? Pizzapants asked. If it doesn't have gas, then it doesn't have gas.
Asriel pulled an old metal hood of the car up, revealing the sorry state of the old hand-me-down the car was in. The sorry state that the old hand-me-down car was in. My summer car gameplay. They're getting the religious ska through Il Radio Suomi. It made Asriel cringe. Maybe I can siphon enough gas to get us out to the next stop, he said, his voice reverberating with uncertainty before beginning to take off his varsity jacket, revealing a white V-neck with the logo of Ebbett County College on it. Hey, can you hold this? Is that a real thing you can do with a car? You siphon gas out of the car with no gas and put the gas back in? I don't know enough about cars to call that out as bullshit. Rosarade failed the driving exam twice, don't ask me. I mean, I failed it once, but I passed the second time. It's like the chocolate exploit to get infinite chocolate. Oh, right, yeah. Siphons already seem to break the laws of physics. They might as well break conservation of mass as well. You siphon gas from a different car. Do they have one of those? Hesitantly, Pizzapants takes the jacket, trying his best to avoid looking too closely at the clearer image he can make out of his friend's torso. He also resisted the urge to sniff the jacket to try to figure out what deodorant Asriel used. Resisting all of the urges right now, making a valiant effort. Pizzapants regrets not putting on Icy's cool boys body spray. Spray for the boys smoking hot pizza flavor. Cool boys spray for the body spray. Boys smoking pizza hot flavor today. Asriel dug around the hood of the car for the better part of a minute as Pizzapants watched awkwardly. It must suck to do that with like white fur hands, because as soon as you touch that engine, your hands are just black forever. Asriel stood up straight and huffed, rubbing the sweat off his brow. God, it's sweltering in here. Let me... Asriel began to peel off his shirt. Oh... causing Pizzapants' heart rate to skyrocket as more and more of Asriel's bare fur was revealed. Pizzapants felt a girlish squeal get stuck in his throat for some odd reason. Damn, I don't want to know how you peel a shirt off of fur, but Asriel knows. We're getting to the gay sex. I guess so. Do you actually drive, asks Outson, or are you like me who has a license and never uses it? I don't drive often. I did get into the habit of driving to and from school, even though a bus was available, which I kind of regret because it was barely even faster because the parking was so shitty. But it's sort of like once you start using the car, you become subconsciously dependent on it. It's how they get you. But I did drive when I was doing gardening up until recently. I did have to drive to and from work because I had all these tools to lug around. But in general, I kind of dislike driving. The fear of like death kind of looms over me the whole time. I'm not very good at ignoring the fear of death while driving, so. Outson's bus pilled. I want to be bus pilled. I really enjoyed. I lived on my own for a few months. It was a weird circumstance where like someone who I vaguely knew was like going out of town for a long time, and they essentially gave me free rent to look after their house, and I really enjoyed making like the I felt like a Parisian villager, like just walking to the grocery store every couple days. It was an enlightened existence. Yeah, it's not really the vibe in rural ass. I know Louisiana, I've been to Louisiana. As I said, I have family down there. And it's like super, like no one walks anywhere, right? It's like you leave your house to get in your car, to drive 3 minutes to the grocery store, to get out of the car, to then get back in the car. It's like if you're on the sidewalk, you're doing something wrong. And a lot of that's just because it's really hot. But also it's just the culture. Nothing is designed to be walkable because no one understands what walking is, kind of. It's a bit different maybe in like New Orleans, like anywhere that's like an urban center, it's going to be more walkable because stuff is denser. But as soon as you get to the suburbs, that all goes out the window, and it's just like there's only so many green lawns with like a septic tank pipe that you can walk past before you kind of get sick of it. The real dream is living in a city with a subway. That would be really exciting. Even though I've only been on subways while on like vacations to places, but they're not the best experience, but still, I appreciate the concept of a subway. New Orleans is walkable if you like needles and broken glass. Yeah, one thing I did notice in New Orleans, especially around like Bourbon Street, was the street juice. There was this mysterious substance that just accumulates in any like pothole on the sidewalks in the streets, which is like, as far as I could tell, a mixture of like urine, spilled cocktails, vomit, and like cleaning fluids like Clorox. It just occurs naturally. And has a really weird smell. But you can walk down the street. I'm getting so sidetracked. Why not get more sidetracked? We don't have a subway in my town, but we have trams. It's better because you can see landscapes. Yeah, that's nice. Vancouver has a sky train, which is like a subway, but it goes above the ground. It's probably like objectively less efficient than having a subway, but it's you can look out the window, which is cool. Okay, back to the fic. Asriel turned around to hand Pizzapants the shirt, revealing a faint impression of a six-pack beneath all his fur to Pizzapants' eyes. Pizzapants hastily snatched the shirt as Asriel turned back around to tinker with the inner workings of the car. The shirt was soaked with sweat and oil. It squelched as Pizzapants fumbled it in his hands. That's disgusting, dude. I feel like that's kind of a faux pas to hand someone your drenched, sweaty shirt. Like, just put it on the hood of the car or something. Like, it'll dry off. For the next few minutes, Asriel desperately tried to find a way to make the car work again as Pizzapants watched his bag gleam with the sun, transfixed. I'm not sure Asriel knows what he's doing. Like, the car is out of gas. It hasn't overheated. There is no gas in the car. After a while, Asriel gave up, falling to the asphalt ground with a heavy huff. No luck. Pizzapants groaned.
Figures. Where's the nearest gas station?
Asriel put a finger up to his chin pensively. Probably about a mile over that way, he said, pointing toward the direction they were driving towards.
A mile?
Pizzapants shrieked.
We can't push the car that far. That would take like 2 hours.
Do you have a phone? Asriel asked. Maybe we can call for help. Where's gasoline when you need them, says Outson. Yeah. Yeah, Asriel knew the car was unfixable. He just did that to show off the Pizzapants. You're right, chat. Only a mile.
I'd walk a mile for a Quaalude!
Says chat, yep. I'd walk 40 miles for a Quaalude. Wait, can't they just walk to the gas station, get a tank of gas, walk back to the car, put it in the car? Can't they just do that? I mean, I won't question it.
Great idea, buddy.
Pizzapants said with a relieved smile as he began to fish around in his pockets for his mobile phone. He pulled it out and turned it on. His eyes ballooned as he saw the most heartbreaking thing he'd seen in the past 36 hours. The Queen had died. No, I mean,
no signal,
he said darkly.
Maybe we could try your phone.
Asriel sighed. Well, I gave my old phone to Chris before I moved away, and I haven't bought a new phone yet. Pizzapants' heart audibly shattered like glass, and his face contorted to his default sadistic retail worker smile.
We're so doomed, Azzy. We're doomed,
he yelled maniacally. I'm picturing the cut from the blue shell incident, where Luigi's tear hits the ground and shatters like glass against a backdrop of the cosmos. That's what happened. But if they just get a container of gas, says chat, then they won't end up having gay sex. That is true. Chat needs to rewatch the blue shell incident. I saw the weirdest fucking thing just yesterday, actually. It was a blue shell incident Japanese dub, where it was all just this one, it seemed to be all one guy doing voices, and he wasn't even really doing voices. He was just like half-heartedly reading every line in Japanese. And it was really surreal. I'd actually recommend watching that as your first exposure, because there's no subtitles, and if you don't know what's going on, it's like even funnier somehow. I think it's just called like Blue Shell Incident the Weeb Dub or something. Hang on, I'll take a bite of muffin for a sec. Yeah, the highlight is definitely the David Hasselhoff. What's happening? I just got back. We're still going. It's all good. All here is a crowd of people scream from far away. Why are they screaming? Did Argentina win the World Cup again? Alright. Yeah, seems like our best shot is to just sit here and wait for someone to help us, Asriel stated with disappointed twinge to his voice. Maybe we'll get lucky.
Oh, you'll get lucky if you know what I mean.
Pizzapants' face contorted into a devastated frown.
Azzy, you gotta understand, this part of the country is totally desolate. There's like one car down these roads every 2 hours at best. Not to mention I'm here with you and my luck stat is like in the negatives.
In Dark Souls 1 it was definitely a dump stat, but in Elden Ring, Arcane is actually one of the meta stats now, so... Asriel chuckled at his joke. Well, we could ditch the car and try to walk to the gas station ourselves to buy gas and then walk back. Asriel knows what's up, okay. It should be about half an hour walk each way, so about an hour. Does it take half an hour to walk a mile? Does that make sense? Hang on. That's 30, that's 2 miles per hour. I think you can walk faster than that if you try. Okay, it's just a party, Mel says. No one's dying. That's good. Asriel and Pizzapants just walk really slowly. Or, alternate explanation, everything in Deltarune's world is scaled down by a factor of a half diegetically. So in the Dark World, that's actual size, that's like real life scale. And then when they get downscaled in the Light World, that's like diegetic, and so everyone is like half the measurements that they normally would be, if that makes sense. So a mile is actually as far as 2 miles, relatively. True, says chat. Pizzapants groaned and planted his head in his hands.
I guess we don't have much of a choice, huh?
Guess not. And so, after pushing the car to the curb, and Asriel having to put his shirt and jacket back on, much to his friend's subtle chagrin, the two began their grim march along the unbending forest road. Wait, Azzy, why not just leave the jacket in the car? It's fucking hot out. Their trek begins in relative quiet, as Asriel was clearly upset by this turn of events, and Pizzapants didn't know how to handle his silence. He tried to think of a way to break the ice with a casual joke. He settled on,
well, I guess this, all that smarty pants stuff has filled your brain with in college didn't stop you from making some stupid mistakes, huh?
Asriel inhaled sharply, his face a strange midpoint between a cackle and a sob. This is what I mean, like literally everything Pizzapants says accidentally like taps into some deep trauma that Asriel has. Like, how do you start a conversation under these circumstances? He keeps trying, and it's like every time this happens. This is the first time Benjamin Rodriguez has caught a stream live. Good for you. It says negative luck stat. All right. Yeah, he said, his voice hoarse and hurt. It really... He paused as he choked on his own words. It really didn't. Pizzapants scratched his arms uncomfortably. The feeling he had made a mistake rose and gurgled in his gut. He feels a strange haze in his head, which he blames on the steadily worsening weather. Dark clouds begin to roll toward them, very, very slowly, covering the dusk sky like a body bag. After a moment of silence, Asriel speaks up again. Everyone thinks college is this great adventure where you go out and learn how to make lifelong connections and become the best version of yourself, and, well, they're probably not wrong, it's just... He brings up his hands to his face and sighs. I had all these aspirations, these ideas that I would become someone great and successful, that I would be able to leave this place behind with all the pain associated with it, and begin anew somewhere else. Let me die anywhere else. A place where I wouldn't have to confront all my pain again, all my mistakes again, but... A distant thunderclap reverberated through the two's minds. Asriel looked away from his friend, looking intently instead at the border between the road and the highway. The frontier that separated the vivid natural past and the dark coldness of human modernity. Never mind, I'm just a coward, Asriel uttered darkly. Literally May. I think Asriel's doing a bit better than May, to be fair. Oh, that's sad, says Mel. Oh, that's sad. Who's Carcat in chat? Someone's Carcat. I want to see the Carcat. Was that a thing in Homestuck? Parkat, like, diegetically having bad luck? I can't remember. Didn't Vriska diegetically have good luck? There was something about that. That's a very Homestuck type mechanic. I wouldn't be surprised. It's a response to chat. Never mind. Vriska diegetically had bad luck before she had good luck. Sure, okay. Pizzapants looked at the back of his friend's head sadly and bit the inside of his lip. After a moment of deliberation, he spoke up.
I feel you, buddy. You know, ever since you left, I've wanted nothing more than to abandon this dump of a bumfuck nowhere town and go out into the world, into a city. Go to a big league college, get an acting degree, and become a famous star. You know that's always been my dream, right, Azzy?
Asriel, who had turned back to face his friend sometime during the monologue, nodded.
Of course, it's not that simple. My family would have never had that sort of money, at least not since my dad passed, but, you know, I've been trying real hard to work up the money to be able to achieve that dream. Azzy, I've told you before, but you're incredibly lucky, and you're no coward for seizing that opportunity. You've already done the hard part. Now, the only thing stopping you from achieving your hopes and dreams is,
But what if I'm just, Asriel cut in, not good enough? How am I meant to become a doctor? How am I meant to help people, save lives of people? I don't even know if I don't even have it in me to... Asriel inhaled sharply, making a sound as if someone was stuck in his throat. He brings one arm up to his face aimlessly before dropping it down again, and repeating the action with his other arm as if he were suddenly a wooden marionette being flung around by strings. Oh, strings! Oh, it's thematic strings. Even if I'm not able to, if I'm not even able to, Asriel's breathing became erratic and chipped, as if his voice was of fine china. Pizzapants put a concerned hand on his friend's back. He feared he knew where this was coming from. Pizzapants felt the first drop of rain land on his head.
Azzy.
If I can't even save the life of people I care about most... Did Kara get stabbed with the jello knife? Who knows? The tea. Okay. I finally finished the coffee and I can now drink the tea. Ooh. Is Asriel British? No. He just talks like that for some other reason. Actually, no, the other, the lore I'm going to set up now is that he grew up watching too much Yogscast, and that's how he speaks permanently now. That almost happened to me as a child. I was talking to another person, actually, who said that they were, they're English, but they grew up knowing so many American people on the internet that they, like, half lost the English accent and are now, like, this English-American hybrid that I mistook their voice for Australian at first. So it can happen, I think. I can't save the life of people I care about, he finally blurted out, like an inflated balloon finally allowing itself to let out its trapped despair and nightmares. Pizzapants winced at his friend's sudden yell. A flash of lightning prefaced the start of a drizzle. Asriel fell to his knees in the middle of the road. I got that thematic rain coming in. He grabbed the side of his head and dug his claws into his fur and flesh. Pizzapants quickly squatted down next to Asriel. He moved to hold his friend, but he stopped himself, not knowing if it would be helpful.
So that's what this is about,
Pizza muttered. Pizza is his name now.
Asriel, it's not your fault she ran away.
Oh, it's Des. Okay. Don't give me that bullshit, Asriel snarled, baring his fangs in conflicted rage. Pizzapants flinched at his friend's impassioned outburst. Asriel's scowling face was wet, although whether this was because of the drizzle or tears was unclear. Wait, this was the ancient Undertale blog entry from Sans, where he said that he got owned so hard he had to do the thing where he stood outside in the rain so you couldn't tell if he was crying or not? That's happening, but actually, though. What the fuck? That was like a fever dream post. It was like,
she tried to tell me it was a joke, but it was too late. I was already owned.
I wonder sometimes what he was talking about.
Calm down, Azzy, calm down.
Pizzapants urged, hesitantly placing a hand on Asriel's back, causing his fur to visibly bristle and stand on end. Asriel looked away, taking a moment to breathe as he stared at the ground. Pizzapants deliberated on what to say next, and took a deep breath before he continued.
I was just never as close to December as you were. I don't particularly think she even liked me all that much. But I know she was your best friend, and I remember how hurt you were when she ran away.
She killed herself.
What?
There's no point dancing around it, Asriel said, his voice monotone, yet a slight shake exposed his pained heart. It's been 2 years. There's no need to sugarcoat the truth with faint hope anymore. She's gone, and I'm never seeing her again. And it's all my fault. I could have done something to stop her, if only I'd noticed how much she was hurting. What was hurting her and how I could stop it. If only I'd been better, if only I did something. The rain was pelting the two more strongly now. She needed my help, and I didn't do anything. Pizzapants didn't know what to say. He felt his head began to spin and his stomach began to churn. He explored every recess of his mind like a labyrinth in search of a response to everything his friend had dropped on him, but managed to find only dead ends and dark corners of nothingness. He began to scratch his arms to try to tame his nerves. He thought about pulling out a cigarette, but didn't think Asriel would appreciate it if he did that, not to mention how the rain would make lighting it difficult, to say the least. Tea break. Ew, wet goat smell, says Chad. Can't smell good. Imagine how bad goats could smell if they sweat. God, that would suck. Enjoying the fic? Of course. Before Pizzapants was able to dust off a secret passage in his mind that held a response, Asriel spoke up again. God, Chris and Noelle, they were always so... He struggled to swallow some of his spit before he was able to continue his thought. Distraught after what happened to her, after she went missing. They were so young, and I couldn't help them. I just couldn't. Whenever I tried to spend time with them, I just felt like something was missing, like something was wrong. So I made excuses not to spend time with them. I'd tell them I was busy with school, or studying, or whatever, but really I was just scared. I ran away and abandoned them to battle their pain by themselves. They trusted me, and I ruined their lives too. By now, Asriel was clearly crying, and no amount of rain could hide that fact. I'm a coward. I just ran away from things I can't handle. I haven't been able to gather up the courage to face them in person after how much I hurt them. Why am I like this? Pizzapants was at a loss for anything to say. His mind felt more than overwhelmed. It felt like his brain had been dipped in a haze. It didn't help that the rain was steadily turning into a deluge and further hampering his ability to think. In the midst of this mental chaos, his body had an idea and quickly executed it. Pizzapants took off his Icy's uniform shirt and held it up as high as he could, and huddled close to Asriel in an attempt to shield the two from steadily worsening rain. The thought was to get naked. Excellent idea, Pizzapants. Now is the time. Asriel looked up at him with a weak smile and somber eyes. Pizzapants gave the best smile he could muster, but it ended up looking like a strange cross of manic and disgust splashed across his face. Asriel didn't seem to mind, though. It was the thought that counted. Music broken. Actually, since the Omori ran out, I might as well put on the Toho Lo-Fi. That was the whole playlist. Suddenly, Pizzapants' labyrinthine mind made a concerning connection.
Wait a moment. You haven't told your family you're back from college?
Pizzapants asked in disbelief. Asriel frowned slightly sheepishly and shook his head. No, he replied guiltily. Panic began to swirl around Pizzapants' face, and he felt his heartbeat rush to match the pace of the cascading rain.
Why?
he asked, his face disfigured with a unique emotion. Another Burger Pants exclusive emotion. Cafe Toho isn't really lo-fi. Yeah, it's more of a... Well, I feel the beat is in vein with like lo-fi hip-hop. It's... The border lines are very blurry with this kind of shit. There must be a term for it. Like, it's like lo-fi hip-hop, but it's not lo-fi, so it's like hi-fi hip-hop. I don't even really know the definition of hip-hop, to be honest. Like, it's something that sounds like this. It's just hop. Hip-hop. I thought you said it's just hop now. It's not hip, it's just hop. What kind of music you listening to these days? I'm into hop. The India Pale Ale of music. Okay, anyway. Asriel groaned and planted his face in his open palms. I just couldn't. I didn't want to force them to worry about me when they have so much stuff going on in their lives already, he explained. I shouldn't burden Mom and Dad when they're still stressed with the divorce proceedings. I can't confide in Chris or Noelle when I can barely imagine looking at them in the eyes after I abandoned them to deal with their grief alone. I can't talk about it to Uncle Rudy when he's dealing with his illness. That's why I came to you. You're the only one I didn't give a shit about making sad. No. You're the only person I could confide in at the moment. You're the only person I could spill my heart out to. Asriel's breathing was erratic, and he stopped yelling for a moment. He sighed. I knew this was a mistake. I knew running away was a mistake. I shouldn't have ran again. I'm such a coward. I'm doing it again. I'm making everyone's hurt again.
Azzy, calm down,
Pizzapants urged, very far from calm himself.
Where are you running away from? What happened?
Asriel looked up at the storm-infested sky and took a deep, uneven breath, swallowing some drops of bitter rain mixed with the salty tears. Though scrappy, Pizzapants' shirt plan was far from effective. Kara, he began, leaving an empty silence in his frail voice's wake. It's Kara. Oh, there is Kara lore. Asriel opened his mouth to respond, but choked on his words and pressed his balled-up fists to his eyes and sobbed. I made a mistake, he managed to choke out between sobs. They're hurting, and I left them alone. They didn't have anyone else. I'm the only person in their life at all. I promised them I would always be at their side, that I would always be there to help. He took a sudden, sharp breath of the humid air. It felt like iron nails scraping down his esophagus. Like 5 iron frenzied nails frenzying down his esophagus. But when they needed me most, I was scared. I was scared to do anything to face the problem, so I ran. I've been avoiding thinking about it this entire time. A stupid, stupid part of me wanted to just forget it all happened entirely. That's impossible, though. I'll never forget, and neither will they. And now I'm scared that when I get back to our dorm, I'll just see... A brand new cascade of tears began to form in Asriel's eyes. I just can't bear to see that, not after everything. He shook his head, and his eyes shut tightly. His hands curled tightly into fists. I didn't know what to do. I'm a horrible friend. Very heavy. This Asriel really needs a flowy arc. What does that mean, Roy? Kara is cursed to endure suffering. Something something curse of protagonism by Vivat Veritas.
Whoa, don't say that. You're not a horrible friend,
Pizzapants vehemently argued.
Listen, you just made a mistake. Everyone does that. God knows I've made thousands by now. I guess it just sounds like what you did was pretty bad, but look, things will be fine. Don't worry. We just need to focus on getting to the gas station now, and then once that's sorted out, me and you'll go back to your dorm and try to fix whatever's wrong, alright?
he decisively propositioned. After a moment, Asriel nodded weakly. All right, he mumbled, still clearly uncertain.
Okay, good.
Pizzapants said as he stood up, helping pull Asriel back to his feet by his arm.
Let's go,
he shouted, pulling Asriel through the rain along the dark road. Silently, a thought crossed his mind.
Jeez, and I thought my life was bad.
I'm still a bit ambiguous. Let me just quickly reread that to make sure I got the right picture of what's going on. Like, so was there a specific incident with Kara, or was it just the fact that Asriel left at an inopportune time? Is what I'm not certain of. When they needed me most. This suggests like a specific thing, and then Asriel left. So I guess we'll find out. Asriel just walked in on Kara eating an entire salad bowl full of buttercups and just left. Something like that. The two friends flooded into the gas station, though the lit-up sign outside seemed to misspell it in an odd way, saying instead, gastertation. Sure. They were soaked as rags, yet relief filled their hearts as the first leg of this tortuous journey came to an end. That's a sneaky word. They get you with the tortuous. It's a different word. The doorbell made a charming jingle as they looked around the deserted gas station. Finally, their eyes locked onto the barely perceptible, short outline of a monster hidden behind the counter.
Hey,
an iconic voice greeted the two.
Is that the convenience store guy? What the hell is he doing here?
As Alex Yeek shouted loudly. Who? Asriel quietly asked, clearly confused.
What? Never heard of a guy with...
What? Never heard of a guy with two jobs before?
The skeleton monster said with a dry chuckle.
Anyhow, I may be the janitor, but how can I help you?
Before Asriel could say anything, Pizzapants marched up to the monster behind the counter, his soggy shoes making squelchy noises as he went. That's nasty. I have such a... I react very strongly to this, just the concept of wet shoes. I fucking hate wet shoes to like an unusual and pathological degree. It was the worst, right? When I was growing up, my dad put me in the little league sports in the faint and futile hope that I would get into athletics at some point in my life. And I did like little league soccer for 2 years, and fucking the entire sport of soccer, or football for the Europeanoids or whatever in chat, the Argentinians and God knows what. The entire sport is they make the season in the winter. Stop editing it. Stop editing the fic. It's too late. Stop doing it. The sports season is in the middle of the winter to maximize the amount of time you spend like sloshing around on wet, swampy fields in the rain in the morning when it's cold. It's basically just a huge exercise in having wet shoes all the time. It's the worst sport ever conceived by man. It really sucks. I still have deep internalized trauma about it. Okay. The skeleton looked up at him, his face the same cheeky smile as before.
We need some gas. Our car ran out about a mile down.
Pizzapants explained.
That sounds tough, bud.
The skeleton winked.
What are you gonna do about it?
Pizzapants looked at him confused.
Buy gas? What else would we be doing here?
Asriel walked up behind him, the rain having made him look like a wet, caniche poodle. I haven't heard of that term, but I'm assuming I know what a poodle is. Helped by the fact that he looked incredibly lost.
I don't know, maybe you came to buy an umbrella. Seems to me you both really need one.
Maybe 20 minutes ago, yeah, but it seems a little late now, doesn't it?
Pizzapants argued, getting increasingly fed up with the skeleton's chicanery. Asriel was lost. Sans shrugged.
I suppose you're right, no use sulking about it. Huh? Huh? You get it?
Pizzapants' eye twitches and his face morphed into the strained customer service smile. Customer service person to customer service person communication here. Asriel chuckled at the pun. Sans smiled at him. What else would Sans do?
And that's the spirit, kid. Always good to hear, always good to err on the bright side of things. No use to always be under the weather, eh?
Pizzapants grimaced and glared at the unflinching skeleton.
Can we just get this over with and buy the gas already before one of us loses his mind?
Jeez, you seem pretty gassed about buying this thing.
Pizzapants groaned and felt a fuse burst in his brain, but Asriel laughed. At least someone was getting something out of this travesty.
Well, don't worry. I got what you need. Give me a sec to get a canister from the back,
he said, getting up from his stool and slowly strolling to the back of the store, leaving the two young adults alone in the otherwise empty gas station. That's out of character. The real Sans would say to get a basket from the front and put the gas can in the basket first. Well, Asriel began awkwardly, trying to break the ice. He seems nice.
That's one way to put it.
Pizzapants growled, his teeth clenched angrily. The space between the two,
Omori reference, space between,
was slowly filled up by a steadily darkening silence. I'm sorry for all this, Asriel said. Pizzapants looked at him, wide-eyed.
Azzy, don't apologize. If there was anyone I wouldn't mind getting stuck in a storm with, it would be you.
Asriel laughed at that.
Plus, it seemed like you really needed the support out there.
Asriel looked down sadly. Yeah, he said, a certain heaviness clear in his voice. I suppose I should clear some stuff up. Asriel looked back to face his friend, who was currently giving him his undivided attention. I met Kara when I first moved into my dorm. They were quiet, sarcastic, distant, and clearly alone. Nothing at all like Chris, my sibling, who I love dearly. A little like Chris, actually. Oh, that was the next fucking sentence. I jumped the gun. Maybe that's why I was so drawn to them at first. It took a while, but soon enough, they began to open up to me. They told me about how their family's been part of some sort of local cult, how their parents treated them. He clenched his fists. Badly. They ran away with their savings as soon as they could once they finished high school, and tried to make it into college. They still had to work for a year to be able to afford it, but yeah, it was pretty rough on them. They had no friends at all until I came along, so they attached to me pretty hard. Once we became friends, they made me promise to never leave their side. That's slightly sketchy territory there once you're getting into the never leave my side territory. Pizzapants' eyebrows rose.
Like a marriage vow?
Asriel laughed, a hollow, humorless laugh. In a way, I suppose. Our relationship was always... Asriel rotated his hand in a so-so motion. Complicated. Maybe it's the same vibe as Sunny and Basil or something. Pizzapants felt a strange feeling in his gut.
Were you two, were you two...
The voice is getting harder to do, I'm sorry. I don't know. Asriel cut him off. I don't know. Maybe from the outside, the gestures may have seemed romantic. We hugged, cuddled sometimes when they needed the support. They slept in my bed. But I think that's just the way they express affection. What we have is love. There's no other word for it, but it's just not what others might think love is. It's not romantic. It's not familial. It's not platonic. It's some secret fourth thing. It's our own special thing. Asriel sighed darkly. But that doesn't matter now. I broke our promise. How very delusion of you, Asriel. Maybe. I don't know. I assume that's what reading Deluge is all about. Oh, they mean gay. He means gay, says Outson. Oh, right. That's the secret fourth thing. That's a deep philosophical quandary I've often pondered. Not often, actually, hardly ever. But is it? Can it be gay if you're in a relationship with a like a non-binary person? Does that make sense? It's like you could define it either way. Yes, says chat. Let's hear the debate. The vibes are gay. Gay is a matter of the heart. It's up to the person. Depends. Schrodinger's gay. It's always gay no matter what. That's what they say about Vivek. It's always gay with Vivek. He's a hermaphrodite though. And maybe it's... Anyway. It gets a bit confusing. I just wanted to posit that quandary to chat before continuing. Asriel sighed darkly. But that doesn't matter now. I broke our promise.
What happened?
Pizzapants asked. Pizzapants' voice is slowly turning into Sonic the Hedgehog. That may just be the inevitable fate. Asriel hugged his torso for comfort. Kara, they're far from okay, mentally I mean. That's why they made me make that promise. To make sure I'd be there to help them through their breakdowns. But this morning they had a particularly bad one, and when they asked me to stay with them, even in death, I was scared. It reminded me of December, and I couldn't think at that moment, and before I processed it, I was already driving away. I was scared of looking back. I still am. I'm scared that if I go back there now, it'll be too late. That they'll be... Asriel didn't continue. That is, just about the scariest thing I think you could say, yeah. That's extremely worrying. Yeah, that's bad.
I see.
Like that weird cult that owns the pizzeria?
The two shrieked in shock and terror, and Pizzapants must have jumped at least 3 feet. He's got sick vert. Actually, that's probably not even very good vert. I'm not up on my vert lore. I mean, if we're going with the lore that all the distances are doubled, then that is pretty sick vert. The short skeleton had appeared behind both of them, and suddenly and silently. He had a red canister of gasoline sitting next to them. It was half as big as him. He laxly pointed to it with his thumb.
I got the gas.
It took a moment for the two to recover from their shock and ease their heart rates.
It's not a cult.
Pizzapants defensively responded.
And thanks, I guess, for the gas, not the scare. That was a dick move.
I'm a skeleton. We don't got those.
What?
What?
Asriel shook his head. Sir?
Sir? Come on, kid. I don't got a doctorate or nothing.
Asriel looked at him strangely for a second before composing himself. I didn't get a doctorate for... Oh, I didn't get a doctorate for nothing. He said the exact opposite of what I thought. That's even funnier. Sorry, doctor.
Oh, please, my dad was the doctor. It's too formal for me. Just call me Sans. Sans the skeleton.
Great, we got Dadster lore or something. I just love the random drop that Sans has a PhD. I wouldn't be surprised at all. Yeah, Mel, we all know about the NSFW Sans fan art, how they got around the whole ain't got one of those problem. We've all seen it. Chat's like talking about the 10-dimensional chess play of getting a PhD just so that your title is gender neutral. I guess that could be seen as a perk by someone. Asriel inhaled air between his clenched teeth. Yes, Sans, you see, it's just that this was a lot of gas, and I don't think we'll be able to pay for it.
Especially not in this economy.
Pizzapants added scathingly. Damn right. Sans laughed.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Think of this canister as compensation, as a rain check, if you will, between friends.
He winked.
In short, it's on the house.
Damn. I thought he was just the janitor. He can give away free gas. Asriel was taken aback. Are you sure? Sans shrugged.
Yep.
He winked again.
I'll put it on my tab.
Election trucking joke. Pizzapants grabbed the canister quickly. So what is Sans implying here? That, like, it's a debt that he knows will be repaid in the future because he's a fucking time seer or something? Who knows? He's read the script, maybe? Is it because Asriel's parents paid his dad's salary in Undertale? Who the fuck knows? No, I guess they would have paid his salary too. Sans was a royal guard, so... It's weird to think that Sans was like a government employee. I guess it's technically true. Pizzapants grabbed the canister quickly.
Well, best not to lick a gift horse in the mouth, he said. Thank you, Mr. the Skeleton. We'll be heading out now.
Hold your horses, bud. Hold your gift horses, bud.
That is, Sans said, as Pizza had begun turning toward the door.
It's a pretty long way back, don't you think? Luckily enough, I know a shortcut.
He explained before he walked past the two.
Follow me.
Asriel and Pizzapants looked at each other dubiously, but hesitantly decided to follow the skeleton. The two walked behind him out of the gas station, causing that charming bell to chime them a heartfelt goodbye.
We're here,
Sans announced. The two of them looked at him confused before looking around and realizing that, yes, they were indeed here. And by here, Sans meant right next to Asriel's beat-down car on the side of the curb. Furthermore, they noticed that they were no longer soaked. Their clothes and fur had mysteriously dried, and it was no longer raining. What the fuck, Sans?
How did we get here?
Pizzapants disorientedly asked.
Fast shortcut, huh?
How did you do that? Asriel asked, simultaneously concerned and impressed. Sans shrugged and gave yet another cheeky wink.
A janitor never reveals his secrets.
He stated vaguely.
Anyhow, what matters is that you two got the gas. And you got the car now, so you're free to continue whatever you're doing.
He yawned.
Meanwhile, I got a load of nothing to do back at the... I got a load of nothing I gotta get back to doing, if that's all fine with you.
He began to lazily walk away from the car, and the two of them. The two stared back at him as he suddenly paused and turned back to face them.
Actually, I know my help hasn't been asked for, but let me try to give you both some advice before I send you on your way.
Sans life advice, hell yeah. Also, capital I in Sans dialogue. Hell nah.
I know it's real easy to run away from your problems, but that won't make them go away. Take it from me, kid. It's important to acknowledge when you make a mistake, especially when it hurts people you love. After all, you never know when the last time you'll see them is. And when that time comes, that's it. You don't get any more second chances. Let them know that there's someone out there who really cares about them.
There was a poignant silence.
He's talking about Gaster, chat. The subtext is he's talking about Gaster.
Sans shrugged.
Or don't, I'm just a janitor after all.
The skeleton turned away and began to walk down the road in the opposite direction of the gas station, whistling a simple tune with his hands snugly in his pockets. The two friends watched him intently, still incredibly shell-shocked from everything.
Oh, by the way, your flies are down.
The skeleton suddenly called out from down the road, without turning around. Both the young adults looked down to confirm that, indeed, their flies had been down the entire time. If Sans hypothetically unzipped both of their flies without them noticing, is that a prank or is that sexual assault? Another quandary for chat to ponder. By the time both had amended that mistake and looked back up to the skeleton, the road was empty except for its new puddles and a humid post-storm wind. Both, says chat. Okay, well that was easy. It's one of those prank gone sexual YouTube thumbnails. Ooh, this one's a bop. Liking the Toho vibe. This is 5 hours and 30 minutes of fucking Toho music. What the hell? I'll take it. Well, Asriel began after watching for what felt like an eternity in silence. That was certainly a unique experience. Pizzapants gave a hearty laugh.
You can say that again.
The two laughed together for a few moments before the air between them dissolved back into silence.
So, what now?
Pizzapants asked. Asriel was silent for a few moments, his eyes closed pensively before he spoke again. He's right.
Huh?
That Sans guy, he's right. Asriel looked back to Pizzapants, his golden eyes shining with determination. Da-da-ba-da-ba. It is easy to run away from your problems, but that doesn't solve them. Asriel nodded resolutely, his eyes burning fiercely. I've been running for too long. From a lot of things. It's about time I actually go and fix a problem for a change.
Well, that just happened,
Says Chat. Pizzapants smiled, infected by Asriel's enthusiasm.
So, what are we doing exactly?
He asked, though he felt like he already knew the answer. I'm going to save Kara. Hell yeah. Rescue mission road trip activate. This Asriel is the mirror exact opposite of Roy's. It's true. A very poignant contrast. Oh, you can hear, if you listen carefully in the Toho music, you can hear that one Asian scale that's in every title screen track, as Toby Fox once said. That's how you know it's Toho. Oh, it's gone. If Night of Nights appears, I'll get hyped up. That's the only Toho song that I actually know. And apparently it's not even a real Toho song, it's like a remix of a different Toho song. So, fuck me, I guess. Is that why Lancer's theme is like that? No, Lancer's theme is like a blues thing. I'm talking about a pentatonic scale. Which, blues is kind of pentatonic, but it has the flat fifth in it too. It's a different sound. How much is there? Just curious? We're 2/3 of the way through. Making good progress, at least. We're in the third act now.
Objective: save Kara. Prevent the plot of Undertale.
It's Miyakobushi or something. That means something in Japanese. That could be a statement of like hate speech for all I know. But it probably means pentatonic scale. It was a serene and silent moonlit night as an old car slowly ground to a halt in front of the Ebbett College dormitories, fitting comfortably into the only parking spot left that sat directly in front of Dorm 9, which was conveniently the dorm Asriel was staying at. Asriel's hands were shaking as he turned the key and turned off the car engine. His breath was erratic, and his eyes were unfocused. He grabbed the steering wheel tightly in an attempt to ground himself. He felt himself calm down as he felt Pizzapants' comforting hand on his shoulder. He looked at his friend's face. I don't think I can do this, Asriel muttered. Pizzapants put on his most encouraging smile.
You can do this, he reassured him.
Moral support, Pizzapants. What if I open the door and there... He cut himself off as he felt his eyes moisten. He took a moment to catch his breath and blink the tears away. I'm scared.
It'll be fine,
Pizzapants said, attempting to conceal his own nervousness. He needed to be strong so that Asriel could be strong too.
Worst case scenario, delaying it won't help anyone. It would only make it worse.
Asriel took a deep breath and closed his eyes. You're right, I can't keep running away. I'm going. He steadfastly announced, unbuckling a seatbelt and turning to push the car door open. We got the hype-up Toho, like, beats in the background here. It's like the motivational montage music. It's not quite appropriate, but I don't know. Miyakobushi is 1 flat 2 4 5 flat 6. Oh, that's weird. Hang on. Let me play the Miyakobushi quick. Just for a second here. I'm curious what it sounds like. What is it? 1 flat 2 4 5 6. That does sound pretty Japanese, you're not wrong. Sorry for derailing the dramatic moment.
It is the first time in about 20 streams that I've touched the piano, true. That sounded like the Amogus sound. Alright, no more, you've been cut off of Miyako Bushi from now on. No more Miyako Bushi for you, chat. All you have to do to goad me into playing the piano is suggest a song that I can play, then I go, I can play that. It's not that hard. Okay, back to the Toho. Hang on. Wait, that's not Toho. There we go. Shay collab? I've seen Shay play. He's intimidating. He's very good. This music is so fucking inappropriate. Oh well.
Wait.
Pizzapants called out, reaching and grabbing his friend's hand as he was standing up. Asriel looked down at him, his amber eyes shining down on his expectantly. Pizzapants lost his words for a moment, leaving him a mere sputtering mess for a few seconds. Despite this, Asriel gave him a patient, albeit weak smile, giving him the determination to continue. Whatever happens in there, just know I'll have your back, no matter what. Or is that Pizzapants, probably?
Whatever happens in there, just know, I'm Pickle Rick Morty.
Sorry.
Whatever happens in there, just know I've got your back, no matter what,
he said.
Okay?
Asriel's eyes widened and his smile grew stronger, yet his eyes were soon filled with tears. In a split second, Asriel had engulfed his friend in a big, soulful hug. Pizzapants was taken aback, his arms freezing midair in shock. After a moment, though, he hugged his friend back. He would never admit it to anyone, but of all people in that love-filled hug, he may have been the one who cried the most. Profound. After a too short moment, the two parted. Asriel gave a real yet somber smile, and whispered, "Thank you." Pizzapants smiled back, wiping his tear and stained face with his arm. He gave Asriel a thumbs up.
Good luck, buddy.
I realized that this quite rapidly stopped being gay and started being like other things. That's okay. It doesn't need to be gay all the time. It just now hit me, by the way, that this is like unironic, some like Asriel x Kira shit, but in context it's not weird. It just sort of sunk in how like it's literally Asriel x Kira, but whatever. And so Asriel stepped out of the car and walked toward the imposing brick building, fumbling with his keys for a moment before pushing the door open and disappearing behind it. Pizzapants felt his heart race, fueled by a cocktail of emotions: fear, happiness, sadness, melancholy, stress, the woiks. He submerged his face in his hands as he tried to make sense of it all. Today had been a day he would never forget, he was sure. He had hardly had a second to process anything that had happened today, and now that he was alone, it all came crashing down at once. Oh, he's not actually going to go up with Asriel to check? It's an interesting call. His mind didn't know what to process first. For some reason, the thing... Maybe Asriel just knows that if he shows up with like a random Pizzapants in tow, it'll ruin the moment with Kira. It's not gonna go well if there's just like a pizza-smelling cat loitering in the background. Maybe that's a good call. For some reason, the thing that was typhooning his mind decided to pick out first, or that his typhooning mind decided to pick out first, was how he was so getting fired for this later. No question about it. Not only did he leave his job unannounced, but he also burned the sacred icy costume into a pile of dust. Oh, his boss was definitely going to kill him if he saw him again. Kira adopts Pizzapants. Fuck off, chat. Asriel got the bi disease from his dad, says Roy. Are we not at a point where we just assume that every fucking Undertale character is bisexual until stated otherwise? Like, I feel like that's just how it works. I've had that assumption operating constantly since, like, Undertale. It's the same way it worked in Homestuck. As soon as that realization hit him, a second, arguably more earth-shattering revelation revealed itself. He was in love with his best friend. God. Damn it. The gaze back. It's okay. Pizzapants almost automatically pulled out a cigarette to tame his tumultuous mind. Before lighting it, however, we have a lot of synonyms. I wish I had a synonym counter, like adjectives for Burger Pants' mind synonym counter. There's been a lot. Before lighting it, however, he quickly realized that Asriel wouldn't want him to smoke in the car. He pushed the door open and stepped outside onto the road. How considerate. So it's interesting we're sticking with Pizzapants' POV here. We don't actually get to see the Kira event. He lit up a cigarette in the tranquil night and took a deep drag. He cradled it in his lungs for a minute before releasing the noxious smoke. The CD with the ska could still be heard chugging along from within the car. But after everything that happened today, Pizzapants found out he didn't really mind the songs all that much anymore. He's become ska-pilled. This music's cool. I like this music. What does it remind me of? It's like something you'd hear like a new age Tetris soundtrack would have music like this. It's like a new age spa music, but good. That genre. Whatever you call that. Pizzapants stood out there in the night sky in the company of crickets for about 40 minutes before Asriel returned from the depths of the dormitory. By then, he had already gone through a good 4 cigarettes and had been circling around the same anxieties in his mind for some time. Question, Roserade. When you wrote this, did you immediately have to Google how long does it take to smoke a cigarette and then divide 40 by that number? Because that's what I would have done if I wrote that. I just want to confirm that real quick. Surprisingly not. You just sort of made a guess. Okay. You did look up how long a mile was. Despite this, or maybe because of it, Pizzapants had his eyes firmly planted on the door to the dormitory's entrance the entire time. So he noticed immediately as the silhouette of his friend emerged in the darkness, accompanied by a second figure. We got Kara!
Whoa, everybody! That's what I'm talking about! Yep!
Oh, they got like the bebop sax. Hell yeah. That moment when the bebop sax comes in over the ambient spa music and Kara was there. That's what I live for. Pizzapants dropped the cig he was currently smoking in the middle of the road and stomped it out before composing himself and walking toward the sidewalk to greet the two, hoping to make a good first impression. Asriel was smiling, not a forced smile at all, a real, genuine smile. The fur on his face was still ruffled, with dry tails of tears still visible. Next to him stood a considerably shorter human with straight hair the color of cinnamon. Even in the dark of the night sky, the dark of the night, lit up only by artificial light, the bright red irises that swam in their large, wide, puffy eyes were striking, and the thing that immediately tethered Pizzapants' eyes. We have, once again, like the glowing red eyes being acknowledged diegetically. They stared at him even more intensely than he stared at them. Their expression was a wide, clearly forced, awkward smile. It was uncanny how much they looked like Chris. But maybe that was just that they were human, too. He quickly checks himself for cultural insensitivity. That's good. Hey, Asriel said, a certain brightness in his voice that had been missing the entire day. He held out his arm as if presenting a marvelous new scientific discovery. This is Kara. Kara voice? Fuck. I don't know what to do. It's always just been the batter voice, but I feel like that wouldn't work for this iteration of Kara. A southern accent.
McDonald. Who the fuck is McDonald's? Roserade wants to pick. Fine. What's the voice? Batter, but they slay. I don't. If anyone can do that voice, and like send me a recording, I don't know. I'll be impressed. I'm not sure I want to offer an explicit reward. I would be impressed though. Katra from She-Ra. I don't know who that is. Do the German rat. I could look it up, I guess. Hang on. Open a fourth YouTube tab. It's an androgynous cat woman of some sort. Okay, how do I get a recording of the voice, though? Katra makes the rules.
Hey, you know, Katra, I'm not questioning your leadership here, but
Is this show just full of furries and shit? I didn't know this was what She-Ra was.
maybe we shouldn't pick on the heavily armed crowd.
Oh, yeah? And what are they going to do?
How am I supposed to do? That's just like a generic, effeminate cartoon character voice. I can't do like subtle voices that take skill to pull off. All I can do is oblique caricatures. Oh yeah? Well,
Send me to die in the...
send me to die? I guess I could attempt that at least. It's, as far as Mel knows, it's full of lesbians instead. There was definitely a furry in that clip though. Catch was the only furry. There was literally another furry in the background of the one clip that I've ever seen of the show. It's for furry lesbians. That's a demographic, yeah. Do an Outsin voice? What do you mean? Like just impersonate Outsin? I don't even know what I would be going for. I'll just try the fucking slightly hoarse Katra voice or whatever. I have no idea. It'll work. Greetings, said Kara, their voice hoarse and tired, yet remarkably sophisticated and polite considering the situation. It's a pleasure to meet you. Perhaps even a little too polite. They held out a shaky hand, their arms were covered by a puffy green sweater. It was somehow hard to imagine this was the person Asriel was talking about, yet it made complete sense as well. A Molly Star's voice? People in the comments of that video were saying that Molly spoke like I does, so... Like I do, rather. Like...
But Molly's speaking like I does, if you know what I mean.
Which, it's not that similar, but... Toho music must come back, you're right. It was somehow hard to imagine, etc. Pizzapants took their calloused and dry hands. They felt remarkably fragile in his own, like the hands of a porcelain doll.
Trousers McCorduroy, he said. But you can just call me McCorduroy. It's a pleasure to meet you, too.
He looked back up to Asriel, a melancholic smile still plastered on his face.
I take it everything went well?
Asriel scratched around his horns bashfully. Well, it's kind of complicated, but... He tenderly held Kira's comparatively small hands in his, and met their crimson eyes. Things are better. Things will be better. I'll try my best to ensure that. He assured, less aimed at Pizzapants and more aimed at Kira. Yes, Asriel has his corny apologies made and his heartfelt promises, Kira explained with a playful tone, making Asriel blush. But yes, we've reached common ground and set our boundaries straight. But now I have no doubt we'll be able to handle these situations more maturely and properly.
That's good.
I deeply apologize for this inconvenience, Kara said, giving a subtle apologetic bow. Whatever voice I was trying to do originally is quickly veered into something else, but it's fine. Pizzapants waved his hands out in front of him as if trying to dispel a haze. Referring, of course, to the protagonist of Anonymous Agony, that one adventure game that Mandalore talked about.
Don't apologize. It's not like I was doing anything particularly important, he said, ignoring the dread in the back of his mind that asked him how in the world he was going to get a job now. Besides, I can't think of a better use of time than helping an old friend in need.
Kara chuckled. Yes, an old friend, they said with that same smile, though it somehow seemed to emanate a smug aura. Pizzapants' eye twitched, and he would briefly wonder if those large red orbs that Kara's eyes have the uncanny power to dig deep into his labyrinthine mind and discover its secrets that remain buried to him, even to him so easily. This sentence is all to say Pizzapants wondered if Kara had gaydar. Welp, Asriel suddenly said, maybe a little too loudly. It's getting ridiculously late, and I need to get McCorduroy back to hometown. I have to imagine that he's exhausted by this point, and there's no room for him in the dorm, so I'll be driving him back.
It's okay, Azzy. We can all share a bed, right?
I have to imagine that he's exhausted, etc. So I'll be driving him back. It should be about 2 hours round trip. He returned to Kira and crouched to be at eye level with them. You'll be okay, right? Or would you rather come with us? Do not bring Kira within like a kilometer of Chris. If they touch, they'll like axiomatically annihilate or something. The time stream will explode. Oh, Kara was just using check on Pizzapants? It's like the same thing from the Royal Guard check came up about the two lovers gazing over the cauldron of hell. Fucking groovy music. It's getting a bit too loud though, unfortunately. Do not worry, they whispered back. I am pretty tired myself, so I'll be going back to bed now. Even in the worst case scenario, you've locked the knife in the drawer, so I'll survive. They got in closer to his ear and whispered in his ear even more quietly, making sure that Pizzapants wouldn't hear. Besides, I wanted to give you two some alone time so you can figure out your feelings. Asriel blushed and stole a glance at Pizzapants through the corner of his eyes. They giggled and gave Asriel a partial hug, which he gladly reciprocated. He hugged them tightly, yet tenderly, like a mother afraid of losing her beloved child. It's a reference to something, but I can't say what. Kira placed their face in the crick of Asriel's neck. It fit like a carefully fitted glove, his fur obscuring their face and absorbing their melancholy. After a long moment, the two separated, but not before Kira whispered something into Anzi's big fuzzy ears. Good luck, Casanova. Are you sure this is Azzypants? This seems a lot like Casriel. Just saying, or, you know, we've established that. I feel like the polycule's on the table based on how Asriel's described their relationship anyway, so whatever. Let's not be fussy about it. Kira has to speak really slowly though. You're backseating my Kira voice now?
Fuck Asriel, I'm a homies who's Azzypants.
Just go with the flow, says Remnant. Okay.
Okay.
Can I get the Donkey Kong?
Okay. 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 Okay.
I'm not quite getting it.
Okay.
I'll stop. Asriel and Pizzapants waved goodbye to Kara as they headed back inside the modestly designed brick building, leaving Asriel and Pizzapants alone into the night sky. They were in silence for a moment as Pizzapants looked up at the black blanket above. He noticed that here in the city they could hardly see any stars spread across that black void of space, whereas in rural hometown they could only see them, one could see them line the sky like beautiful gems across a cavernous ceiling. Or precious diamonds decorating a radiant princess's wedding dress. I'm not sure what that's a reference to, but you know. And the jewel box heavens rotated onward into the relentless futures, or something, some such.
Ooh, banana,
says chat. What happened to this channel? Nothing, it's always been like this. I don't know what you're referring to.
It's a reference to the death of Queen Elizabeth. Oh, yeah, that checks out. There are a lot of things I miss about hometown, Asriel suddenly began, having joined Pizzapants and skywatching, his voice soft and reminiscent. One of them is the ways the sky was filled with lights. Here in the city, the light pollution blocks out most of the stars, and it's a shame. When I was younger, me and Chris and Noel and Des would lay down in the grass at the lake and watch the stars at night. Something like that. We would try to map out the constellations and all that. It was wonderful. Pizzapants smiled.
I used to do that too with my dad when I was really young. I haven't really done that though since.
Asriel gave a charming laugh. Really? Maybe you should do it together sometime, he suggested. Pizzapants turned his face to his friend. It was hard entirely to see his face, but it was clear that he was giving a heartwarming and inviting smile. Oh, maybe we should do that together sometime. I was gonna say, like, was this the fic where Pizzapants' dad was established to have died, or I couldn't remember. Where are the Deltarune vids, man? Got one right coming right up. Coming right up, buddy. Just wait a week or so.
Really?
Asriel's face flushed and he flailed his arms around. Flailed his arms? Just did the Chad stride real quick. I mean, if you want to, that is. He was flustered. After a moment, he calmed down and clarified. I just thought it's really something special and beautiful, and I thought maybe after everything we've been through, you're someone special enough to share that experience with. You're the only one who understands me, Pizzapants. Pizzapants felt a great force strike his heart, one he had never felt quite so strongly. It pushed out the air from his lungs suddenly. He felt heat surge through his body and his mind haze, replacing all thoughts with Asriel, Asriel, Asriel. His vision tunneled until he could see nothing but Asriel. It felt as if he could never see anything so properly in his life. He saw every detail of his friend he had never noticed before. His goofy smile, his greasy hair, his charming laugh, his gleaming, captivating eyes, his soft, gentle yaoi hands. Before he realized it, he had taken Asriel's hands in his. Least gay Deltarune fanfic, says chat. True. This is necessary to understand chapter 12. That's absolutely true. Yeah, this was nothing to do with romance. He was just having a stroke. You're kind of stealth describing my experience after finishing Undertale. This part. It got weird for a bit. Uh-huh. Asriel spluttered embarrassedly, clearly caught off guard. His white fur could no longer hide his red blush. Monsters have blood, once again. Pizzapants felt something sour catch in his throat. He had no idea, he had no clue what to say now, and Asriel was looking at him expectantly. When he opened his mouth, finally to speak, this is what he said.
Well, yeah, we should get going now. It's pretty late, huh? One time I went to Chili's.
Pizzapants internally kicked, punched, and generally pummeled himself internally for this astronomical blunder. What he wanted to say is, let's fuck. Oh, Asriel exclaimed in response, a twinge of disappointment coating his voice. You're right, let's get going, he said, letting go of his friend's hands and entering the driver's seat of the car. Pizzapants quickly rushed to the passenger seat, his spirits lower than they ever had been in many years. He braced himself for an incredibly awkward ride back. From a window in the dormitories, Kara watched, entertained, taking a sporadic sip of their chalky milk as they watched the car drive away. They shook their head. That's the true Kara grind set. Suicidally depressed and chalky milk. Those are the two ingredients. What a couple of losers, they said. Where were they watching the stars from? I didn't interpret that as being visible from the window. Remember, your fix should always be a little too gay. It'll be diluted by the straightness of the pasta to which you're adding it. Very true. Love the chalky milk. They were just outside, okay. Wait, is this whose mom? Pizzapants heard his mom. What does Pizzapants' mom sound like?
Hey, sweetie, can you be a dear and go buy some milk?
Mommy, can I do the Marge?
Hey, sweetie, can you be a dear and go buy some milk?
Fuck, that's not even close to Marge. That's something else. That's all I got. Mike Stacklasa? If Pizzapants has a dad, it'll be Mike Stacklasa. The old fish from SpongeBob?
Sweetie.
Oh, what was that?
Hey, sweetie.
I can't do it. I'm not gonna try anymore, it's fine. Could he be a dear and go out and buy some milk? Pizzapants heard his mom call out from her study between her many meetings.
Yeah, Ma, I'll get right on that.
He yelled back as reply before putting on his sneakers and jacket, before heading out the door to their flat. The first thing he noticed when he left the apartment was the particular cool wind that seemed to be coming, that sent a concerning chill up his spine. The weather in hometown had been incredibly dynamic these past few days, with the heat wave followed by a storm and now this northern wind. It was nuts. That sounds completely normal for where I live. I don't know what to tell you. Before long, Pizzapants had arrived at the grocery store and pushed open the door. Actually, that's a lie. There's no thunderstorms here usually. He saw a familiar skeleton sitting behind the counter with his legs crossed on top of the counter, next to a conspicuous bell. He was reading a car magazine. To this day, no one knows where the car magazine sans lore comes from. The magazine was upside down. The skeleton made no sign of having noticed the new customer, simply continuing to read the magazine. Sorry. Pizzapants simply walked over to the dairy aisle as fast as he could, barely managing to avoid bumping into the yellow cat monster that was lugging a large jug of coconut milk around. Can you buy coconut milk in jugs? I haven't seen that. Pizzapants was grateful the skeleton didn't seem particularly interested in him, as, after what happened a couple days ago, he wasn't sure what to make of the skeleton's oddities. Sure, he had helped them, even given them gas for free, but Pizzapants couldn't help but feel uncomfortable about him and his strange supernatural powers. He had enough of that when he was working at... who the fuck is that? The Warriors, I guess? The Warrior? I'm gonna go with the Warrior.
Moses McCordery!
A familiar voice roared suddenly, causing Pizzapants to nearly jump out of his skin in fear. Oh no.
You have made a mistake by desecrating a mythical artifact in the almighty Icy. You cannot escape your punishment.
It was his boss. Oh, not even the Warrior, that's the boss, okay. A monster wearing a cold blue suit and tie. His face cloaked behind a veil with the Icy's smiling face printed on it. Desperately, Pizzapants attempted to dive into the freezer with all the milk, only to very abruptly discover the fridge could not contain a gamely adult monster like him. Needless to say, there was plenty of reasons to cry over spilled milk that day. Soaked in the creamy white liquid, you just wanted to get this phrase into the fic, didn't you? Pizzapants looked up at the livid outline of his boss, staring down at him. He automatically put up an unsettling customer service smile to make a feeble attempt to mitigate the inevitable damage. The eyes of the Icy face staring down at him seemed to glow red with rage.
Icy is not pleased with you.
His boss gravely stated,
I may be a merciful soul, but I am not one who will judge your actions and decide on the punishment, and Icy is not so merciful.
The eyes on the mask grew brighter yet more intense. Icy's smile grew yet sadistically wider. Pizzapants pressed his eyes shut tightly, bracing for his imminent destruction.
It's milking time,
says Outsin. Oh, it sure is. But the Icy's eyes became, but the icy eye beams of death and doom didn't come, and he was still alive. Hesitantly, he opened his eyes and saw the back of the cashier skeleton standing between him and his old boss. Oh my god. This is some fucking Sans fan service like I haven't seen in a long time, and I'm here for it. He saw the skeleton cashier standing between him and his old boss. Oh, I think I recognize this chord progression here. This may have been one of the ones that Mel has sent and I've listened to.
Hey, I think I need to chill.
The skeleton muttered out, his voice as plain as ever. Even what would usually come off as an awkward laugh came off as remarkably nonchalant. The boss scoffed.
There's no getting between me and my business bag. This is between me and my employee.
Sans looked back to Pizzapants, knelt down in a puddle of milk. Pizzapants stared back at him, his eyes silently pleading for aid. But this is from the improvising Toho music with annoying commentary? This doesn't sound like, Apple Disaster to me. Here's my excuse to play the piano on stream, actually. Hang on. I'll do a shitty rendition of Apple Disaster real quick. That's all I remember. It's pretty good, though. It's the personification of an apple. Back to business. I was tempted to go into like a random Night of Nights improv, but I could have gotten out of control. What did Zun say when they were playing Riichi Mahjong? I don't know. Outson, I don't know the answer to that question. Unrelated, but Toho 17 feels a lot like Undertale. It has Undertale vibes to it, and that Zun made it after having played Undertale makes you think it's not chance. That's fascinating. I didn't know that there were 17 Tohos, for starters. That's a lot. I'm also curious how it would feel like Undertale. Oh, yeah, that's the channel that Outson... Outson's like a Mahjong head, and he found a channel where there's a guy who starts every video about Mahjong with, like a Mahjong-themed cover of a popular song, and it's like weirdly high effort. That's my understanding. There was like this one fucking computer science lecture I went to. The prof played... It was an introduction to red-black trees, which were their type of binary search tree data structure. And I swear to God, he dug up from the depths of hell a parody cover of Paint It Black, which was about, I see a red node and I wanna paint it black. It was so fucking embarrassing. And he played the whole song for like 150 people in the lecture hall. Everyone wants Outson to link the Mahjong channel. You know what, Outson? You can. I'll make you a mod so you can link the channel. Outson can be a mod. The boss scoffed. Yeah, okay. Pleading for aid. Sans turned back to the furious monster that stood in front of him.
You see, it seems like you've made a mistake,
He explained.
A mistake?
The boss replied indignantly.
"Yeah, I insinuate that I, the almighty icy, most humble servant, could simply have made an error."
I've just realized what voice I'm channeling for the icy guy. That's how the fucking meme speaks from the Ring of the Nibelungen adventure game from like the late 90s that Mandalore covered. Does anyone know the Ring of the Nibelungen adventure game? It's a real thing. It's a fucking fever dream. There's a character who just speaks like that all the time. Doesn't ring a bell? It's by Mandalore. People know Mandalore, right? He does like game reviews and stuff. Oh well, you can find it if you want.
Yep.
Sans responded, unfazed.
"You see this fellow right here?
He began motioning toward Pizzapants.
He's actually my employee. His name's,
He looked at Pizzapants, who received the cue.
Milk Pants.
He blurted thoughtlessly.
I'm a Milk Pants.
Sans turned back to the man, his static smile somewhat smug now.
Yeah, that's him. So, you see, you got the wrong guy, sorry to say."
The man stared at the skeleton in silence, his emotions inscrutable as the veil obscured their possible reactions. The skeleton stared at him, his eyelights intensely still. So Sans has thrown a sock to Dobby, so to speak. The man huffed.
"I understand, Mr. Skeleton.
He relented.
I am sorry for this misunderstanding. I hope that your employee has a good day. May I see you look down upon both of you kindly?"
He said as he turned away and marched out of the store, clearly unhappy. Am I talking about that one based on the musical opera? It's not an opera, it's a Gesamtkunstwerk. The Wagner Society will have you know. It's a musical drama. Milk Pants finally let out a heavy sigh of relief, emptying his lungs of what felt like tons of air. He saw the skeleton in front of him extend a gloved hand. Sans wears gloves? He grabbed it and got it from the milk lake around his buttocks. After a moment of shaking off the milk from his pants, Milk Pants finally spoke again.
Thanks again.
"I don't mention it. I'd say you're a cool guy, but something tells me you're in no mood to hear those sort of puns right now."
Yeah, I know.
Sans put a hand up to his bony cheek.
"It's a shame, though.
He stated vaguely.
Now you don't got a job, right?"
It's not an opera, it's a Gasflabrabber. literally correct, yeah. Fucking Wagner and his Gasflabrabbers. If something had a term, he would just invent another harder to pronounce term for the same thing and say that that was what he did because it was different than the other things. Milk Pants frowned.
No, I got nothing now, and it's not like there's any place that'll hire me, especially after I fumbled my QC's interview. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do.
He moped, desperation oozing from his voice.
"Lighten up, bucko. It's not that bad,"
Sans assured him.
"If you need a job, I'd be more than glad to provide it."
Milk Pants looked down at the skeleton in shock.
Really?
Sans shrugged.
Yeah, the janitor was kind of lazy, do nothing, so I'm thinking about replacing him. It's not a glamorous job, but it's enough to pay rent at least."
Hell yeah. Milk Pants' face was enraptured by genuine, glowing, excited smile.
You'll pay me more than minimum wage?
Sans scratched the back of his head.
"Yeah, no skin off my back,"
he said with a wink. Milk Pants could feel his eyes begin to water. He tipped his head toward the short skeleton.
Thank you
very much, he emotionally declared before wiping some tears from his eyes.
"Come on, kid, no use crying over spilled milk."
You already made that joke, Rosa Raid. I'm gonna have to deduct points for that.
"I'll give you a bucket and a mop and you can start your job right now."
Pizzapants sniffed, overcome with relief and gratitude.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
"No, sir. No need for such formalities. I'm just the assistant janitor after all."
Wait, so Sans hired Pizzapants to be his own boss. Wonderful. To be fair, that's exactly what happened at the in the plot of the game Control as well. You get hired as the assistant janitor and immediately become the director of the facilities, the director of the SCP Foundation. Shoutouts to Ati, by the way. Milk Pants nervously walked up to the lake, the moonlight serenely reflecting off of its surface as if it were a mirror. This was where he and Asriel had decided to meet tonight. He could feel his heart beat out of control.
Oh, my heart's beating right out of my chest.
Was Asriel gonna ghost him? No, he'd never do that. Well, at least not anymore. Before Milk Pants could get too lost in his own worries, a familiar voice called out from behind him. "Sorry I'm late. Mum held me up a little bit to talk." He chuckled. Milk Pants smiled at that charming chuckle. The name is just forever Milk Pants. Excellent.
I understand.
He assured him.
How's that been going, by the way? Being back with your family, that is.
Better than expected, Asriel announced with an awkward laugh. I explained everything and introduced them to Kara, and they seemed very supportive. Chris doesn't really like Kara. No, I told you don't let them make contact. But that was to be expected. They'll warm up to each other soon enough, though. I just know it. They're very similar. They'll probably have a lot to bond over. Like glowering. And being sullen.
That's great.
Milk Pants replied, ignoring the impatient part of him that just wanted to get to the point of this meeting. I heard you got a new job. How's that been going? Asked Asriel. Milk Pants laughed.
Well, it's better than Icy's for sure. One thing, I'm actually getting paid more than minimum wage this time.
Really? That's wonderful, Asriel excitedly cheered. Kara and Chris talking about knives for an hour. I'm not sure knives have the same connotation for this Kara as they do for Chris, considering Asriel had to lock it in the drawer.
Yeah, no clue how that bag of bones gets that money. In fact, I'm still completely perplexed by everything about him, but you know how it is. Like I said, it's best not to look a gift horse in the mouth.
Asriel nodded, still dumbly smiling.
With the paychecks he keeps giving me, I might actually be able to afford to go to college next year.
Really? Asriel shrieked, bursting with joy at infectious excitement. That's incredible! You can come to Ebbot College too! We can hang out in the city together! Kara and Chris build up speed for 12 hours? Why does that kind of make sense somehow? It makes no sense, but somehow there's something to that. Yeah, Kara and Chris are gonna start like causing a nuclear reaction if you bring them too close to each other. They'll reach a critical mass. Kara and Chris are different because one of them likes Hershey's and the other likes Cadbury. Which is which, I wonder? Right, where was I? When Pizzapants looked back to Asriel, his friend had pulled out a picnic basket from his pocket. I guess that is how it works. Yeah, that checks out. And spread it on the grassy patch next to the lake. Milk Pants simply watched on in confusion. As soon as Asriel laid out the golden flower-patterned blanket and laid down on it, patting the ground next to him, beckoning Milk Pants to join him. That's an extremely weird vibe. Sitting on fake golden flowers with Asriel. I made this mat to resemble a simulacra of my friend's grave in Undertale. Still a little lost, Milk Pants complied. The two friends laid down together, staring up at the star-filled night sky. They could see countless constellations cover the dark drapery above them, shining and blinking as if alive. A beautiful light show for the patient, the quiet,
And the romantic.
What do you mean I skipped half the fic? Are you talking to someone in chat? I skipped part of the fic. What? What did I skip? Oh, this part. Weird. Oh, it was one paragraph. Okay. The thought spread a genuine smile and not so subtle blush on Milk Pants' face.
Yeah, we could.
He looked up at the star-studded sky.
Maybe one day I'll be a star on Broadway, like I always dreamed.
Okay. Fic unskipped. I really miss this, Asriel muttered nostalgically. Milk Pants simply smiled as he remembered of the times he used to do this with his late father, charting Ursa Major and Minor along that dark canvas. I want to tell you something, Asriel suddenly said. Milk Pants turned to look at his face, still staring up at the skies. If Milk Pants didn't have a job, would he just be called Pants? I guess so. Maybe like welfare pants, if he's lucky. In 2030, he will be Universal Basic Income Pants. I want to tell you something, Asriel suddenly said. Milk Pants turned to look at his face, still staring up at the skies.
What is it?
When I was younger, me and Des used to sneak here very often because it was so calm and pretty. He began to recount. Milk Pants felt an awkward chill through the back of his hands. And, well, this is where I... He took a breath. Confessed to her. Milk Pants froze up. Asriel quickly turned to his friend to clarify. I mean, she rejected me, of course, but still, he said with an awkward laugh before turning skyward. This place, these stars, they were always pretty special to me because of that. I don't know what she'd think of this, but she was always saying she'd help me find someone else. And in a way, I guess she did that. Asriel was quiet for a moment. Milk Pants could feel his heart race faster than it had done in a while. That's why I took you here. That's why I took you here for this, because I have something important to tell you. Milk Pants felt like he was about to explode. McCorduroy, he was this close.
I love you, okay?
Milk Pants suddenly exploded, unable to contain the tension anymore. Yeah, the gayometer's rising, it's skyrocketing, gayometer's going off the charts. His face was as red as a lobster, and he put his hands up to cover his mouth, realizing what he had just done. Asriel was, understandably, taken aback, but after the initial shock wore off, he simply laughed. Milk Pants joined him.
Finally getting their gachi on.
The gayer counter? Yeah, that's what I wanted to say, he responded between giggles. Once the two had calmed down a little more, Asriel grabbed Milk Pants' comparatively small hands in his. We are talking about the yaoi hands indirectly, I guess. They were very warm.
You love me?
Milk Pants asked quietly. Asriel pulled his friend into a warm hug. Of course I do. You're wonderful. Milk Pants could feel his tears begin to coat his face and Asriel's jacket. It would have been funny if he was about to say something else. That would have been a direction. Would have been kind of a trope, though. Played it straight this once, you know? The fic would have gone on for another 9,000 words if it hadn't, if there'd been a misunderstanding arc after this point, so. Played it gay, you mean? Yes, by which I mean the exact opposite of what I said. After a few more tender moments, the two slowly parted. They looked deep into each other's eyes, and Milk Pants felt the uncomfortable urge to kiss Asriel. He closed his eyes and decided just to do it, no time for second thoughts or later regrets. He swallowed his anxieties and went for it, and completely missed, landing a kiss on Asriel's nose instead of his mouth. He quickly shot back like a bullet train, face red as beetroot in embarrassment. Asriel was laughing warmly. It must be kind of awkward, you know, they're just getting the two weird furry muzzles to make contact correctly. It's probably not easy. Asriel was laughing warmly. Next time let me try, alright? Asriel asked, and so he did, and they did it many more times that night, under the lone watchful eyes of the stars.
These gays are pissing me off. I'm the original Starwalker.
Damn right, Starwalker. So good, says chat. So good. Yep. That was a good old fic. There was events, there was plot, there were characters, there was dialogue sometimes. Sans was cool, Kara was cool. It got weirdly dark with it going off the rails into being like uncomfortable. I enjoyed that one a lot. That was good. It was good. The original Star Walker was in sight the whole time, but just was never described with the narration, right? It was hovering in front of the camera.
Finally, some good fucking food,
says Chan. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, piss, says Blackwater for some reason. Okay. Everyone seemed to like that one. I'm surprisingly not that exhausted yet. I'm still feeling okay. I'm gonna take a short break to finish eating a muffin and just rest for a moment, but I'll be back in just a minute or two. As fast as I can? Okay, fine. What are the chords to this? It's probably just the Megalovania thing. Of that foolishness. Sakia when she has 50 cups of coffee. Is that not like how fast that actually goes though? I'm pretty sure that's just how fast it goes. Toho music is actually pretty easy to or at least some of it is. I'm not saying I've played much, but based on Toby's improvisation and Night of Nights, it seems to mostly use the same like 3 chords, which is basically the same chords as Megalovania, where it just goes like starts on the 1, then walks down to the 6, then back up to the 1 over and over again. which is very, very easy to do, without thinking about it. Not to knock Toby's improv though, like I couldn't do Toho improv like he does. He's on a different level, you know, with the Toho. Okay, let me put the noise suppression back on. I think it was off the whole fucking time. Okay, let's get back. I'll pour some more tea. By dreamer naming conventions, their child would be the real Azzypants. I know, like Asriel is just a ship name from his parents. So that is actually what would happen, I guess. You read Fanfiction and clicked. What are we doing this week? Viewer submitted Asriel X Pizzapants Yowie shit. It's great. I didn't even strictly ask for these to be made. People just made them, so here we go. Just finished this big long ass one here. And we got... I guess I should cross these off now that they're done. That was not what I meant to do. There we go. We have these left. So one big one, two short ones. I guess the only question is which short one to read first. Do both shorts first? Okay, that's the author of the big one asking for both shorts first, so that's fine. Let's do that. Weeds of Pizzadom by V.T. Holmes. Let's go. Summary. Oh. Oh, fuck. He did not intend for that to happen. Asriel and Pizzapants go on a date. It's a great success. Okay, that's ominous. What are the tags? Gotta look at the tags if it's on AO3. Asriel Dreamer. Pizzapants. Toriel. Oh, that's characters. Crack, treated seriously. Recreational drug use. Underage smoking. They're smoking weed. Vaguely, Tears of the Kingdom crossover, but it doesn't really come up. What does that mean? First kiss, first dates. That's surprisingly benign. I think those are like the least imposing AO3 tags I've ever seen. Outside of like, you know, the tags from boring people like Courier New, who just tag what's in the fic and don't make jokes and shit. Why is crack cocaine one of the tags? Is it? I don't see it. AO3 tags are spooky sometimes. They autofill, like as soon as you type in a letter, they give you a big list of suggestions, and like some of that shit is it's not pleasant. It just immediately vomits a wall of these terms at you, and it's like a flashbang grenade. Oh, is Raru in the fic? Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, okay. Suddenly it makes sense. Bug fix. I got some of my invented lore wrong. It has been corrected. Okay, cool. I feel like the Toho music's a little bit louder than the normal music. I'm gonna see if I can take it down a tiny bit. I'm running out of pixels on the little gauge though. Okay, there we go. That's 1 pixel less. Hometown 20, it's not X-teen. 20-X, I'll call it. A lanky goat monster entered the classroom, so we've moved away from Bara Asriel back to like Bishi Asriel, that's okay. The chains and sequins of his punk attire letting up a clanking sound as he did so. Oh, like punk Asriel, okay. That's cool. British punk, as maybe he's a skinhead. Sorry I'm late, Mrs. Boom. Not a problem, Asriel. We've just started. Please take a seat. That's Mrs. Boom. Asriel said the punk kid... Oh. Asriel, the said punk kid. I think it just meant the said punk kid. Looks his regular seat in the middle of the class, or took his regular seat in the middle of the class, saying hi to Caddy and Braddy to his left as he did so. The seat behind him was still empty. Where was Kevin? Let me guess. Pizzapants, yes, Pizzapants is named Kevin, of course. He wasn't usually late, weirdly enough, even though he usually dozed off or spaced out for the entirety of the day once he took the seat. What the fuck does that mean? Bara to twink punk line. It's not even like a sentence. That's a Japanese made-up word and two other made-up words. And then the word two. Oh, the inspiration for the Zonai were Peruvian llamas and not goats. Well, they're close enough to goats. I don't know. I'm not gonna nickel and dime over the goat lore. Speaking of the Dreamers, I don't think goats usually have like canine fangs either, so they're not really ecologically accurate either. The answer stumbled through the door just when Gerson was about to stop. Wait, was it Mr. Boom or Mrs.? Oh, Mr. Boom. I'm so used to seeing a Miss Boom referenced in Deltarune. So that was Gerson. I'll change his voice maybe. Gerson was about to start talking about this day's history lesson.
Sorry, Mr. G, I had a job interview.
How does Gerson talk? Maybe Gerson is Mr. Plinkett. Why not?
A respectable decision on your part, Kevin. Who should I scold for scheduling it right before school?
Is that even Mr. Plinkett? I feel like the shit Mr. Plinkett. Wait.
A respectable decision on your part. Who should I scold for scheduling it right before...
I feel like I can usually do the Mr. Plinkett better, actually. That's disappointing. Whatever.
Icy.
Des, to the front and left of Asriel, snickered at that. Not out of maliciousness, probably, but Icy was a fairly well-known creepypasta online, so it was just funny to hear it in that context. Braddy and Caddy also snickered, because they both loved teasing the poor guy. Asriel held his snicker back, because he wanted to appear cooler and more emo. Plus, he would feel mean if he actually did laugh at Kevin anyway.
Settle down, everyone. Let us continue. As I said before, the human-monster relations started to...
The familiar scent of weed followed the cat boy as he walked past Asriel and settled in the seat behind him. God, that if nothing else is accurate to the high school experience, that very much is. Just there was always one weed stank dude in the class, no matter what, and you'd be sitting next to them, no matter what, just the weed stank dude. Asriel once again focused on the class, even though the smell made it really hard to focus on the past century's human-monster affairs. He found history lessons fascinating, even though he was more of a graphic design and computer science type of goat. Right, amateur game dev. Read amateur game dev. Gerson was just so happened to be really good at talking about his professional interest as a historian. As such, he tended to have plenty of knowledge even beyond their curriculum. That would always end up focusing on almost as much as the actual topics they were learning about. This is every history teacher in existence. They just like rambling on about shit. School was over way too soon for Gerson to actually finish recounting an anecdote from his youth that inspired his epic novel, and Asriel's classmates slowly trickled out of the classroom. Like, I had a computer music prof in university who was, like, fairly, I guess, well-known within computer music circles. He was, like, an old dude, one of the... You know, if you're an old dude who's into computer music, you were in there at the start of the scene, so, like, he was well-established, but he would just we had a 3-hour evening lab with him where we all just got locked in the sort of uncomfortably hot music studio, which is soundproof and had no air circulation. And it was like a 7 to 10 o'clock lecture. And he would just ramble on with these anecdotes of like what he was doing in the 80s in Los Angeles and shit. And it was like the biggest challenge not to fall asleep imaginable. Oh man. Anyway. They slowly trickled out of the classroom. As always, Asriel stayed back to wipe the blackboard, although the chalky water made the fur on his hands feel terribly dry and he hated it. Is the blackboard monitor Asriel, of course.
Thank you, Asriel.
What is the voice?
Star Wars something is the most embarrassing thing since my son.
I've forgotten how to do the Plinkett voice, like it's literally gone, whatever.
Your mother's always happy to see how kind you are, despite your rebellious appearance.
Not a problem, Mr. Boom, Asriel responded. Was a great class today, I enjoyed it a lot. So he's like a punk, but also the teacher's pet. That's a fascinating contrast. Yeah, he's visibly edgy, but still the golden boy. Gerson collected some papers from his school desk.
Well, I'm glad to hear I still got it, even though I'm really getting on in years.
I keep wanting to go into the Porky voice or something. It's weird. How does Mike Stacklasa actually laugh? It's like... It's kind of accurate. Asriel dried off his hands in his black shirt, smearing chalk all over the otherwise pitch black shirt. I do love to hear more of your anecdotes, he admitted, but I have some other stuff to do. The other stuff to do was actually the reason he was so worried about Kevin's absence at the start of class. If he didn't show up, all his plans to ask him out for a date at QC's would be completely ruined. He had his whole speech prepared about it. Oh, this one is like Asriel pursuing Pizzapants. Interesting. How many voices do I know? There's not a set number. Like, I just like make them up randomly, and if they're like bearable, then they stick and they acquire a name over time. I don't know. It's mostly just me winging it. He was just about to head through the door when an unmistakable voice called after him. Asriel, wait up! His mom and Chris holding the to her hand for their life. The little red horns band askew on their head caught up to him. What's up, Mum? The sky, she responded with a chuckle. Oh, for fuck's sake. Chris, who didn't quite yet know the word cringe as it was not part of their common youth vernacular, and also didn't know what humor was because they were like 6, chuckled. Asriel rolled his eyes. No, I mean, what's going on? Oh, right, Asriel, honey. Your dad just called now and said that Uncle Rauru and Auntie Sonia are coming to visit this Saturday. Is Sonia the woman in the statues in Zelda, I assume? The goat fucker, as they call her. They don't actually. That's just me. Asriel frowned in thought. That's when he was planning the date with Kevin. Mom, I have plans then. Oh, her smile withered. Will you at least try to move your plans? You know they rarely ever get the time to visit now that they've moved all the way to Hyrule. I'm missing the footnotes here, hang on. Asgore had 2 siblings, Rauru and Mineru. His name is kind of an outlier in the family. The joke is that he's adopted. He isn't. His parents just ran out of cool names that end with Ru. Alright, that's Laurel, right? And the third footnote is, going to the east of where hometown is located, populated mainly by humans, goat monsters, bird monsters, fish monsters, rocks. A/N, what is a Nintendo cease and desist letter? Good question. What? Asking about your vocal range, is it infinitely divisible? Asking how many voices you can do is asking the amount of numbers between 1 and 0. If you're a nerd, I don't know. Yeah, of course. See you at home. Before Toriel could say much more, Asriel rushed through the door, searching for Kevin and the group of other teens at the front of the school. Hey, oh, this is Caddy. Hey, Kevin, Caddy purred. Are they gonna make you wear the Pizzapants? Are they gonna make you wear the Pizzapants? That's how they talk, I guess.
Oh my god, Becky, Becky, are they gonna...
No, I can't do it. Echoed Braddy, who was a couple seconds late to be in perfect sync with her best friend. The cat boy who flushed? I haven't seen that one yet. Flushed with embarrassment. Again, how the fuck does Des speak? This is not okay. Maybe Des is Becky.
Pizzapants,
Laughed Des, not maliciously.
that would be kind of cool, actually.
Asriel approached the group. Can I borrow Pizzapants for a couple moments? Pizzapants just slipped off his tongue when he actually wanted to say Kevin. Oh, I didn't even notice. I've been desensitized. Sorry, Pizzapants. Who knew it was going to stick for so many years after? The girls chuckled as the boys walked away, saying stuff like, bye-bye, Azzy, and bye-bye, Pants. God, they were so obnoxious lately.
Sup, Azzy?
Pizzapants asked. Should I be watching chat? Says, no, just, I don't give a shit out, son. Like, if you're a mod, it doesn't matter. There's usually enough mods watching the chat stochastically that, well, nothing bad really happens in the chat ever anyway. Recently, that is. The guy, as always, had his hands buried in his pockets, and this close, the smell of weed coming off him was even stronger. Peppery, sweaty, unmistakably weed-like. Peppery is an interesting way to describe it. Skunk-ass herb. So, the words he was going to say got stuck in traffic, somewhere between his brain and his tongue. Saturday, QC's date.
That'd be rad, my dude. With whom?
Fucking hell. I enjoy this change of pace, actually. Like, Asriel is the hapless, befuddled one, and Pizzapants is, like, obliviously... He's got, like, oblivious charisma or something. Asriel blinked. Completely flabbergasted, he forgot to be nervous. I'm asking you out, idiot. He didn't say it harshly, but he still had a bad feeling about calling Pizzapants an idiot anyway.
Did you put your name in the goblet of fire? Asked
Asriel calmly.
Oh, okay, cool.
Pants was now flushing profusely.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping. I didn't think you would. QC is on Saturday, sounds awesome.
Awesome. Meet you at 4 then, in the evening.
Works for me.
Wait, what were the plans that Asriel had to move if you hadn't even scheduled the date yet? Awesome. Want to hang out for a bit?
Sure, dude.
Hell yeah. It was funny when the guy came in to complain about the channel going downhill because of no new Deltarune videos. Was he serious? I don't know. I see enough people joking about that in chat that I didn't really notice it. I feel like this kind of stream invites the what happened to this channel joke. Asriel did not tell Toriel or Asgore about the date because he knew that if his mom knew, she would freak out and make him cancel. Not just because Uncle Raru was coming to visit, and if Dad knew, then Mom would also know. Why is this such a thing now? You think it's ironic. But you know. The night before the date, Asriel was texting Pizzapants. He was so named in his contacts now too, and he seemed to like the new nickname. It wasn't like anyone is going to stop calling him that now anyway.
Hey, Azzy, who are you texting every night?
Oh no, that was Chris. Oops.
Hey, Azzy, who are you texting every night?
A quiet voice came from the other side of the room. No one.
You texting a girl? That's what they do on the phones in movies.
No. He wasn't lying.
Oh, okay.
Go to sleep, Chris.
Are you texting Des?
Des is a girl, Chris.
Oh,
Go to sleep.
okay.
Good night, Chris.
Good night, Azzy.
Chris is 6 years old and still speaks like that. What do you mean you've accepted that there's only going to be streams? Do people... Do they look at my, like, upload schedule? Is that not a thing people do? Like, when I encounter a channel, I usually go check how regularly their videos comes out. And if it's obviously, like, there's 3 months between each one, then you don't come to the stream and ask what happened to the channel. I'm just saying, like, you can do a bit of sleuthing to avoid this. That was a good conversation, Chris. That was the end of the conversation. You could hear their breathing relax only minutes later. They were pretty quiet most of the time. Even so, they were also quite noisy. Asriel was actually glad they talked. They were also pretty chatty with Noelle when they were hanging out with the holidays, and slightly less so with other classmates. Their mom was so worried, always buried in how to take care of a human child books she could get from the library. But really, Chris was just a normal shy kid, who also enjoyed being a little shit sometimes. Nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about, Asriel. It's fine. Why is that so funny? Most guys stream on Twitch, so the streams don't cross. The streams don't cross, I see. Yeah, I guess maybe. I mean, I think it's common to have a second VOD channel, but YouTube's almost kind of like... They seem to want to obsolete that practice now, because live videos now go into their own separate tab, and I don't think get recommended the same way, maybe, who knows, but... who really knows with YouTube? There's no actual way to find out. I'm not interested in streaming on Twitch anyway, because I'd have to port my fucking viewer base over there. And I've heard it's not exactly easy. I also just don't care, so that's the other factor. Mom, I'm going out, he announced, with one foot already outside the door. The scent of freshly baked pie and other cooked foods was filling the air. Mom was definitely ready for a big fancy dinner with the relatives. Asriel, honey, Uncle Raru is coming in half an hour. Where are you going? Just out, I'll be back later. How much later? I don't know, we're meeting to talk about an assignment with Des. Shouldn't take the whole rest of the day. Oh, okay, if it is for school, then it is fine. Just don't kiss anyone. That would be really bad. Okay, see you later, Mom. With that, he clinked through the door, the multiple earrings in his ears clanking against each other. Is this directly based on Mel's design, maybe? I don't know. Asriel had maybe not that many earrings in Mel's design. Toriel can smell the gay. Where was I? Yes. As he walked, he quickly texted Des. Hey, if my mum calls, we're working at an assignment together. He was surprised to see Pizzapants already standing in front of the diner. He knew he wasn't usually late for school, but Asriel still kind of expected him to be slightly late for the date anyway. Instead, he was already there, beaming a giant smile in his direction as soon as he heard Asriel approaching.
Azzy.
He waved excitedly, a bouquet of flowers in his hand.
I bought a bouquet. Damn. Okay.
He pushed it into Asriel's hands as soon as he approached. On closer inspection, the flowers were buttercups mixed with weed? What the fuck, Burger Pants? That's a really bad bouquet. You probably can't even smoke the weed, it's all covered in ranunculin toxin. Well, whatever flower language was all over the place, but Asriel appreciated the gesture anyway. It was lacking in white egret orchards, gladioluses, cacti, tulips. He doubted Pizzapants knew what any of this meant. Buttercups were pretty neat as flowers after all, and weed was, well, self-explanatory. Maybe they live in, is weed legal in Vermont? Isn't weed legal in a couple states? Like, not in like the mid-2000s, but, you know, anachronistically. It's hard to picture getting your hands on a marijuana bouquet otherwise. It's legal in Minnesota? Is that what that is? Or maybe, like, there's hemp, right? There are parts of the marijuana plant that aren't, that don't have the drugs in them. Maybe it's like that stuff, because, like, hemp is technically the same plant, but that's not regulated, so I don't know. Maybe Pizzapants knows more than I do. Pizzapants' usual weed smell was mixing with something else. Cologne? Wow, he must actually be really excited about this. Asriel was so flattered, and so in love.
And so in love.
Howdy, Pants, Asriel said, offering the cat boy a smile in return. Shall we go in?
Yep, after you.
He held the door open for Asriel before he could complain. He had no other choice but to enter the diner. He headed toward where his family usually sat every week, and settled by the window where he usually sat. Pizzapants settled opposite of him. That's kind of I guess the small town vibe is like you go on a date and you go to the same diner that you come with your family, and they might just be sitting next to you. I didn't grow up in that small of a town, but I assume that's what it's like. What can I bring you, boys? QC asked, walking over to their table. I'll have a hot chocolate, Asriel said reflexively, forgetting that he was supposed to be a cool emo kid at school. Cool emo kids probably drink coffee and energy drinks or something.
Chocolate too,
Pizzapants said.
extra marshmallows.
QC quickly wrote that down on their order. All right, boys, I'll be right back. With that, she left for a moment. She left the two boys sitting in awkward yet pleasant silence. Does Asriel have a British accent? No, you're imagining it. Are you wearing cologne? Asriel asked. Finally, he couldn't quite put a finger on it, but the non-weed-like undertones of the scent were kind of distracting.
It's, Icy's cool, boys, body for the boys, spray for the body spray, boys, flamin' pizza hot, flavor body spray, bray flavor, body flavor wash.
Oh, he could now recognize the scent as flamin' hot pizza. Smells good on you.
Thanks, Azzy, you smell like pie.
That made sense. Everything at home smelled like pie. Of course the scent would cling to his clothes after he left the house. Mom's baking a lot. My uncle's visiting today.
The tall guy with the third eye.
Actually, I have a third eye too. Wait, does Raru have a third eye? I didn't even notice that. He really is just a nomai. Good, none of these fics have incorporated the, like, nomai relatives yet. That'll get brownie points for me. If Asriel just randomly drops a line about, like, cousin Solanum or something.
That's sick, man.
Asriel shrugged. Felt normal to him. Just when conversation was about to fizzle out, QC bought them their drinks. That's such a weird thing to bring up at a date. I have a third eye, by the way. Oh, cool. Just never elaborate. Here you go, boys. Thank you.
Thanks, ma'am.
She trailed off to serve a monster at the counter who ordered a coffee with milk. Hold the milk. The lateless latte, as they say en français. Latte sans la lait, or something like that. Sans is part of the order, of course. Asriel focused on his hot chocolate. He carefully took a sip, the warm sweetness spreading throughout his chest, followed by the stickiness of a marshmallow that was dissolving in the hot liquid. Oh no, Sans is from Quebec. Oh no.
No. Tabernacle. Do you like hot chocolate?
Pizzapants asked, leaning on the table. The fuck do you... He just ordered one, Pizzapants. I order it whenever I come here after service, he explained. I used to order the tea, but I noticed Chris was too nervous to actually order what they wanted, so I started ordering hot chocolate so they wouldn't feel left out.
No wonder people keep praising you so much. You're so nice to everyone.
Asriel awkwardly chuckled. He's the worst emo of all time. He sucks at it. There it is. Asriel Chalkward-uckledly. I was actually going to say that. What? How did I even... Chalkward-uckledly. That's the weirdest spoonerism I've ever seen. Chalkward-uckledly. Someone make that like a Dungeons & Dragons character immediately. Please make that a Dungeons & Dragons character. He didn't want to look up at Pizzapants now, so he tried to fish a dissolving marshmallow from the drink with the spoon as he spoke. Honestly, there's been a lot of pressure that comes with that. I don't like it much. Everyone keeps expecting too much from me. I love someone who actually is like English to analyze like how my English accent is morphing and transitioning through different regions as the stream goes on. Because I'm not really good at keeping it consistent. It just like it's vaguely English at all times.
I think I understand, I think.
Pizzapants took a big sip of his own hot chocolate just when Asriel looked up. He watched the Catboys. We need a Catboy counter, that's 3 so far. He watched the Catboy's face turn a shade of red as he gulped down the hot liquid, clearly regretting it while still trying to look chill about it. Scalded your tongue? Asriel asked.
Mm-hmm,
responded Pizzapants. Tears started welling on the corners of his eyes. Can I try to kiss it better? Asriel. Chill out, Asriel. Hold up a sec, okay?
Okay.
Responded Pizzapants, while he was now actively crying. A lot of these tap into Asriel's discomfort about being the town's golden boy, says Mel. Very true. Without any on-screen interaction at all, it's kind of all you have to go on, funnily enough, but it seems to work. Asriel leaned into what ended up being a terribly slimy experience of a first kiss. He had no idea what he was doing, and neither did Pizzapants, but it at least tasted like chocolate. From the corner of his eye, he could see a bluebird child eyes be covered by a horrified bird monster, which made him finally pull away. This is indeed Birdly and his father. Oh, you didn't have to spell it out. I was on the same page, buddy. What, do you think I'd think it was Mordecai or something?
This is Mordecai, and today I'm bringing you the Elden Ring update. There is no news about Elden Ring today. And that was today's Elden Ring news update.
I wonder what happened to Mordecai. Does he do stuff still? He grew his channel solely on announcing that there was no Elden Ring news like every day for 2 years. What does he do nowadays? I wonder. Better, he asked, trying to be cool about this. There's no way to be cool about this, Asriel.
Fucking awesome.
I'm glad. Asriel realized he was going to need a lot of practice kissing boys. Oh my god. You can't escape it. I don't even know what it is, but you know what I mean. The 2 boys trailed back to Asriel's house, holding hands and being overall kind of unsure how to end the evening. It was already dark out as they reached the building, 2 vehicles parked in front of it. I'm honestly curious. People who have been in high school, have you ever been on a date that actually went like that? Where both parties were just sort of like vaguely into it, and you kissed, and it was like, like non-committally, and it was like, does that happen? Could, I don't know. The 2 boys trailed back to Asriel's house, etc., etc. It was already dark out as they reached the building, 2 vehicles parked in front. Yeah, the problem is that... The chat is saying, currently in high school, never been on a date. I don't know. I mean, there's 74 people here. Maybe one of you has been on a date. I don't know.
That's a sick ride.
Pizzapants pointed at a Subaru that was inexplicably styled to look like it was made of wooden planks and had fans and rockets stuck to the back. The Tears of the Kingdom brain rot is kind of showing up here in full force. I'm sorry I asked such a depressing question, chat. I can unask it if you want. I think Zen Masters can do that. You say like, what is it? Moo? I think if you say moo, that unasks the question. That's my uncle's, Asriel explained.
And this sick ride?
That's my dad's truck.
Awesome.
My dad sometimes forgets to lock it. Do you want to try sitting inside? The truth is, Asriel didn't want to end the date quite yet, and this was his first idea.
The truck? Can we?
Asriel nodded, already heading toward Asgore's truck. That's a fairly weird offer. Hey, you want to go sit in my dad's car? Sure, I guess I'll do that. He tried finding the door, finding it unlocked, as he expected. He climbed onto the driver's seat while Pizzapants took the passenger seat. Have I ever thrown someone out a window? I don't think so. Are you telling me, for fuck's sake, the one dude in chat who's been on a date has been in the same relationship since middle school, so it wasn't even a high school? Fuck. What do you say to that? What the fuck do you do with that? What's my stance on defenestration? I think mostly you're not standing up if you're being defenestrated. He climbed into the driver's seat while Pizzapants took the passenger seat. They sat in silence for a bit.
Would your dad mind if I smoke here?
Nah, Dad likes flowers. What does that mean, Asriel? That's what...
Cool. You want to try?
Asriel shrugged. Why not? A flickering sound of a lighter, smoke, and he was holding the blunt. Take the doobie, Azzy. Take the doobie. Mel is vaguely corroborating the kiss anecdote. Andrew, did you hear that Vinny died via anvil? I saw the thumbnail. Yeah, it's really tragic. Asgore's also a stoner. I guess that checks out. I have known a couple people who have talked about smoking weed with their dads, so it is a thing, I guess, sometimes. That sounds horrible. I don't know. Never tried it. I've gotten really sidetracked somehow. Okay, where was I? Cheers, Asriel said, unsure what to say before taking a smoke.
So true, Azzy.
Asriel wasn't entirely sure how he sneaked back inside without anyone noticing him later that evening. If his mother smelled weed on him, she would have murdered him where he stood. He took a long shower and hid his clothes outside under the window so people wouldn't see. He was strangely calm about all of it. Maybe he should buy some of that Icy's body spray. It smelled quite nice. Asriel's weed-smoking boyfriend? Yeah. Chat says, my kiss was super awkward and then I woke up. Fucking depressing. Ah, shit. Oh, here's Toriel. I cannot believe you smoked the devil's grass in your truck. Toriel's voice echoed through the house when Asriel woke up. For angel's sake, what will our children think? That's not how Toriel speaks. I've lapsed into talking like Asriel. Shit.
Tori, I seriously have no idea.
Do not Tori me, dreamer. Carol Holiday. Oh no. Oh wait, I voiced Halloween for like 100 years before. Asgore, a third voice unmistakably belonging to Carol Holiday, cut coldly through the argument. I cannot have a plate officer smoking weed in secret. You're fired.
I swear it was not mine.
I want a divorce. I just realized what was happening.
Oh, Toriel.
Asriel stared at the ceiling with the glow-in-the-dark stars above his bed, almost mocking him. Devil's grass, truck. Oh fuck. You did not intend for that to happen. Fuck, that's funny. Destroyed his entire life because he smoked weed once. Just like the PSA said. Oh, that's the end of the fic. Oh. That was all leading up to that. Oh, that's good, actually. Kudos for sure. Hang on. There we go. Bada bing, bada boom. First comment, nice. Oh, that wasn't even the first comment. This has so many comments. Dude, election trucking doesn't have this many fucking comments. Wait, is this like a big dick fanfic author here? Is VT Holmes like a... This was Holmes, right? I think it was. Yeah, it was. Wait a minute, let me investigate. Oh shit, you're right, a shit ton of these. Huh. Wait, 69 hits, but that many comments? How does that work, dude? How did you accomplish that? Oh, that's just election trucking? Broke. Asgore is related to Dessa's disappearance. Woke. Asgore got fired for weed. Bespoke. Asgore got fired for fucking Rudy Holiday. People saw the stream? Maybe there's only 70 people viewing this, though. It's not exactly like a big league catapult type stream. Alright, that's one down. Alright, the other short one comes first. The worst Azzypants fic ever. Well, we'll see about that. I'm not nearly as fatigued as I was by the end of last stream. I'm not sure why. I feel full of vim and vigor. The whole thing is written in Courier New. It's a reference to my favorite fanfiction author. Chill music. It's because it's Pride Month? Maybe? Maybe just because I didn't read Roy's fic this time. Could be that. Okay, what we got? Dust. Immediately. Golden Compass AU. The substance could not be called rare in hometown. Immediately. Golden Compass AU. Shattered. Indeed, many of the hometown's residents produced dust. When removed from a body in which there was life, any bodily part would soon be reduced to dust by the absence of life to keep it intact. Fur, scales, horns, all would be shed, and all would decompose, falling to dust. But with this rot, beauty would soon follow. With the turn of the season came not only dust, but a new luster to one's coat of fur. With the old scales shed, a new shiny mail would be revealed. With the death of that which was no longer of benefit, new beauty would spring forth. That's not the opening paragraph I expected. Alright. Who is this? This is Blackwater, right? Yeah, Blackwater wrote this. Weird. Can I... There we go. But not all dust was natural, nor a prelude to beauty. Such dust was instead the result of death, the destruction of an entity who still had much to offer the world around them. From this dust naught but grief could be derived. These thoughts and many more did not pass through the mind of the cloaked individual. Instead, the entity was filled with only one thing: determination. The goat's corpse rested atop the pedestal, its entrails replaced by an urn filled with dust. Okay. 0 to 100 real fast here. Beneath it, a large pentagon had been meticulously inscribed into the ground, with lit candles on each point. Raising a long, ornate blade overhead, the figure began chanting a single name. Asriel, Asriel, Asriel. The blade, tip pointed downward and now glowing with golden light, was plunged toward the urn. The blade fell, its glowing point rapidly approaching the urn with intent to shatter. Bonk! The blade was deflected off a pair of ice skates hanging from the ceiling. Wait, is this the fucking election trucking lore? This is Asgore's back room. Long forgotten by their owner. Led by the blade's diverted momentum, the figure tripped over a nearby box and fell headlong on the floor, the knife skittering out of reach and nicking a nearby broom. This is really weird. This revision dedicated to Nell, the most dedicated fan— Stop it! Stop it! Fuck, Opium Pants solemnly ejaculated. Yep. If you've ever read Sherlock Holmes, he uses this word constantly, just as a synonym for said. You can actually use the word like that if you're, I don't know, if you're living in 1820 or something. Piss! Pizzapants pissed. This had been his one chance, his singular opportunity to return his lost love to this world, but he had ruined it. Even he knew that ceremonial daggers were one-time use only, and on his meager wages, he could never hope to afford a new one, even if that Bony Hans guy at the grocery store offered another sale. What does that remind me of? One-time use daggers. I feel like that's... Why does that seem familiar? It could be a reference to some like old NES game even, but... Maybe the knife and Binding of Isaac Repentance? I'll go with that. Someone says, Pizzapants. For a moment, he dared not believe his ears. Surely he had failed, and Asriel remained dead. So much work had been wasted. Indeed, Opium Pants had personally prepared a new Caprine form for him, had read of the arcane rituals of resurrection, and swept the piles of dust into the urn himself. The broom. Somehow, through either unbelievable luck or the guidance of Taiki herself, that really strong Elden Ring summon? I heard she's like meta. And yes, I do pronounce it Taiki, because it seems more Greek or something. Who knows? The blade had injected Pants' determination into the broom, which maintained a thin layer of Azzy's dust, which it had swept off the floor. This thin dusting of dust, formerly a little more than a mark of life lost too soon, had been imbued with new life by the discounted but startlingly high-quality ceremonial blade. Gazing up, Opium Pants gave the broom a visual once-over. Where once had been a normal-looking broom with a face on its head, now gazed back at him. This is the worst Azzypants fic ever. It's just Asriel is a broom. That's the premise. What is that? What the fuck is that? Asriel. Opium Pants jumped up, narrowly avoiding an impromptu lobotomy by the skates swinging over his head. He ran to the broom, which was now looking up at him with tearful eyes. Pants, what happened? Where are we?
We're in your dad's storage room, buddy. For what happened, let me tell you.
Pants' facial expressions changed to a different facial expression. What? Why is that the funniest thing I've ever read? What? Why is that so fucking funny? His facial expression changed to a different facial expression.
I defy death itself, becoming the god I always deserved to be.
His face changed again, a cigarette appearing in his mouth that the game's ESRB rating would claim was filled with tobacco, but was actually stuffed with wheat, as evidenced by the appearance of a W above his head, where his uniform-mandated hat would be if he worked somewhere where his hats were part of the uniform. Holy shit. But he's opium pants, right? You'd have to be smoking crack or something. Out of a crack pipe. Or however you smoke crack. If not, cannabinoid pants. I hurt my chest laughing at that. Wow. Pulled the Germa. Stop editing it.
Let me tell you, buddy. You were lucky being dead past these few months. No existence, no homework.
Excuse me.
No existence, no homework. Nobody bothered you with complaints that their gamer blood slurpee causes Gygus encounters, or whatever they're called, to check their immediate vicinity. Must have been nice. Now it's time to come back. I've missed you, Azzy. We've all missed you.
So you brought me back to life? Asriel inquired. An ant in Michigan ate a crumb. It did? Huh.
Yep. You and I, we're together forever, buddy. I could never go to Boston University without you by my side.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Me going to college with you? Pants, I know that was always the plan, but Asriel's eyes glanced upward in an attempt to gesture to the rest of his broom body. I don't think that can happen anymore, I'm sorry. Pants's face shrank and traveled back to the bottom left of his sizable head in sadness, before he looked back down to Asriel with a faint smile. This is the only fix so far that I've seen capture the magic of, like, Pants's dialogue sprites in a unique written word kind of way.
It'll be alright, Azzy. I'll learn how to be an actor who always plays the role where I have a broom. Yeah. Then we can always be together.
His smile grew. He'll play exclusively witches. You were definitely giving Asriel a British accent? I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, Pants, if that's really what you want. I'm happy to be by your side. Asriel smiled softly. Ba-da-ba-ba.
Thank you, Azzy.
Filled with passion, gratitude, and love, Pants leaned in and delivered a soft kiss to the top of Asriel's head, which was the same as the head of the broom. Asriel puckered up, intending to reciprocate, but found himself unable to lean forward due to being a broom made of solid wood and plastic. Seeing the gesture, Pants leaned in and began snogging the broom, an action that would be concerning to an outside observer out of context. Jesus Christ. This is what happens when you don't know how to write romance. Apparently so. Was there any romance in election trucking? I don't think there was. Fuck me if I know how to write it either. Action. Action. It's George Lucas, I assume. Action. How does he speak? I may have gone too far in a few places. Action. Action. I don't know. The entity now known as Azzypants, following a freak accident involving a failed attempt to smuggle hundreds of tiny actors out of prison, charged forth with Asriel in his hand. Was that a reference to something or just completely random? I don't know. With all of the strength he could muster, which was very little, and gleaming with gross furry sweat under his homemade samurai armor, he swung the broom toward the dummy, planning to narrowly miss for the sake of the broom's inhabitant. Unfortunately, due to Deltarune being a game maker RPG, there was no drop shadows, so his depth of perception was non-existent. Crack. Hot chills enveloped Pants' body, a silent panic setting in. Somehow, after all of the hard work and effort he had expended to become the world's first and only broom-wielding guy typecasted actor, he had done the unforgivable. He had hurt his close friend and lover, for whom he had originally set out on his journey originally. He was offered little opportunity to think on this, however, as he procrastinated filming for this capstone project. Geniturai. Janitor Samurai. Janitorai. Right. He was forced to continue filming the scene so it would be done by the deadline. Wonderful. The broom Asriel sounds like it would come out of the Spamton sweepstakes. It's really fucking cursed. Yeah, it's really bad. Several hours later, like, what does this remind me of? It's like resurrected as a fucking broom. It's like some sort of like anime shitpost where you just see like a default like anime girl face, just like, you know, mouth and two eyes superimposed on a random object to make it a waifu. That's what this feels like. Maybe I'm thinking of the Joseph Anderson streams where the chat always defined, like, in Death Stranding, the motorbike was Bike-chan, and it like anthropomorphized it in all the fan art. Kind of the same vibe. Quantum Moon-chan as well in Outer Wilds. Got kind of weird. Huh. Several hours later, Actor Pants returned to his flat. He raced to his supply closet and grabbed the spare broom handle, apologizing profusely to Asriel, and swearing equally profusely at his own incompetence. But he would make this right. I love how deranged Pizzapants is. He's just implicitly a complete nutcase.
Bad Pizzapants, bad Pizzapants. I failed you, Asriel.
But he would make this right. He sat down on the floor, not feeling like he truly deserved the sofa or even a chair. He held Asriel in his hands.
Azzy, I'm sorry. I made you come along with me all this way, but now you're hurt.
Tears began to well up in Pants's eyes. Pants's eyes? And his voice began to crack with emotion, as opposed to cracking with prepubescence. Asriel looked up at Pants softly, his mouth pulled into a sad smile. Pants, thank you for your concern. That's part of why I love you. You care for others. But I'm fine. After all, this handle's been scratched since the day I woke up in it. How much could a little crack really matter? Don't worry yourself with little old me. This is fucking weird. Gollum Pizzapants. I didn't really nail the Gollum. I'll be the first to admit that it was kind of a miss. God, fucking Vinny streaming that Gollum game and doing the Gollum voice 10,000 times better than the actual voice actor was quite an experience to watch.
No, precious, there is no Zelda noise. The Zelda noise doesn't exist, precious.
Pants, reassured by Asriel's words, wiped away his tears and gazed lovingly into Asriel's eyes.
Still, I messed up. It's time to fix this.
With one last hug, Pants grabbed the handle of the sentient broom and began unscrewing it from the head. Asriel did not react, as per the maturity recommendations of Elder Council member Sir Mel Walnut. Oh god. Oh god. As he screwed the handle into the broom's head, however, Pants noticed that something looked off about Asriel's expression.
Hey Azzy, are you sure everything's alright?
A brief pause. Yeah, I suppose so. As he yawned. Pants could tell this was a lie, so he responded in the only way he knew how to.
Would you like some opium?
An expression of puzzlement spread over the goat broom's face. Opium? Where did you get that?
That's my fucking name, dipshit. I have it.
Is this broom sexual? At least broom platonic so far. Or maybe broom romantic? That's the right term. Pants chuckled.
Remember when I worked at Icy's? I used the money from that to buy some of the Froggen Mafia way back then.
Buy some from the Froggen Mafia.
Then they got busted by the cops, and the Pizzeria went out of business around the same time. I kept some stashed away for emergencies.
A moment of quiet contemplation passed over his face before his features morphed into an indescribable look of realization.
Hey, Azzy, do you think the Mafia could still be using Icy's as a front? Azzy?
Pants looked down at the broom in his hands and realized that its eyes were closed with a peaceful expression on his face. Pants smiled to himself before picking up Asriel and carrying him to bed. Twisted. Deeply twisted. Opium Pants was only arrested in the timeline where Asriel isn't a broom. Yeah, that makes sense. What is this music? It's a Toho Lo-Fi, which is now too quiet. It was previously too loud, so I turned it down. Now it's too quiet. Hang on. That's good. I wish they gave you more fine volume control in YouTube. The next morning, Pants woke up. Turning over, he planted a smooch atop the broom's head.
Good morning, Azzy. Ready to face another day of unbearable boredom, stress, and the drudgery of life as a college student?
He chuckled slightly to himself.
Of course, that's not really true. As long as you're here, I can face every day head on.
Pants smiled, then looked down at the broom. It didn't respond.
Azzy? Azzy.
What the fuck is that? What is that thing? Like an interrobang, but it's one symbol? Where did you get that? Pants began shaking the broom, trying to wake it up. Then he noticed something odd. The side of the broom, which normally held the furry-looking but plastic-textured face of Asriel, now appeared to be a normal broom head. He considered calling 911 before realizing that the average hospital is not used to dealing with inanimate objects imbued with life. He began to think, an action that he usually tried to do as little as possible, and came to what seemed to be a reasonable conclusion. Diving out of bed, he rushed into the kitchen and retrieved the damaged broom handle from the trash. Returning to his room, he replaced the new broom handle with the old one. As the threads of the screw-on handle slid between the threads of the broom's head, Asriel's face reappeared in the plastic. Pants let out a sigh of relief.
I thought I lost you, Azzy.
The broom looked up at him and gave a reassuring smile. Sorry to have upset you. After you replaced part of me, I guess I just didn't feel like my usual self, you know? But now that I'm back to normal, we can make plans for this weekend. A sultry expression steadily began to appear on top of the broom. I know what I'm planning to do. What the fuck is happening? I don't know. This is the worst Azzypants fic ever. It says on the tin. He looked at Pants, whose face had begun to contort into a sly smile.
I know what my plans are, too.
Just one thing first. Please get rid of that opium. It's not good for any of us.
Sure thing, buddy. Sure thing.
Susie. Susie Flashbang. Alright, Susie's here. Susie returned to the apartment after a long day's work, smelling of burger grease, fries, and sweat. As we know from the that one board on 4chan, Susie always, canonically, smells like sweat. It had been a long day at the restaurant, and she was looking forward to the unwinding over the weekend with her genius boyfriend. It is Umris compliant. I guess it was already election trucking compliant, which implies Umris, so... Okay.
It's Umris time. Oh, yeah.
A minute later, she heard the doors... Oh, wait, no, I missed that. She looked out the window into the tumultuous Atlantic Ocean. Where the fuck is the Atlantic Ocean? A minute later, she heard a door slam behind her. She turned and saw Birdley with a plastic bag in his hand.
Hello, Susie. How was your day?
Long, tiring, and I'm glad to see you,
she said, walking over and giving him a long, passionate kiss before pulling away, breathing hard.
I'm glad to see you too, Susie. I brought us something for this weekend.
He reached into a bag and retrieved a glass vial with some liquid in it. Susie's eyes widened slightly as Birdley smiled.
Oh yeah, that's the stuff.
She took the vial of opium and poured a hefty splash into a glass, along with some white wine. Susie, I don't think that's what you do with opium. Oh well, fuck it. Susie knows what she's doing. She sat down and watched the sunset, and Birdley soon followed.
Where'd you get this anyway?
She asked as she took a sip.
Some weird feline upstairs. Wants to be an actor. Must have been even more stupid than most. He was practically giving it away.
Birdley despised actors. He couldn't understand why anyone would willingly take up such a profession when society already dictated that one always had to put on airs for those around them already. I love you, Umris Birdley. The Birdley voice is perfect. It's really grown into its own thing, yeah. It originally felt a bit forced, but it's inseparable now with the concept of Birdley. Susie yawned, and Birdley could not help but being enamored by the glimpse of her long white teeth shining in the light of the setting sun, sharp enough for the dragoness to tear him to shreds if she wanted to. He smiled and reached over, grabbing her thigh and giving it a squeeze.
You're a real pathetic fucker, you know that?
She said, a snarl visible on her face. Birdley looked at her and grinned, a hunger in his baggy eyes.
All right, let's do it.
Susie caved. And then they did indeed do it. That was the end of the fic. It's just like Susie and Birdley randomly fuck in an apartment. Excellent. I guess I didn't see it ending any other coherent way. That was weird as fuck, man. Author's note: as soon as I heard that an Azzypants stream was in the works, I knew I wanted to write an election trucking AU. This takes place after the events of Deltarune. The first part is in the same year as Deltarune, and the second part has Azzy and Pants in their final year of college. And Birdly and Susie in their second year. This is my second fanfiction ever, so I hope the vibes are precisely as atrocious as one would expect from someone whose only prior writing experience is that for Umris. They were atrocious. They were really horrible, but like good job though. I couldn't have thought of a premise as like deranged as this, I think. Where did this idea even occur to you? Like, how did Asriel is a broom even pop into your head here? Fascinating. Birdly and Susie did not smoke the opium. They poured it into wine and drank it, which I think has like a non-zero chance of just instantly killing you. Just speculating, I'm not really sure, but it seems like it would. You are a broom now, that's my attack. Yeah. Alright, there's one more. There's one more long one. By Stupige. Let that sink in. And this looked weird. I don't know what to make of this one. It's not someone who's written for the streams before. It's really long. And there's a bunch of pictures. Go until you can't anymore? Oh, I'll finish it. I'll be able to finish it. Stream note for Andrew. No funny voices are needed for this story. Your normal speaking voice is great, so please save the stress in your vocal cords. Sir, I don't think you understand that the funny voices are not a favor. They're a non-negotiable condition of me reading the fic. It'd be boring otherwise. Keep in mind, though, my vision of Burger Pants is more like high-energy New York knockoff, good street peddler who's only good at running his mouth and occasionally waxing poetic than an old-timey Shakespearean actor. Oh. Okay. If you can channel some of the energy into Pants' delivery, it would be amazing. I'm not sure exactly what you mean. Got these good something, you can't make a living selling big trombones. The piccolo, yeah, I'm honestly not sure if I can. We'll see. It's pretty long-winded in the intro, so talking fast would be a benefit. Most importantly, have fun! It's, I remember this. It's first-person Burger Pants for a while here. Talking fast is just going to make me lightheaded, so... I'm just gonna do this my way. Wait, Chad says, how do I find a topic for the next fanfic stream? I would love to write one. There is no next fanfic stream until I announce one. They're not really pre-planned. Like, the reason these streams exist is because people in my server, the Discord server, just kept writing Azzypants fanfiction because I mentioned that the ship is funny on stream once until I had to read them. There was no, like, lead-up beyond that. It was not planned. Mid-Atlantic Azzypants. I don't know if I can do Mid-Atlantic, though. My, the Birdly voice is sort of like my attempt at a Mid-Atlantic accent, but it's much more English, I think. What I'm trying to say is I don't know how to do a Mid-Atlantic accent that doesn't just transition into another shitty English accent. As I said before, the Birdly voice is actually based off of how someone I've met actually talks. And he just randomly tried to speak in a Mid-Atlantic accent despite being born and raised in like the central United States. I thought it was really weird. And he kind of speaks like that. Not with a lisp so much, but he spoke kind of like this. I don't know what a Florida accent is. I'm just gonna try... Okay, maybe it'll come to me as I read this dialogue what the voice should be here.
Where do I even begin? State my name, sex, location? Fine, we can give a try at that if you like. As for my name, well.
And that's Sonic the Hedgehog. Maybe leading to the Brooklyn.
It takes sunlight to get the plant to work.
Where do I even begin? Stating my name,
Sex, name, sex, location? Well, you can give it a try if you like. As for my name, well, the first order of business is always so complicated. Well, just don't laugh, will you? I didn't name myself after all. There it is. My name is Dudley Odie Burgess. Do my parents hate me? Why would you ask that? They're not too bad as far as parents go. They're just not the imaginative type, unlike myself. When they got together, all their creativity and whimsy got passed on to me. I stifled it all from them, in fact. That must be why they're so boring. Some people get their mom's hairy feet or their dad's bald spot, but for me, I lucked out and got the flair of a true thespian.
I've already lost it. Shit, I had it for a second.
It takes sunlight to get the plant to work.
If I want to do a Brooklyn accent, I quote Richard Feynman once, and it like jump starts it.
Actually, I'm just half lucky. Seriously, Mom, Dad, what kind of stage name is Dudley? Dudley? Dud-like? As in faulty, unsatisfactory, boring. Can this star not shine brightly in the night sky? Am I doomed to fizzle out in the start? Do they intentionally curse me, perhaps? Shall I not be the embodiment of fabled star-crossed lover? Is my destiny to remain a star-crossed... a crossed star lover instead? More importantly, is my set path in life to become a dud? Or a dud who's also ODs? Dud burgers. Can't say I've heard that one. Hilarious. No. I can't go by burgers. How ridiculous would that be? Burgers, go get the burgers. How would they know if someone's greeting me or telling me the order? I can only sigh. In fact, let me catch my breath.
Oh man. This is weird. Lean into the Florida. I don't know what Florida sounds like. I literally have never heard a Floridan accent. How is this pizza pan? I don't fucking know, dude. Is Shay here? Was Shay here? Why? Who's saying Shay? I'm sure it's fine.
So, my given name isn't the best. That's not really a problem, you say. You can just go by an alias, you say. A cool nickname. A cool nickname given you by your friends. Yeah, of course. Do you think I haven't thought of this? I've been creating stage names for myself since I could crawl. Well, while I crawl, gets the creative juices flowing, you see. Problem is, I'm not very lucky. Not lucky at all. I've got negative luck, in fact. You could say everyone around me enjoys my luck and leaves me with none. I'm a wretched rabbit's foot, a reverse monkey's paw.
I've lost it.
Definitely not a cat's paw. What are you talking about? What I'm saying is, I get all the drawbacks. Mine is the dollar bill you found on the sidewalk. You ever think about that? From where did that dollar bill you fortuned upon come? From this poor soul's pocket? Pocket? Okay, that was my lunch money. I said my parents must have cursed me with the name earlier, but I actually meant it. I'm literally cursed. Don't roll your eyes, I'm serious here. I'm the kind of person who would take responsibility for my own actions, but I can't even have the pleasure of calling it karma, since I did nothing to deserve such a thing. Who even could? What would you have to do to deserve something like this? I definitely would have avoided it.
This is a lot like that Spamton fic I read. It's just a stream of consciousness. I recognize the energy. Shay's from Florida. He just sounds like a normal fucking white dude. Is default American as fuck. Manky Neko Cat's Paw, the statues that beckon customers in Asian takeouts, which I thought the pants looked like. That's the lore for the monkey's paw, cat paw. Right, okay.
My complete lack of luck is astounding. Mystifying, even. That's why I call it a curse. If something bad can happen, it'll happen to me, and in a way I can't possibly foresee. Let me give some examples. Say I go to drape my coat over a puddle as a kind gesture for a lovely lady to cross the street. My phone will fall out of my pocket with my browser history open, and my keys would fall into the gutter. Why the gutter drain in the puddle? That's just my luck. Why did I have my keys and my phone in the coat? They weren't. They were in my pants the whole time, I swear. You say that's a matter of clumsiness? Well, you don't understand at all. It's not something I can work to circumvent. The world's just out to make my life miserable. Yep, me specifically. Not extremely miserable, just enough to inspire me and let me get my mind into character. That's right, it's method acting. Are you impressed? My life was always destined to be a cinematic path. It doesn't have to become a great actor. In a way, it's helping me out, but it doesn't have to help me. Does it have to help me so much? All the time? Every single time? I digress. What nickname did my beloved friends give me? Ever since one incident in elementary school, I regret to inform you that my virtuous friends had been stained with the label Pizzapants. Don't laugh. Don't ask if my pants were stained too. This is clearly a crisis, a total injustice in the world. What? Of course. It was because of the curse. I didn't pee myself or nothing. I certainly bonehead bunny in my...
I replaced anything with nothing because I'm so in character right now.
A certain bonehead bunny from my class was running down the hall chugging some outrageously artificial flavored sports drinks when the locker next door swung open without any warning. He averted the catastrophe by sidestepping, but obviously it didn't have enough brain power to pay attention to the drink in his hand, which flew all the way over to me somehow, right into my groin. I've been rushing off to class, worried about being late for homeroom, so I barely registered anything at the moment other than the gut-wrenching feeling of being smacked square in the below the belt. When I doubled over, I saw the bottle at my feet and assumed it was some kid threw the drink at me on purpose. And that drink must have been fairly full too, because I was absolutely soaked. From the waist down, I was dripping with Radical Raspberry Razzle Dazzle Sports Boy Cooler. Yeah, from the bottle, there was evidence. Even my shirt got wet. Anyone could see it was an accident from the start. Huh, I guess that's technically an accident after all, if you say it like that. But it was Bluey's accident, though, and not my own.
I'm doing Columbo, you're fucking right. This is just Columbo now.
So, one more thing, sir. One more thing.
We gotta get Johnny in here. He can take over.
In any case, it's not like that knucklehead asked me if I was alright or nothing. No, why you hurt? Nothing. He just pointed at my way and laughed, getting the attention of the other students around him. Other students started laughing too. That was when some bold asshole, most likely one of those bastards in Bluey's friend group.
Who the fuck is Bluey? Is that the ice cream guy? Who knows?
Pardon my French. Anyway, some joint called me, hey, Burgess, did you just piss your pants? Does my bladder produce razzle-dazzle flavor? Why do I keep mentioning flavor? You don't have to taste it, you can tell by the smell. The smell! Do you ever forget the smell for the rest of your life? Or you never forget the smell? Razzle-dazzle-dazzle is the smell of humiliation, okay? You didn't serve that here? Well, what a nostalgic drink. It brings back childhood memories.
When the consciousness do be streaming though, wow. This voice is gonna give you a headache in 5 minutes? If I'm not getting a headache, then you have no excuse. I've gone more into like the Susie growl, just because it's easier. Somehow it's actually easier than doing the proper Pizzapants voice, because I can't focus on that and doing the fucking New York accent at the same time.
Back to the main point. You see, me being the kind of person who wouldn't lie down and take the mockery of my peers, I had to stand up for myself. I quickly came up with a retort to knock them off their feet. Unfortunately, that quip is a your mama joke that fell flat. Fell on its face, even. Burgess, do you piss your pants? Nuh-uh, your mama pissed my pants last night. Let's not think about how one's mother would piss my pants, okay? I just brought this up to say that I was the one who got in trouble for this. Foul language, the teacher said, and they even made me call my mom and change my clothes. The janitor gave me the stink eye on the way to the office. It was humiliating. My own mother didn't take my side either. It was my fault. Okay, Mom. I'm the victim. I was bullied. That's not completely accurate. Old Bluey and the gang seemed like bullies at the time, but clearly they suffer from complete cognitive impairment. Bluey's the type who would giggle uncontrollably if he spilled his lunch tray on the floor, or if he kicked Miss Phone down 3 flights of stairs. Par for the course. I would laugh at my poetically ironic misfortunes. They happen so often. I must give him plenty of material to amuse himself. What was that look just now? You think my misfortunes are just thrust upon me? Some kind of fate to become Bluey's personal sideshow? A bird jester? That's too much, man. That's too much, man.
Who is Burger Pants talking to? He sounds like he's giving an interview. He's on Joe Rogan right now. You hope this is Pizzapants rambling for 8,000 words and has nothing to do with the ship. Aw, me too, buddy. It's a job interview? Burger Pants, you're not getting hired. You're not getting hired after this. The fucking HR exec is just sitting there like with a slack jaw as Burger Pants is like pantomiming out his life story. He's applying to work at Wendy's or something.
So obviously the name Pissy Pants wasn't a classroom appropriate, though I'm still irritated I was the only one who seemingly got in trouble for saying the word piss. I'll strike that one up to the cois. Yeah, the cois coiced me into getting caught saying the cois word. Is piss even a cois word? It's against the standards of language here. Okay. Pardon me then, it was an integral phrase to my story. You must understand. To summarize, fate had given way again. Karma, 2,000. Pizza Pants, 0. Zip. Zilch. Nada. What an amazing streak, hmm?
You could be in a bar or two, that would be funny. Just rambling on at the barman. Who is, of course, Grillby, for some reason.
Oh, that's right. I was just getting to that. See, there was this other guy in my class. The type was so fragile that he cried for a whole day when his mom refused to carry him into class anymore after he graduated the first grade. Yeah, his mom carried him piggyback style into kindergarten every morning. She was also our kindergarten teacher. Sweet lady, strict but sweet. Anyway, this kid, he seriously cried with tears pouring out and snot dripping and everything for the whole day about not being pampered by his mommy. Yet I was the bullied one. Seeing that mommy was in the same building, always keeping a protective hawkeye and a young little greenhouse bud, of course no one dared bully him. In fact, everyone seemed to like him. He could do no wrong, a natural people person, blessed with charisma. I'm not jealous. I just want that for me too. So my friend Az, right? He's the one that toned up my nickname down a notch, made it more palatable, from Piss Pants to Pizza Pants. How did that go? Right, well some kid in class calls me by that awful nickname in front of the teacher. Asriel, ever absorbing and quick-witted, swooped in and came up with some elaborate story. I had to sat at my lunch tray at the cafeteria table when I got up. So pizza stayed stuck to my butt. That was supposedly the reason why kids were laughing and calling me names. And you know what? The teacher bought it. Not only the teacher, but the story lived on in my social permanent record. My own classmates, who were there for the Pissy Pants incident, thought Az's story was real. Please, everyone, open your eyes. This is just another one of the dreamer's lies.
Bars.
Come to think of it, did old Azzy come up with that story not to defend me, but to get his friend out of trouble? Water under the bridge, water under the bridge. Don't think about it. The fact of the matter was that incident led me getting my first real friend. Of course, my misfortunes ramped up into overdrive after my life was graced with his presence. Or rather, should I say that misfortunes got better. Az took me in as his own, and I suddenly had a lot more eyes on me to disappoint. Every trip, every fall, every wayward basketball, I had an audience.
The voice has become something completely different now. It's gone on for so long, it's like I'm becoming like the Godfather or something.
Every trip, every fall, every wayward basketball, I had an audience. It's the kind of audience I want. I'm a one-man stand-up routine. What do you mean most stand-up's already done by one man? Oh, you say that this makes me a character in my very own comedy feature. I didn't apply for this role, thank you very much. I'm more into the dramas. Let me flex my chops. Wait, you think I'm just a character and not the star in my own comedy routine? Let's not talk about that.
What is the music? It's Toho Lo-Fi.
Getting back to Az, he introduced me to the flock of neighbor kids down the street, but most of them were chicks, absolute hotties. Az, how could you recount the Pizza Pants story to them and leave me with a shred of dignity, please? Did you ever stop to think there's actually really down-to-earth girls? And I might have had a chance with one of them someday if you hadn't already splashed cold Pizza Pants water on my face? Even if they were your friends, they didn't have to know. I tried to give him my own nickname, Asriel, but in the middle of saying it, I chickened out and called him Azzy. You know, I know. My chance for revenge wasted. However, there were girls present. I couldn't disappoint their shining bright eyes with my filth. Never. Or at least not in front of Az's shining bright eyes. Let me clarify. I definitely regret it. The name Azzy stuck with everyone in our group. Now Hottie A and cute girl B follow him around all day, coaxing Azzy. Blah. I'm sick of it. You never hear any girl chirping Pizza Pants for me. Yeah, it doesn't exactly roll off the tongue. Yeah, that's the only problem with the situation. Huh. As for how Az looked out, just imagine if I'd called him the other thing.
Hey, ass. What you doing, ass? You send your mom, send you to pick up... What did your mom send you to pick up from the store, ass? You're just picking up your little sibling from school? Never mind. Can't simply squirt. Can't imply squirt is an ass unless I want a couple of ribs cracked. Now I gotta call someone squait if I'm myself I'm scarred by the name Pizzapants. Listen, you, I'm a real gentleman. No matter what I think, the precious little sibling of my best friend is my step-sibling. Almost flesh and blood. Except, well, Squait's not even flesh and blood related to Az, are they? So, not only my step-sibling, but they're also Azzy's step-sibling. Why does it sound like some scandal? Do you ever hear Mrs. Dreamer ran off with the human milkman, and now Mr. Dreamer has a human child? What? You'd rather say Squait's Azzy is my adopted child? That one's handful enough as it is. No, thank you. I didn't even get to experience the fun part of producing the child yet, and I'm suddenly burdened with the whiny snot-nosed result. Nah, forget I said that. What I mean to say is a sibling of my friend should at least be my little buddy. One step below friend, like a second place. Actually, it's more like a participation trophy, isn't it?
This might really just be Pizzapants for 8,000 words. I don't know. Is Pizzapants gay or bi? Yes. This voice is surprisingly quite sustainable. Like, it doesn't actually hurt to do this voice. I'm struggling to take in all of this. It's passing on such high speed, and I'm so concentrated on just reading it. It's like, what was that about Toriel and the milkman? And like, Jesus. Anyway.
It doesn't matter in the long run. The point is, as much as I can say about Asriel Dreamer, he's my best friend in the whole world. I actually like that guy, faults and all. I can't say that much about many people. I'm a man of high standards. I choose quality over quantity, you know? He's a real friend, you hear? Not some kind of Hollywood connection, a rung on the social stepladder. Even though he's also a rung on my social stepladder. He's more of a step stool. Why is everything step all of a sudden? I have a stepchild with my stepladder on the step stool? No, I'm trying to praise the guy here, as he's the kind that'll stick with you through thick and thin. Ride or die, or at least the ride part. His dad lets him borrow his beat-down truck whenever he likes. Not lucky for him. But it's also lucky for me, too, since a friend with the vehicles and at your beck and call limo service. What do you mean it's demeaning for me to compare Asriel Dreamer to my own personal chauffeur? Wasn't it fine for me to be Bluey's personal jester earlier? How mean?
Outson's really into this. Super into this fic. I'm kind of into it too. I'm just letting it wash over me. Just like the vague jazz music's actually kind of playing into this now. We need like the Birdman soundtrack for this.
In any case, as for the introduction, name, I guess I'd rather be called Pizzapants.
That was asking his fucking name. I just remembered. Holy shit.
All things considered, better than being called a dud, I guess, or boyga. I know it's not a great choice. It's less embarrassing than explaining that my parents didn't care how my name sounded or that some guy wet my pants at school. Whoa, definitely shouldn't explain it that way. The name Pizzapants, I apparently sat on a cafeteria pizza once and it's haunted my life ever since. What a quaint story. What do you mean it makes me seem like I have no personality other than the one mishap that occurred in primary school? Move on. Moving on. Age, sex, location. For the next topic, let's pass on that one too. My location's obvious, right?
He didn't say yes please, so he dodged that bullet.
I live in hometown, which ain't too far from the city at all. In fact, I can be here any time. I'm a real asset. Day and night, Asriel come pick me up and drop me off. He just needs to get his mom's permission first. Why are you making that face? She's really scary, you know. Not scary enough that it'll interfere with the job. I'm definitely your most qualified candidate. My biggest asset is my persistence. I never know when to give up. Wait, don't close the door in my face. What am I supposed to do now? I guess I'll come alright.
That was the introduction. Jesus Christ, man. Wow. That went by fast. Holy shit. Worst job interview. Chapter 1. We made it to chapter 1. 6 pages in.
It's like the Tears of the Kingdom tutorial. 3 hours later, you've now started the game. He wasn't fired, he never got hired. That was something. My ability to do other voices may be harmed by that, but that one voice I can do, I guess. We have color-coded dialogue, I guess maybe in response to me complaining bitterly about not knowing who was speaking in previous fix. That's nice if so. So, how was the interview? Did you think you got the position? Asriel cruelly stepped down from his seat of the red rust bucket eyesore that closed the door with a heavy thunk. Who knows why he exited the vehicle when they were going to drive back soon anyway.
Yeah, you could say that, or you could say that I'm not really sure what happened back there. It kind of happened in a flash. Before I knew it, I was out the door, so either I did really well or not so much.
Well, I'm sure you did a great job, don't worry. Nothing is better than minimum wage customer service to really test your acting chops. If anyone's a natural, it would be you. Asriel smiled, casually throwing the keys to Burger Pants, who scrambled to catch them, and ended up swatting them, spiking them into the pavement with an audible clang. You can go ahead and get in. I've got to wash my hands. Wash his hands? What would Asriel Dreamer touch in the time he got to the truck? In the time he got to the truck to the time he arrived here that would make him need to wash his hands? It was an obvious lie, wasn't it? What exactly was he going to do? Did he want to get a job as well? Wanted a milkshake? Weed, says chat. Burger Pants obediently got into the passenger side seat with the door ajar as he peeked curiously in what direction Asriel had walked. No way he was starting the truck up. It might burst into flames. As for the heat, well, it wasn't that bad of a day outside anyhow. She could just leave the door open. Don't leave a cat in a hot car. Asriel marched swiftly along and entered the establishment as if he was meant to be there. That guy was so mysterious sometimes.
It would be a crime.
To say that as... Oh, sorry. The quote distracted me. It should be a crime to say that. Az was a simple person most of the time. He was cheerful, friendly, neat, and overall pretty vanilla. Down to the color of his fur, apparently. However, there had been a few things in his life here and there that had turned him a bit crooked. Everyone had a couple incidents they weren't keen to talk about, things that messed with their heads. Life could never be ideal forever. Misfortunes happen to everyone, including Mr. Perfect himself. Not just once or twice, though. He's been through some doozies since Burger Pants had known him. There was no way they could talk about it. Asriel would never bring it up on his own. Which was fine, since Azzy never asked Burger Pants any questions in kind. They had the sort of friendship where they could easily turn a blind eye to each other's slip-ups. However, Asriel Dreamer's slip-ups were nothing like his own. At most, Az snuck out of the house to play with the girls when he was supposed to be studying. As for himself, well... Burger Pants once got caught red-handed by the Chief of Police. The Chief of Police coincidentally being Asriel's father. Who knows what he had said, but Az somehow used that silver tongue of his to bail him out. Figuratively, of course. It was a miracle he didn't have to be bailed out. But if Az was there at that time, it was like comparing the trials and tribulations of a greenhouse rose to that of a common garden weed. They didn't live in the same reality. Burger Pants sighed and flipped the engine to standby mode to listen to music while he waited. He scanned through all the stations to hear nothing but the same garbage noise. That must suck if that happens regularly. Great, nothing but static. Maybe Az had some CDs. How many of these fics are gonna reference the fucking religious ska? I'd kill for a Best of Queen compilation at this point. This is straight up smooth jazz now. Wow. It's perfect, actually. He folded down the visor on the driver's side and hit the jackpot, or possibly the jacked pot hit him. There were various CDs there, but they varied in a range of annoying to god-awful. It must have been Az's dad's collection. There was one CD that stood out with scribbles on the front, labeled in messy permanent marker. If you had to guess, this should have been something to do with Asriel being in the choir. Nothing said homemade better than cheaply constructed materials and misspellings. He fished out the CD from the compartment sleeve on the visor and jammed it into the CD slot. or what he thought was the CD slot. He immediately overlooked that this truck was so old it played cassette. If you can't play CDs, why even have them in your truck?
Ah, shit, here comes Asriel. That was super quick. Did he really just go inside to wash his hands?
With the CDs snugly caught in the stereo paneling, Burger Pants hastily jerked it away and ripped a small part of the reflective film from the disc. What's this? It didn't crack, but the film ripped? CDs are burned, right? How is there a layer of film to rip? I don't know, Burger Pants. I don't know. Wait, he's Pizza Pants, sorry. Asriel was looking right at him with a smile, unaware of what was going on. Burger Pants smoothly tried to nudge the CD into the sleeve so that the damage wasn't visible.
Don't let him find out. Al, don't let his dad find out.
Burger Pants groaned out through gritted teeth. When he heard the door open, Burger Pants wheezed a "Hey, bud," in greeting to make himself seem less suspicious. Of course Asriel saw him messing with the CDs. How could he not see? Why else would someone lean across the driver's seat to the visor from the passenger's side? Burger Pants took his opportunity to close the door on his side as well. Don't want to forget that. If they hit a bump in the road, he was 90% certain he would fly out of the truck. You have an ear for country now, D-boy. D-boy? His name is Dudley, right? Jesus. As Wise cracked while climbing back into cranking the engine. D-boy. Who the frick knows where this came from? One day out of the blue, Asriel started calling him this. He asked him why it wasn't the usual Pizza Pants, but Asriel laughed it off, saying it would sound like he was bullying him with that name. Really? But he had no problem using it in front of others, especially the girls. When they were alone, though, that's when D-Boy came out. What's the sudden need for code names? Are they secret agents?
I was just looking through them. They didn't look like anything that you were into.
Oh really? I'm into everything. You've got to learn to appreciate the songs individually, not just by genre. As if he'd seen everything from the beginning, Az tapped the unofficially labeled CD when he stopped at the intersection. That one's special. It's a mixtape Chris and I made years ago for Father's Day. We burned a bunch of pirated video game and anime music for my dad. It's actually hilarious to think about now. My dad had no clue what any of this was, but he cherished it for so long. Asriel snorted curtly. Excuse me, was something funny? Offensive? What's that expression supposed to convey? Young Master Dreamer, do you care to share your feelings with the class?
I assumed it was from the church. You're in the choir, right? Suddenly, you have some recordings of yourself singing. Surely.
The voice hurts now for some reason.
I don't know what happened.
Is that something you want to hear so badly? You know where I'll be every Sunday.
Blah. No idiot wants to hear you vocalizing in a flowery manner that's clearly to show off. We both know you're only up there to make your mama proud.
Burger Pants scoffed in his head. Besides, he'd gone a few times. It's weird, I keep wanting to think that they're both like 27 years old here, but they're just in high school still, in theory. For some reason, it's the New York accent, the fast-talking New York. It seems like he should be in his late 20s. So I keep having to like snap back and forth. Besides, he'd gone a few times. Asriel was nowhere to be seen after every service. There would be no point. I've got a cassette here somewhere if you're really interested.
Where? I searched the truck earlier. I definitely would have found it if it was in that case, he quipped.
In brackets, though. Actually, what was Asriel thinking? Was he really willing to pop in a tape of his own voice recordings and jam out on the ride home, thumping his fingers on the steering wheel in time with the beat? Actually, did anyone want to sit in this rust bucket and listen to the sound of Asriel singing slow, crusty church hymns? No, absolutely not. The tonal dissonance would be too much to bear.
I was just wondering if it was from the time your voice transitioned. It was really rough there for a while, Az. You couldn't get through 2 words without your voice cracking. I wonder if the exchange rate for 2 words is the same for singing, or did the rules change? Did your voice squeak every couple notes, every 16 bars?
He speaks in such a weird fucking way, but it's kind of like interesting. It's just free association. Yeah, I describe it as a literary way. It's how someone would speak in a book, as opposed to like realistically, but I guess that's the point. This is literature. If that's all you wanted, we should be able to do some karaoke with me. We could sing a super off-key duet. It'd be the show for the ages.
And scare off all the ladies. I can do that on my own.
It obviously wasn't a sincere invitation anyway. When did Asriel have time to go off to karaoke? After school, track, homework, volunteering, church, choir practice, and spending quality time with the split-up family. Asriel's face lit up and he let out a delightfully genuine laugh. Was self-deprecation really that funny? In that case, there was certainly plenty to go around. Take a big heaping pile, laugh it up while it's still not stale. After that, the conversation pretty much died. Stiff silence with the occasional accompanying noise of the engine sputtering was the soundtrack to their trip home. What was there to say? Thanks for driving me out to humiliate myself in front of some stranger? I can't wait to do that again sometime. Forget it. He didn't want to mention the interview ever again. Why was it that Burger Pants couldn't help but spill his guts in front of strangers, but couldn't bring up a single topic in front of his best friend? Was it the lack of understanding? No, not of Asriel, but of the strangers. He desperately has to explain himself to other people, but Az always seemed to get him just fine. In fact, it was because there was a mutual understanding between them that he couldn't ask about what happened earlier. If Asriel really did go in to wash his hands, well, he's the kind of guy to take him along. Huh. Actually, two grown men splashing around in the public bathroom sink. The optics weren't great. Scratch that idea. Maybe he was trying to save some face, not dragging Burger Pants back there to awkwardly encounter the interviewer again. Would she kick him out for a second time after seeing his face? When they came up close to familiar territory again, Burger Pants knew the journey was almost over. Home at last. Finally, he could get back to being the bum he was always meant to be. Hey, 69 viewers. Nice. Anyone who left before this is really missing out. What happened to all that Destiny talk about hopes and dreams from earlier? Just for show, just for show. Everyone would want a free ride that's offered to them, right? Coasting by in life was his biggest dream. Coasting by in life was his biggest dream. Sure, he wanted a job to make a couple bucks and find some more connections, but ultimately Burger Pants wanted to milk his life living with his parents as far as it could possibly take him. The real life out there was scary. He tried running away from home a couple times, only to camp out at the Dreamer's house. No, he didn't make it very far. But where else could a child go? While their home was always open and inviting to friends, Mrs. Dreamer had always had that knowing look in her eye. What she knew exactly, who could say? Maybe she knew everything and was judging him. Maybe she knew nothing and was judging him. Maybe she was simply thinking about making a grocery list, but was simultaneously looking at him and judging him. She wasn't the only one either. Az naturally had many friends. They didn't get along. Burger Pants would consider a good half of them were his friends too, but they weren't friends he'd consider hanging out with in Az's absence. They were, what do they call that? Nodding acquaintances? Maybe they could be considered shaking the head acquaintances instead. It was Asriel that brought people together after all. That's a familiar situation. This shit slaps, says chat. It's engaging so far. I'm engaged as fuck. Thinking of that time, it was only one of the instances where Burger Pants could remember Az getting upset with him. Boys being boys, they like to joke and do stupid stuff together.
I like to joke around and do all sorts of stupid gay shit. They can't troll you if they dressing up as a girl and kissing him,
They do a lot of things that were supposed to be off limits, aside from the usual staying up after curfew. Maybe sneaking off, pulling a few pranks, mild mischief. It never went too far. It's not like they tore up the house or anything. That was a job for Squirt, after all. That was their specialty. Never leave amateurs to do a professional's job, as they say. That's right, and their brief spat was about the little sibling. Well, not specifically involving Chris, but there they were, tangentially involved somewhat. Burger Pants considered himself quite the artiste, regardless of his practical skills. Az was also the creative type, which made getting along with him a breeze. They were both meek, mild-mannered people who loved to express themselves through the arts. With Az, that was quite literally. He loved to draw. In fact, he'd won quite a few drawing and coloring contests at school. If there was something Az couldn't do, wouldn't that be a wonder to see? The two had always liked playing and drawing together, playing a drawing game together. They'd each take turns drawing a part of a picture and turn it for the other to edit. The picture started off pretty tame, but eventually ended up somewhat inappropriate, at least by Mrs. Dreamer standards. What began as a tree would morph into a picture of a pipe-smoking snowman who'd set fire to a house. In other pictures, limbs would get chopped off, and there'd be guts and gore aplenty. Having said that, it was normal kind of icky kids would draw when trying to push the boundaries. None of it was particularly offensive. At least not until middle school, when they'd become properly aware of the differences between certain body parts. Suddenly, the limbs and organs that were missing from people from previous pictures were found in abundance. It didn't matter if it made sense, the more of it the better. It was naughty, therefore it was hilarious.
He's talking about cock and balls.
They would take the old coloring books and form stupid narratives around the pictures, modifying them with unseemly captions and wildly exaggerate proportions. Each one was a work of true art, each its own pristine ode to preteen angst. The pinnacle manifestation of Chunibyo. I wasn't expecting that, alright. The coloring book graffiti game extended to other materials as well, so it shouldn't have been a surprise that one of the kids' books with a scantily clad... I knew this would come up, it was leading into the How to Draw Dragons. The scantily clad figure on the cover also got their infamous makeover treatment. Perhaps because they were a bit older at the time, fueled by the contents of the cover, they were particularly inspired to go ham defacing it, and bumping up source material a couple of age ratings. The problem was that Az didn't remember making any adjustments at all. He somehow thought Burger Pants had done it all by himself. It came as a complete surprise when Asriel got super upset the next day. When he said he'd been discovered, Burger Pants assumed that Mrs. Dreamer must have found it, but that wasn't the case at all. It was little Buddy who'd gotten a hold and feasted his eyes on the forbidden contents. Apparently, they were traumatized by what they saw. This is good. Feeling completely wronged by his misfortune at the time, Burger Pants tried to state his case, reasoning that Az was half complicit and didn't take the proper steps to hide the book even though he knew Chris shared the same bedroom. Asriel, however, like his mom, could be absolutely terrifying if you thought there was a slight against him or his family. They ultimately made amends when Burger Pants offered to have a talk with Squirt and apologize. Az stood over his shoulder the whole time, monitoring the situation to make sure it didn't go anywhere he didn't approve. That conversation had to be the most humiliating situation Burger Pants had ever been in. Or at least it should have been if it wasn't so shameless. The familiar street came into view. They were going to split up for the day, and Burger Pants is going to take some time to unwind, in his own special way. It's vaguely ominous.
Hey, bud, thanks for taking me all the way over there to shoot my shot. I'll knock him dead next time.
I don't think you have to keep shooting your shot, D-boy. I'm fairly confident you've already got it in the bag.
Sure thing. Nowhere to go but up.
Burger Pants hastily unbuckled his seatbelt and opened the door, getting the feeling that something was different. Oh, the engine was shut off. Why did Ash turn off the truck? Just as he looked over. So, I was thinking, why don't I hang out at your place today, for old time's sake? That smile, the extremely punchable face. Don't be so smug while inviting yourself over, okay? What old time's sake? Didn't all their old times hanging out entail them going over to Asriel's house? Burger Pants thought of a whole new issue.
What'd Mr. Dreamer think? Or Mrs. Dreamer think? Hello, Earth to Az. Do you want to be skinned alive? Wait, wouldn't she just skin me instead? Azzy, you should probably call your mom first, right? You should be okay. You sure should be okay with it?
I'm staying with my dad tonight, Az declared triumphantly, as if he'd gotten his way.
You should probably make sure it's alright with your dad then.
The expression on Burger Pants' face faltered.
Or me. You should probably ask me if I'm alright with this first. Don't I gotta say? What do you intend to do coming over to my dingy, cramped room? Wash your hands? If cleanliness is next to godliness, you'll probably need a lot more than hand washing if you step foot in there, buddy.
He thought venomously to himself, never daring to voice it aloud. Banger line, though. It'll be fine, let's just have fun. We'll do whatever you want to do. Chapter 2, of 2, I assume. Let that sink in. The piano was so smooth. Sorry, just vibing for a second there. The first thing Burger Pants did when he got to his room was pick up the laundry off the floor and tuck some of the trundle. I've never heard that word before. Trundle. You can be trundling, but not a trundle. And tuck away the trundle of his sofa bed so that Asriel would have a decent place to sit. The couch was so small that they would be practically touching if you squeezed next to him, so Burger Pants resigned himself to the floor. He pushed the button to turn on the TV so that there would be noise to distract them from the embarrassing atmosphere. Was this the first time Az ever came to his place? No, not at all. But it was the first time he'd been here as an adult. It was hard not to notice all the differences in his room scattered with evidence of the growing interests he'd taken up. In most of the time of his friend's absence. Okay, let me try again. It was hard not to notice all the differences in the rooms scattered with evidence of the growing interests he'd taken up in the time of his friend's absence. Of course, Asriel shouldn't mind too much. If anything, he'll act as oblivious as always, right? In his room, his house. It's his room, his house. He'd had a long day. That was reason enough to pretend that having Asriel here didn't bother him. Don't look at him. Pretend he's a fly on the wall. A spider on the wall. He can join in all the other bugs that made their home on his wall. Actually, would Az notice the bugs on his wall? Don't think, just do. So he decided to clumsily move forward with his own wind-down routine and reach for the stash into the cushion. Az just sat there, obediently watching the TV. Well, not completely watching the TV. He would glance over to Burger Pants' way from time to time, as if he was just checking the clock.
You want to join me? It'd be pretty awkward to have you staring at me the whole time, eh?
I don't mind if you smoke at all. It's not really my thing, Asriel hesitated, as if he just thought of an important issue. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone.
You rotten bastard,
Burger Pants seethed.
I was there when you tried your first smoke. I was there when you got passed out drunk on fruity drinks at Caddy's house. I know what you're like underneath your public-facing facade. Why do you even bother to hide it in front of me? To feel superior?
What's wrong? You're looking at me funny, Az giggled, as if suddenly caught up in high contact. Oh, in a contact high. What is a contact high? Is that droogs? I don't know enough about droogs to know what that is. That's not a natural reaction, right? Where did it come from? Nothing happened yet.
I'm just thinking, you're such a good boy, Asriel. That's what everyone thinks, right? Asriel Dreamer, what a charming prince. An angel sent from the heavens. I just hope I'm not making you too uncomfortable. I'm not used to having guests over.
This is why Burger Pants disliked attractive people. Maybe it was a survival instinct, but they all seemed to play dumb. They were natural schemers, and he knew exactly how to get what they wanted, or they did, rather. And what more could they want? They've already got their life handed to them, surrounded by many friends and a good family, a rich family, the ones without real issues. It's when you get high from being around someone who's high. Gotcha. Wait, that wasn't exactly fair. As his family had had its share of problems, and he knew it. It couldn't have been easy living one's life up to everyone's high expectations while simultaneously being repressed by their overbearing parents. But at least Asriel's parents feel like they really love him. As for Burger Pants' situation, come on, don't be like this. We both know I'm not a good person. Az waved off the statement, shifting his position and briefly making eye contact. As far as angels go, wouldn't that be my little Chris? There's that genuine smile again, the one that seemed to come out only when thinking of something sinister. Burger Pants was taken back briefly.
Little buddy. Sure, they're interesting.
Another brief moment of eye contact. He's really into talking about his sibling. I've never known anyone so pure in my entire life. It's absolutely captivating. Burger Pants hesitated for a moment, wondering if he was about to step on a landmine. However, he just had to know. To what extent was Asriel's bias toward Chris? Was he just defensive because his little sibling was cute? But that's not really the case at all. Who could call Chris Dreamer cute? Did they have eyes? Ears? Any sense of awareness? Anyway, weren't siblings supposed to fight? A sibling rivalry, to fight over the affection of one's parents. Actually, considering the parents, was that the reason for their siblings' camaraderie in lieu of a rivalry?
You remember that one time little buddy tried to make you coffee but accidentally left chicken bones at the bottom of the mug?
That's right, it was hot chocolate actually. It wasn't an accident. They put them there on purpose. Of course they did. Coffee doesn't grow bones of its own. That's so specific and so good. I aspire to this as a writer, just be able to think of weird fucking ideas like that. Like, where did you come up with that? Chicken bones and a hot chocolate. How did you think of that? It's so specific.
Neither does hot chocolate for that, or mugs.
Unless it's boneware, perhaps. But who's shelling out those kids? But who's shelling out those kinds of dollars on kitchen essentials? Boneware, got it. In any case, those are buffalo chicken wing bones. The best part was already picked clean. You clearly got shafted regardless, if you wanted the chicken or the chocolate. Was Asriel really aware that it was a prank? What's with the shit-eating grin?
On purpose, wasn't it supposed to be chicken flavor or something?
Would such a concoction be called cock chocolate? No, that's taking things too far. You nearly missed hot cock chocolate, like sriracha flavored. Well, I guess that's a side perk. The real reason was I needed more calcium. There's calcium in bones, you see. Isn't that adorable? In what world was finding bones at the bottom of your cup adorable? Most rational people would think it's a threat, especially considering his diet. Asriel Dreamer, he really is a weirdo.
I guess so.
And Burger Pants forced a smile. Well, half a smile. A strained smile, if you will. At least it looked like he'd been put through the strainer.
Remember that time they put packs of ketchup in your track shoes?
Asriel slapped his knee as if he told the best joke he'd ever heard. They were afraid I was going to lose the race, so they put packets there so I could catch up to my opponent. How far does the Dreamer brain rot rabbit hole go? Do bad puns come with the last name? What was the deal? I'm right there with Burger Pants. I've never been so invested in Burger Pants' point of view. I've become Burger Pants.
Yeah, and the time they dumped a full bouquet of roses in your bed while you were sick. What were they thinking?
Oh, that funny story. My mom was watching a rom-com while Chris was there in the front room, silently watching along. She must have forgotten they were presents, so when Chris asked why the rose petals were spread on the late lady's bed, it scared the hell out of her. Mom immediately gave the excuse that it was a present since the leading lady wasn't feeling good and needed to lay down. Mom shooed them away, claiming it was past their bedtime. Since Mom definitely skirted over the romantic implications, Chris formulated the idea that roses have healing properties. Along with my dad, they spent the whole day picking out good ones for me. Too bad they got crushed.
The stems were still on Azzy, the thorns. Think about the bed full of thorns. Did it hurt? Is it fun being surprised with 1,000 tiny cuts in your sickbed?
Burger Pants felt like he was about to have a stroke. Why is this so funny? Like, what an angle to explore. It's an angle I hadn't even thought of, and it's like really promising suddenly. Like it just works. Chris truly could do nothing wrong in his eyes, even bullying the ill. Actually, that's a strange detail to pop into his head. What was up with his best friend being bedridden? Did he ever think to question it before? Is this like actually some retroactive Kara shit? I can imagine, like, this is sort of like speculating on what Asriel and Kara's relationship could have been like an Undertale, if I'm reading into it correctly. Even if it's not intentional, like, there's a good amount of overlap here. It's really fascinating. Yes, says the author. All right. I'm into it. I'm into it. The stems were still on it, etc.
I don't remember, so fill me in. What were you so sick with at that time? As I recall, you didn't come to school for days.
Asriel's mood visibly deflated, so this was the touchy subject. Oh, that. You remember that one night of truth or dare when Bratty dared me to kiss her?
Who could forget?
Burger Pants cleared his throat. It shouldn't be that Mrs. Dreamer beat him to the point where he didn't dare show his face in public for a week. She actually bit me, but everything got found out. I tried to take up for Bratty by saying, Catty slapped me with her claws. We all wound up having to get tetanus shots. Whoa, what kind of scoop was this? Asriel Dreamer's got the wild child neighbor chicks fighting over him. Wait, Catty didn't actually slap him, right? She should have. She still has it in her head that they're going steady. One night at a school dance of all things, she got wasted and grinded all over him, as if to show everyone that he was her property. So it was actually Bratty's fault? Also, exactly where did she bite him? How did it get found out? And if it was just a tetanus shot, why was he out for so long? He's asking all the right questions. These scenarios are so specific, but I love them. They're so good. They're so weird, but they work. She bit him. The Beastars lore coming back.
Did the shot make you sick? Don't tell me you got tetanus.
A strange, defeated sort of smile struck its way into Azzy's face. How could that be? My mom grounded me for a long time. Aside from church, I was forbidden to contact anyone.
That's harsh, dude.
Burger Pants sucked in a breath. It was a lot to process at once. Grounded because of the kiss, or because he got bitten? What kind of logic was that? More importantly, Burger Pants was hung up on the Bratty and Caddy thing. How much was going on between them and Asriel? As a friend, even he didn't know, and he really needed to know.
So, between you two, who do you like more?
Huh? But between who? Between you and...
Bratty and Caddy, they hate each other, so don't dream of taking both. Which one would you prefer?
Burger Pants huffed. Yes, choose one soon. And that way there's room to work in a relationship with the other. It definitely could happen. That's... how can I choose? They're like my sisters. Oh. They cut you off. They cut you off. Shit. I was really riding that high. It cut me off. It's like when Umris cuts off, but it was the opposite reaction, because I was like glad that it stopped. Author's note. After this scene, all shit hits the fan. It becomes a train wreck of biblical proportions. Asriel gets sick of Burger Pants and tries to tell him what's on his mind concerning his family. Wait, I don't want to read a plot synopsis. Hang on. Wait a minute. Has this been written, or is this just a... Does this exist somewhere? The rest of the story. I'm morbidly curious. I want to know. Does it become pornography? Like, what's the reason not to read it? Give me the lowdown here without the plot spoilers. Is it like foul smut? No reason. It's 53 pages long. Right. Okay. Yeah, that's not going into the stream. You're right. But I mean, it can't cut off there. I want to keep reading at least. I'm invested. I'll stop eventually. More importantly, Burger Pants was hung up on Bratty and Caddy thing. Yeah.
Sisters that publicly twerk all over you? The biting is not an issue. Oddly enough, that could be chalked up to sibling rivalry, but the kissing. Would you kiss your own sister? Oh, would you actually kiss your sibling, Asriel Dreamer? Couldn't be, right? Asriel's got that weird guardian aura concerning Squate, but so does everyone else in his family. He's part of the Dreamer household. So it's no wonder he'd grow up to be an overbearing protective. The only thing I can't put my finger on is that strange mood whiplash that comes out every time he speaks about him. Az, are you just that proud of being a big brother, or...
how shameful can you be? You. I know everything you're thinking. That's kind of messed up, don't you think?
Pray tell, Dreamer, what am I thinking? Do you actually know? How could anyone know the lead on where my thoughts are going? No offense to myself, but even I can't control where they end up. My train of thoughts are completely bypassed the station. Even I have problems keeping up. This is the inherent dilemma of the inventive mind, a blessing and a curse. Do you think it's easy for me? The script is a surprise to me every time. Good thing for you, my improv skills are top notch. I was just asking, are you more of the tails or scales kind of guy? I'm more of a scales guy myself, you know.
That's lore. Holy shit.
Something about a chick tough as nails. Both are nice, actually. Any type is good. That's a lie. I'm actually super icky. Listen, I got a couple videos from my dad's collection and thought, since you're the special guest, you should have the honor of choosing.
This is gonna get weird. Scales or tails? Jesus Christ. Why does it sound so natural, despite the fact that no humans ever actually said that before? Burger Pants stood up and worked his way over to the small particle board bookcase in the back corner. Then again, its intended purpose was to be a bookcase, but it housed anything but books. Each shelf was a cluttered collection of shirts, figurines, tapes, cups, comics. Wait, success. A comic is a type of book, right? Now he can consider himself sophisticated. There's a single book in its proper place. Your dad's collection, home movies? Asriel blinked twice as if trying to play innocent, but being completely obvious about it.
He's got it all. Let's see, quid pro do, tip of scales, epic tale, tongue and beak.
Oh god. What the fuck? What are you rattling off all of a sudden? How can you say those things with such a straight face?
Would you rather me say them with a twisted face? Listen, we just need to lighten the mood, chill out. We're so tired of my wayward thoughts. I should clear my mind. What better way than this?
There's no way this isn't awkward, Pizzapants. You can't convince me that this bros hang out and watch porn together. You can't convince me that's a thing that people do. I'm not gonna buy it. I know I'm not the most social person. I haven't had the most conventional, bro-to-bro relationships, but this can't be a real thing. It happens, says Rim. Fuck. God damn it. Right, well, that's what he intended from the start. Burger Pants wanted to let off steam, relax, and forget about the mess that was earlier today. It seemed like instead of letting the thought clouds dissipate from his head, they were just gathering up again. The Force cast projects a congregation of thought clouds murking up the skies. Perhaps it would rain soon. Would those be considered shower thoughts? No, that's exactly the kind of thing he didn't need. The opposite of shower thoughts would be dirty thoughts? Ha! That fucking associative train of consciousness. It's weird to, read. Is this what Ulysses is like? Probably, right? 3 quarks for muster mark and such. As long as it got his mind off everything, it was good enough. He was tired of constantly thinking. It was high time to evict these lingering thoughts that rented out his mind. No more time for ruminating, dwelling on awkward encounters and serious discussions. Time to make a new awkward encounter. Sorry. Intelligent thoughts might chase him wherever he went, but he could definitely outrun them. On second thought, maybe since these were kind of comparisons circulating in his brain, he already entered the Zen state of stupidity long ago. In that case, merely stupid wasn't good enough. I've lost the track of what he's talking about, but he seems to know himself.
Why are you acting like so shy? I'm asking you what you like.
I'm not being modest or anything. I'm not interested.
You just gotta find the right one, bud. Surely something's gotta be interesting to you.
I highly doubt that, D-boy. Just drop it. Oh, what was that tone now? Did you ruffle some feathers?
Again with D-boy? There's that name. Just name something, huh? We probably got it.
Oh shit. This is getting weird. What about something with humans? I don't really care what genre. Whatever you usually watch is good. Holy shit. He's an anti-furry. How kinky is that in universe? How weird is that? Asriel sighed in a defeated tone, sitting back on the couch. Burger Pants immediately swung his head around and looked him square in the eyes, which gave Az a mild start. What the fuck is happening, says chat. Either you know or you don't at this point. I can't help you anymore. I can barely help myself. If there was some way for him to break up the mood like a record scratch, that was the thing that did it. Was it more accurate to say nails to a chalkboard? Whichever of the two was worse. Actually, would a record needle to chalkboard... Actually, would a record needle to a chalkboard be all that bad? Some records definitely were. All of this just to distract Burger Pants from the real question in his mind. Does Asriel seriously just ask that? Rather, why exactly did he ask for that? This was a no judgment zone. Everyone's a little bit fucked up, but that, what brand of fucked up? How much? Was it vanilla or radical raspberry razzle dazzle or fucked up? I don't think this was a no-win situation for Asriel, right? Burger Pants, Pizza Pants demands, "Hey bro, what porn you into?" Asriel says, "I'd rather not talk about it." Burger Pants says, "Tell me." And Asriel says what kind of porn he's into. Burger Pants immediately becomes highly judgmental. I mean, it's not a good situation, you know, to create in a social setting. You just don't create that situation. I don't even know where this is going anymore. Azzy, you... Not porn, stupid. I meant anime. I want to talk to you about something that's been bugging me, okay? I wanted to smoothly transition into it, but things keep getting off track. Putting it off like this is making me anxious. And this is exactly why Burger Pants wanted to chuck any random video on. You shouldn't have bothered asking Asriel in the first place. At least if you went with his instincts, the mood wouldn't be so awkward. They'd be distracted by now. It probably would have been the fucking dough one, wouldn't it? God damn it. What good is talking going to do? Is there anything to be said that will upset him less at this point? Seriously, the mood was too heavy. That was the opposite effect of what he intended, but since Asriel brought it up, he must have something he wanted to say. The least he could do was listen. Tape still absent-mindedly in the hand, he walked closer to the couch and plopped back into a spot on the floor.
All right then, what did you have in mind?
The funny video essay man is saying porn. Point and laugh at the funny video essay man. God damn it. Who talks about the porn they watch? I don't know. It's like, this interaction is so weird, but I don't know. Someone in chat said that real people do this. It's not fucked up at all. It's normal. I'm just gonna have to roll with it. I'm interested in learning about humans because my sibling is human. You get it now, right? Chris hates humans. Can't talk about them, won't even look at pictures. Aside from a home, we don't share any common interests. We're nothing alike. It's hard to get along all the time without putting in the effort. Do you know how exhausting it is? Burger Pants took a puff and exhaled slowly. There was nothing he could have done to prepare himself for today. The day just kept on going. Things got off course for Asriel, joined the club. Nothing went as planned for Burger Pants either, even more so than usual.
No common ground, nothing alike, as the spitting image of you. No, that's not it. It's more like Squate follows in your footsteps. It's hard to separate you two. Trust me, I know you. You can't just be placating them for your sake, right? You guys do everything together. I would have killed to have a brother like you growing up. Did you get in a fight or something?
Since Burger Pants hardly reacted, Asriel continued. There isn't much I can seriously talk about without scaring Chris, because Chris doesn't want to admit that they're human. So how could I bear to tell them about the life cycles of monsters? Why they're different than the rest of the family. Mom can't do it either, and I doubt she ever tried. I can't comfort them. I can't comfort myself by venting to others about it either. You're digging up every, unexplored but weirdly compelling plot line or plot thread or unspoken conflict in Deltarune so far, and just, wallowing in it. I'm really digging this. This is what fanfiction is supposed to be for. I'm into it. It's weird, but I'm into it. The more he went on, the more venomous the sentiments became. He briefly looked over to his friend for validation, but Burger Pants was too busy fooling around with stuff on the floor. He was listening right? Burger Pants, stop doing whatever the fuck you're doing with the floor. What do they know? To them, humans are these quirky mascot creatures in anime. I'm sick of this backwoods shut-in town, the self-serving views of the world. I want to get out of here and be myself for once, without everyone looking expectantly to me. I need to be who they want me to be, someone they can always rely on to be their comfort and support. I thought maybe you were the same, that you wanted to escape. Wow, and there it is. Someday this turned out to be. Asriel Dreamer just spilled his guts all over the table, as the saying went.
Why'd you spill your beans?
Burger Pants didn't actually have a table, but Asriel really did have guts to spill all that. How do you recover from this kind of mood? So Az is bitter too. He also hates his shitty little small town life. Lucky for him, he can still escape this hellhole, make something of himself. Yeah, he's got way too much potential to stay cooped up here. The world needs Asriel dreamers to go out there and shake things up. Burger Pants instinctively fiddled with the object in his hands, but it inevitably fell to the floor and created a small circle of burnt rental carpet. At the state his room is in, it can be considered as a decoration. Maybe it would increase the property value. Asriel looked one more time for comfort, but still in vain. Was his friend still too distracted to understand what he was telling him? Maybe this was a mistake after all. Well, what do you think?
Nah, you're too good for this hometown, Azzy. Maybe you should start thinking about what's going to be best for yourself. Your mom can't always follow you all the way to college, right?
Az sighed and looked down at his trembling hands. I love my home, and my friends, and my family. I just feel trapped. I've got a bit of a headache suddenly. Why don't you just do your thing while I get some water, all right?
He means jack off.
Asriel stood up hastily and walked to the door, as if he had the whole place memorized. What water? That was probably the last he'd see of Az today. He most likely, knowing that guy, just went back home. Given what he said, it's understandable for Azzy to be upset. Who could blame him? What with given the mountains of pressure he faces every day? Yes, even attractive people could have problems once in a while. Burger Pants thought, it's not all fun in the sun. Maybe that's what bent him, slowly watching his world fall apart on him while pretending he didn't see the pieces falling and still maintaining the status quo with the false smile plastered to his face. Yep, that sucks. Burger Pants is going to beat the 2008 indie game off. Yes, that's what I mean.
Azzy, you're fun to beat up, sir, ain't you?
At least Burger Pants didn't have anyone to disappoint but himself. Himself and Asriel. Thinking back on it, he was just... was that just now a cry for help that went on deaf ears? Did he let his friend down? Maybe he should have tried to stop him in the door. No way, Asriel zoomed out there faster than the naked eye. If Burger Pants tried to block the exit, he would have been crushed to death. Twice. Somehow that guy was pretty miffed. Asriel Dreamer, the one-man stampede, with an extra stomp underfoot just for him. A stompede, if you will, and Burger Pants most likely deserved it. With a derisive snicker, he put the tape in that he'd been playing with absent-mindedly. What was the use in thinking about this now? He should gather his thoughts after a good night's rest and call Azzy after he comes to a conclusion. But what if the idiot were to do something reckless, run away from home? Where could he even go? It couldn't be like him to camp out at the Dreamers while you're also a dreamer, right? If he did flee town right now, his mom found out, oh God help Mr. Dreamer. Poor guy would probably lose his visitation rights as well as his skin, wouldn't he? Actually, what good were visitation rights if the person in question was missing? But Az couldn't do it, right? He's scared so much for his family. They were the center of his universe. He cared so much, that is. This is Yeek levels of monologuing in a good way. I know what you mean. There's a difference. I've read books. I know what books are like. People monologue in books. And like, you know if you're reading the real thing or if it's fucking Yeek, right? Yeek is like the form of literary monologues. Philosophical rambling, stream of consciousness, but it doesn't, it's not it. It's not the real thing. It doesn't have any of the content, any of the actual appeal. This does. This is what the Yeek dev was trying to create. Something like this. I feel I've accidentally brought a real gem into existence here by making this stupid fucking ship into a meme. Burger Pants picked himself off the floor and dragged himself over to a couch in a daze. He stared at the ceiling for a good long while. Humans don't actually live for long, do they? That would be kind of weird to grow up, watching your younger sibling age like milk. No, wait, that wasn't fair at all. Squirt was doing well for themselves, but it did seem like only a couple years ago they weren't so tiny, now that I almost caught up to Az himself. That's weird lore, but sure, okay. Monsters just age slower than humans for some reason? Okay, sure. Why not? I disagree personally. I mean, I went to great lengths previously to, in fact, argue against the idea that Undertale monsters at least age differently than humans, because, you know, Burger Pants himself points out that he's 19 years old, acting like a 19-year-old human. So, but I'll, you know, this is fine. Boss monster lore. Oh, it's boss monsters. Okay, never mind. Right, you are. Just that Burger Pants didn't compare Asriel aging to himself, so I thought it was like all monsters. Would Squirt become a full-fledged grown-up before Az had done growing? Can he even call him Squirt at that point? No, of course not. Little Buddy is a little buddy after all. Wait, would Little Buddy even eventually become Big Buddy? A Giga Buddy? How do humans grow to be? Admittedly, all he knew about them was what had printed in his old textbooks and anime. Before the tape ended, Asriel opened the door to Burger Pants' room and stood hunched in the threshold, appearing in much worse condition than he did when he stormed out moments before. Was it just moments before? How long was a moment exactly? Burger Pants stood up, surprised by the sudden outburst. It was a good thing he wasn't caught in the middle of doing anything important just then, but whatever happened to Az, it obviously wasn't good, right? It looked like he'd been hit by a truck. I feel like I've been run over by a truck, Asriel groaned, reaching out to the party inside. Burger Pants didn't hesitate for long. Wait, who's Burger Pants? Did you forget, or was this established and I just skimmed over it? He has so many names, it's hard to keep track. It's Burger Pants is just like a loosely associative word cloud. He's been Burger Pants the whole time? Are you serious? When? But he ranted about his name for like an hour. How he was Pizzapants. And his real name was like Burgess or something. Oh, whatever. I don't care. It literally doesn't matter.
What happened, bud? You hurt anywhere? Did he get in a wreck? Should I walk you to the hospital? Tell your dad, your mom to come get you.
Az gave a cold look at the mention of the last two suggestions on the list. Don't even mention it, D-boy. I didn't leave your house. I was in the kitchen the whole time. Didn't I tell you I was getting something to drink? Burger Pants understood his intentions and helped them onto the sofa. Asriel still favored being slightly doubled over, so whatever was wrong, he was most likely uncomfortable. But not uncomfortable enough to ask for help. What the fuck is wrong? I am as clueless as Burger Pants. Does he have a kidney stone? Like what?
As I know this might not be the right time to ask, but why do you keep calling me that? D-boy, I mean.
Did you just discover it today? Asriel mused with a weak smile.
Absolutely not. It's been bugging me for a while now. You just said it a bunch today, a lot more than usual.
It's your own fault. You've called me Bud a lot lately.
What? How is that relevant? I call you by a nickname so you make up your own to throw back at me? At least mine makes sense.
Mine makes sense too. Remember back when you used to call me Buddy Boy all the time? Well, you dropped the D-boy. You dropped the D-boy, so I'm simply returning it. Plus, your first name starts with D, doesn't it? Oh god. To Burger Pants, this revelation was more mind-blowing than whatever Asriel had clued him in on tonight. Az remembered his given name, and remembered what he was called when he was first trying to get chummy with the guy. So it wasn't random after all. He thought Asriel was making up some anime reference, or more likely calling him a bad name. At least he seemed to use it like an insult. Vampire Hunter D-boy. It also sounds like D-bag, and you sound like a douchebag when you say Bud, so condescendingly.
No, Az, how could I be so misunderstood? Chris is the little buddy, so you're the bigger buddy. The bud, like the pal crossed with a sprouting flower.
Asriel narrowed his eyes. I thought Chris is Squirt to you. If they're Squirt, then am I Fountain? Asriel teared, starting to come back to his original demeanor. I think that makes him a gusher. Burger Pants was somewhat bewildered. Did he ever call Chris Squirt in front of Asriel? He must be slipping, and Az must be very lenient, allowing it to happen without saying anything up till now. This is so high concept.
If they're a squirt, it's more like a kitchen sink. the whole package. You got it all contained. Speaking of which, did you go wash your hands again? Or to get water? They don't seem so hot there, but Az.
The smile flashed at him seemed so bright it was sparkling, like he was beside himself with pride. In what in the world kind of mischief could he have caused in such little time? He didn't actually crash his dad's truck, did he? When I went to the kitchen, your mom gave me some chocolate milk.
Wait, my mom gave you chocolate milk? Is she back from work already? Furthermore, did we even have chocolate milk?
Burger Pants questioned. She also gave me some brownies. They were delicious. Absolutely not. If there was one thing Burger Pants' mom couldn't do to save her life, it was cook. She definitely couldn't bake. How did she get the brownies? What kind of brownies did she give you, Asriel? I told her I wasn't feeling well and she gave me some medicine she said would take the edge off. I think it just made me feel funny instead. But she was so nice for helping me, I don't want her to feel bad that it didn't work. Those kind of brownies. Alright. Hold up, was that Burger Pants' mom after all? Does that guy even work here? Did she slip something to Asriel? No, right? She wouldn't just share the good shit willy-nilly. However, this was Asriel Dreamer we were talking about after all. He wasn't just anybody. If someone could coax it out of her cold, ruthless hands, it had to be him. Burger Pants was so beside himself that he sat down beside to the seat next to Az's. How would this picture reverse so quickly? Asriel was now all smiles and rosy cheeks while Burger Pants was hunched over, contemplating his life. He couldn't tell what was real and what was fake. But the fact of the matter was, whatever happened to Asriel wasn't a small thing. He can't possibly drive home like this. He had at least to stay for a while and sit around until he got his wits about him. This fic has a knack of like blowing up totally minor things into like big weird mysteries, and usually that would be like off-putting, but somehow it's just feels right. It just feels natural. I don't know how it works. Unlike with Asriel's little slump earlier, Burger Pants didn't have the luxury of awkward silence. As soon as he noticed it was so hard to concentrate that he couldn't hear himself think, he realized why. It was that tape he'd put in earlier. That actress was screaming so loudly. And if his mom was home, there was no way she couldn't hear it, right? He'd better turn it down. Didn't he have the remote here somewhere before Asriel came in? He could easily get up and use the buttons on the set, but half of them were broken. He was afraid he would accidentally pump the volume up as he was trying to turn it down. Plus, he knew it was around here somewhere. He just saw it. Burger Pants looked over the side of the sofa and felt between the cushions. Man, this is fucked. The author says, I translate things online. A translator? From what language? I'm curious. Japanese and... What is CN? What language is CN? Chinese. Oh, I see. Well, if you've never actually, like, written shit before... Or maybe you have, I don't know. You seem to have some latent ability, to say the least. When does Asriel start speaking Chinese? I don't know. Maybe somewhere in the next 58 pages. Is it because I'm here? Don't worry, you can continue to watch your silly videos if you want, Asriel chimed in. And I promise not to tell you when your dad records porn off the descrambled fuzzy network. Burger Pants' eyes darted toward his as if there were laser beams that could kill him. What was the detail Asriel casually harpooned through his head right now? The descrambled porn channel? Does Az know about such a thing? Has he unscrambled it himself? What the fuck is the scrambled porn channel? What does that mean? Is this why he had no interest? Sure, he wants to see reruns. Him, actually, he did. How could this kind of thing get old? But also... It's kind of pathetic, don't you think? Do you ever imagine how the actress feels having to scream out cheesy lines like that? At that point, Burger Pants knew he should probably turn it off completely. Asriel already told him he wasn't interested and apparently told the truth. Sigh. Burger Pants should probably stop looking for the remote and go eject the tape himself. It's not like he'd be able to enjoy now, and just as he sat up straight, Pizzapants. Once again, Asriel took him by surprise and began loudly moaning like the girl in the picture. For fuck's sake, Asriel, don't do that. Don't do this. It's gonna get weird. Don't make it weird, Asriel. Okay. I think we can handle it, Chad. I think we can handle it. Burger Pants practically jumped out of his skin at the call of his name and was shell-shocked for a good couple seconds. He swallowed hard. What was that voice? How was that voice produced? Asriel chuckled and nudged him playfully. You're an actor too, right? Why don't you join in? This is a classic case of, is this what guys talk about? Porno karaoke. That's a new concept. I'm pretty sure no one's tried that before. Porn karaoke. Pulling the actor card in there is incredible. You're right. You're right. Is Azriel just like the smoothest motherfucker alive? Like, the only reason they haven't hooked up yet is because Azriel wasn't trying. He took a bite of the weed brownies and now he's like, fucking all systems engage. Fuck that cat. Absolutely not. How could he allow himself to be humiliated in this way? More importantly, the situation was dangerous. His mom was home, right? Wouldn't she be able to hear them? This can't be happening. Not on his watch. Burger Pants immediately got up and darted toward the TV set, ejecting the tape. However, that had no bearing on Az's sudden burst of vitality. At some point, he had gotten up and began jumping on the couch. He was high as fuck. Oh my god.
Nancy, buddy, what are you doing? Get down, yeah? I turned it off like you wanted, so let's sit down and take a breather, okay?
Burger Pants reached out to help him down, but that seemed to make the guy more determined. He switched over to the other seat. You do it too, it'll be fun together. He kept on his merry way, jumping up and down on the shabby sofa bed, giggling with the occasional, just to get under his skin. Brain damage? Concussion? Did Asriel hit his head? After a particularly lewd moan, Burger Pants snapped and grabbed his arm.
Seriously, my mom's gonna hear and think I'm doing something inappropriate to you. I'm begging you, quiet down. Or your mom might find out too. What'll happen to me, huh? Trying to get me killed.
Don't grab me there. Harder. You've tricked me into reading some shit on stream that I wouldn't have agreed to in a vacuum. But the fic has been very persuasive so far. If it keeps accelerating, I might have to stop at some point. I don't know how intense this is gonna get. The music's going to fucking Toho music as Jill's on drugs and like violently hitting on Pizzapants. As if to answer his question with defiance, Az yanked his arm away, sending Burger Pants tumbling forward. Burger Pants, in turn, had run out of patience and lunged toward Asriel, trying to muffle the filthy sounds coming out of his mouth. Wait, did I imagine that? Or did Asriel just casually let slip that he was interested in Pizzapants romantically, like during their conversation? And Pizzapants just did not notice that. I think he just did. Holy fuck. But Az wasn't the type of guy that would rather flop back onto the sofa than let himself be silenced. And since his support column had fallen, Burger Pants' center of gravity slipped off kilter too. It really was a misfortune that the descending Asriel's foot coincidentally swiped him with a substantial kick, causing him to topple over. Neither one of them made it out unscathed. Asriel hit his head on the hard, uncushioned arm of the sofa, while Burger Pants ragdolled to the floor in a total knockout. Oh my god. This is getting out of hand. Good lord. Now both of them were happy to let out groans, albeit one of pain and regret. There's no way Burger Pants' mom didn't suspect anything at this point. This is like the most awkward, tropey anime shit, but also it's just really, really funny in this context. She should have heard them rattle the floor when they fell, and was almost most likely too scared to check on the situation in fear of what they were doing. How messed up could this day get? How is that not over already? All Burger Pants wanted to do was come home and de-stress since way earlier that afternoon. But now that interview didn't even feel like a first course. First course, it was the appetizer. Why compare it to a dainty thing like that? If you compare it to something, it should be a real meal. Solid breakfast, lunch, and dinner. But it couldn't be compared to breakfast. That's supposed to be the most important meal of the day. And there were such things as an early morning snack? Who eats food before breakfast, the very meal intended to make you break your fast? Would such a thing be considered a soft transition into food? Valuable thoughts, Burger Pants. Alex Yeek wishes he could have shower thoughts as interesting as Burger Pants. In any case, the interview earlier seemed like the superfluous snack before breakfast, and Asriel Dreamer was a full-course meal all by himself. Don't put it like that, Burger Pants. That's implicative. Why does comparing problems to food make it sound like it's a good thing? It was a nasty dinner, the kind you'd rather skip. Oh, who was Burger Pants trying to kid? How could he skip a meal? He was actually pretty damn hungry. Here I am, 5 hours later. Yep, this is going on. I got tired way earlier in the last stream doing the same thing. I don't know what the deal is. Over 6 hours now. After sitting there in contemplation for a while, the frustration he felt earlier subsided. Honestly, he wasn't sure why he got so swept up in it. Why did he ever care about what his mother thought of him anyway? Wasn't Az more important?
You doing okay, Az?
He breathed meekly, daring not try to move his body in fear of the pain that would most likely shoot through him when he did. I guess. Why didn't you play along? You used to be way less of a prude. Burger Pants resisted the urge to give himself a look.
I'm a prude? You saw my mom outside and plotted to embarrass me. I don't think such a word coming out of your mouth qualifies anyhow. I was just trying to save you from getting yourself in trouble. Why don't you be good for a while and wait it out?
Asriel scoffed. Your mom doesn't come home this early. Didn't you already know that? Burger Pants couldn't resist turning his head, the muscles in his neck crying out in agony at the sudden movement. He decided to sit up anyway. He shouldn't leave Az unattended, and he couldn't watch over him while he was literally out of his sight. Who knows what other cards that asshole had up his sleeve?
You lied. Of course, I should have known. I should never trust you, is that right? I'm a fool for believing?
I think I've proven myself pretty trustworthy. I can't help if you're gullible and fall for every prank. Haha, he fell alright. Literally, bashed his head on the floor. Now we could use his mom's magic pills. Speaking of which...
were the brownies and chocolate milk also a lie?
Why, do you want some? Asriel laughed, finally rearranging himself on the couch to get more comfortable. After a brief moment of silence, Az trailed off. You know, when we were kids, you always used to say things like, us weenies have to stick together. And I always thought it was stupid. If you think we're both weenies, why should we stick together? Sometimes, though, it's not such a bad idea, sticking to you. That is a brain rot-ass prank. One of the weirder pranks, for sure, that have been conceived by mortal minds. Burger Pants choked on the saliva he didn't even know he had. Certainly this was a communication error, right? A memory flaw? He would never use the word weenie, even as a child. Yeah, that's an Undyne word. Wimps, sure, but he most likely said, us wimps gotta stick together, or some bullshit like that. At the time, he was more than happy to glue Asriel to his side. That was before he realized Asriel Dreamer was a wolf in sheep's clothing. What? What weenie? Az was a high-class filet mignon, a tough one at that. No, steaks should never be tough. He meant as in powerful, capable of absolutely shredding someone's ass if they so desired. A filet mignon, if you will, but not a slay mignon. How will the food metaphors return? Was he that hungry? When was the last time he ate, actually? Would it be too tactless to ask if the brownies and chocolate milk are there? Something about that? Yeah, sure. You were really cute back then, you know? You'd follow me anywhere like a lost lamb. I wondered why things changed. Wait, when is he ever considered cute? Most importantly, now Burger Pants was the lamb? How did Az manage to work the sheep concept back into his train of thoughts? The fucking food brain rot. Did the wolf hide behind the sheep as a shield for his true nature? A wolf keeping a lamb? Did that mean Asriel was no longer a filet mignon, but Mary instead? How do you go from a wolf to a steak to an innocent little shepherd girl? Is this the reverse telling of the Red Riding Hood? No. This was all wrong. Focus. What did Azzy just say again? Oh my god, is Burger Pant high on the weed? He must be toking up on the blunt to make himself high or something. Maybe Burger Pants generates passive blood weed. Do you really want to know what happened with Bratty and me that night? The topic, Asriel's giving him nothing to work with. He's just like bombshell at the bombshell at the bombshell. No questions answered, only asked. Just drive that cat fucking insane. Why don't you, Azzy? The topic certainly grabbed Burger Pants' very limited attention and the way he nodded. And he desperately nodded. He just realized that he should be a decent friend this time, and properly speak up since Az was opening up to him again. Before he could think of what to say though, Asriel continued. Asriel's stun-locking him, yeah. This is Pizzapants' mind break, oh god. This conversation has gone nowhere yet gone everywhere at the speed of light, and I love it, says chat. It really has. They've talked about nothing while also talking about fucking everything. Again, it's the opposite of Yeek. She thought I was shy, so she didn't think anything of it when I asked her if we could go somewhere more private. She actually asked me to kiss her. I leaned up close to her, toying with her expectations, and then I sarcastically told her to bite me. I didn't think she would actually would, but I guess she didn't like being messed around with, or maybe it was because we were in the middle of Truth or Dare. She definitely won the game. I always felt she was, how do I put it? Wrapped in the story, Burger Pants quickly responded. Bold, forward, cute, superficial, and pushy, and obnoxious. But you can't choose your friends and neighbors, right? It's best for everyone to get along, even if they're far from perfect. You know what this reminds me of? It just hit me. What the style of writing reminds me of. It's like a stage play. Like a not Shakespearean, but like a more modern, like 20th century stage play. I haven't interacted with many of those, but like, this is what it's like. These really, really dense, weird conversations that kind of wind around each other. And they're quippy, but also like constructed. I don't know what gives me that impression, but like, wow. Maybe it's just because I'm reading it out loud and like voicing both characters. It feels like two actors on a stage or something. Might just be that. I don't know. But you can't choose who you're friends and neighbors with, right, anyway? It's best for everyone to get along, even if they're far from perfect. There was that signature smile that had just made its guest star appearance many times today. Why did Az always look like he was enjoying it when he knocked people down a peg? Was he really that happy when he could finally express his true opinion? And what about that you can't choose your friends bit? Was that also a backhanded compliment? Well, he's right. They couldn't all be winners, could they? Some of them were weenies, apparently. Just because Asriel and Burger Pants was Asriel's... Just because Asriel was Burger Pants' best friend, that didn't mean that Burger Pants was Asriel's best friend. In fact, didn't there used to be another person? I don't particularly care for her, but she made me realize something about myself I'm not sure I could have figured out without that incident. When she bit me, I could feel her sharp fangs pierce through my skin, through my flesh. One by one as her jaw clamped down. It was like getting stabbed by a knife in rapid succession. I wasn't so much scared as I was stunned. For some reason, it was kind of nostalgic, almost comforting. I couldn't shake the feeling. What does that mean, Asriel? There's no good answer. Burger Pants could feel the cold sweat on the back of his neck. Was this a confession? Was Asriel really using this chance to confess that not only was he a masochist, but pretty freaky one at that? Does that mean he's already chosen to go with Bratty after all? I don't think that's the right conclusion, Burger Pants, but good try. Asriel sat up, causing a chain reaction of Burger Pants sitting up straight, obediently and facing him. He didn't know why, but this atmosphere felt super intense. It was like he was learning war secrets as a mere civilian. The Emperor stood before him in an invisible robe, and he was but a jester who couldn't dare tell His Royal Highness that he was in fact naked. Wait, why was he the jester again? Was it really that much of an upgrade to go from Bluey's jester to Asriel's? Didn't that still mean he was the clown? As if remembering something, Asriel chuckled. It seemed more menacing than anything. There's more to the story? When I first found Chris, they were obviously wounded. I wasn't sure what to do, but I'd never seen a real human before, and I didn't know if they spoke the same language. But they were obviously bleeding and needed first aid, so I had to do something. So I ran up and asked if they needed help. You know what happened next?
You found your mom with them and took him to the hospital, right?
Not immediately. Before I did, it was just me and them, isolated in the woods. I went up to them with the intention of helping them, but they shrank back in fear. They were scared of me, absolutely terror-stricken. I'd never known what that felt like before. I was still a child. I was never taken seriously by everyone. Everyone thought of me as adorable, plain and simple. So we've recreated Undertale. Asriel finds Kara, finds Frisk. Interesting. Burger Pants' eyes nearly rolled out of his head at this remark.
He said it out loud. He just called himself adorable like it was nothing. A fact of life. So you know that face of yours gets everything you want in life, hmm? Well, at least you're aware not so easy to come. Sorry. Well, at least you're aware it's not so easy to come to some of us. Yeah, we all know how precious you were back then, and how traumatized your sibling was before they became part of the family. Let it all out. I've come this far. I might as well hear everything before you drift off to sleep. Go on. I'm all ears.
He thought bitterly, trying to judge just how foggy Az's judgment was, if at all. That part was a lie too, right? Or did he actually take something? It was hard to tell at this point. I don't know either. Again, I am Burger Pants. I have become Burger Pants. His every thought is my every thought. His perspective is exactly my perspective. There's no way there's 45 more pages of this. There fucking are. And I want to read them. I can't physically do it on stream, but like, I want to read them all. I'm going to finish this fic off stream, I swear to God. You know what I did? I straightened my back, I stood up tall, and I spread out my claws. Instinctively, as if I was trying to size up my prey and appear intimidating. I should say I didn't know it came over me, but somewhere deep inside, I did know.
Oh shit. Asriel Dream is not only a hopeless masochist like his father, but also a sadist. This couldn't be good. Asriel, what do you do? Just skimming over that comment about his father into the sadism remark. Loaded sentence, Pizzapants. What do you like his father? Just slip that in there. This couldn't be good, Asriel. What did you do? What the hell did you do? No, don't tell me. I'm an innocent man. I don't know your secrets. I don't want to know. Please. Burger Pants panicked internally, unsure of what he should even do at this point. Sympathize with Asriel? No, it was easier to feel bad for Chris. The key point was, as he really was very scary when he was angry. He'd seen that look in his eyes, much like his mom's that sent shivers down his spine. Even though I'd been pushed around by people stronger than myself, when the tables were turned, I had no problem enjoying the rush, but I didn't actually want to hurt them. I didn't intend to do anything. I told myself that if they were really scared, then they would just run away. I figured they would run anyhow. I tried to approach and help them, so I simply stood my ground, let them decide. But before I knew it, they ran up to me. They grabbed a hold of my arm and bit down, hard. Even though their teeth were so tiny and blunt, they tried the best they could. They couldn't even break the skin. If they managed to rip out some of my fur, it would have surprised me. Asriel seemed to be off in reverie, no longer bothering to look in Burger Pants' direction. It was such a pitiful move. Do you know how easy it would have been for me to swipe at them with my other hand and deal a harsh blow? But they didn't think about that at all. The only thing they knew was survival. In their world, another person meant another threat. It was such a narrow vision. They were completely helpless, most likely out of desperation. So I put my hand on their head and gently patted their hair until they calmed down. It took a while for them to let go. The jaw was clenched around, and drool soaked my arm like they were holding on for dear life. I actually wanted to hide them from my mom. I didn't want her to find out or to see them. I didn't want them to be sent back to the place they'd come from. Besides, I'd found something special all on my own, and I didn't want to share it. The rest, as you know, is history. My mom fixed them up and adopted them into our family. The decision made me happy, even though I looked at them as if they were my pet for the first couple of years. I don't really know if I've grown out of that mindset, actually. It's hard to describe. This is so much, dude. So much fucking character exploration occurring in all these non-Euclidean ways. I like the vision of
Chris just being like child guts, essentially. Like every other human is just a threat, just this like feral child. It's oddly compelling. The synthesis of all Pizzapants media. This has gone beyond Pizzapants. I don't know if they're even like into each other at this point. They're just like in a room. It really is the Asriel and Pizzapants like stage adaptation, like a college stage play where they don't have a budget, and the whole thing has to be two characters in one room talking to each other. At this point, Burger Pants was actively clutching his head, and about time, Asriel made eye contact with him and gave him a smile. No, there can't be more, right? How can you top that? Was this a confession that the younger sibling was the gateway into his masochistic deviation? The thing that made him see stars for Bratty so suddenly? Pizzapants' mind is like it's just stuck in the horny jail for some reason. It's gone off the rails, unfortunately. Wait, didn't he hate her? Didn't he hate people who made him feel masochistic? Ah, so this was just a bad trip, right? Maybe a dream? A nightmare? Why was everything so scary all of a sudden? You haven't bothered to say anything for quite some time. Perhaps I did talk too much, Asriel pouted.
Too much. Yes, you said too much. It bothered me. It really did.
Pizzapants screamed into his internal void. Of course, he could never be like that to his friend. This was still Azzy, after all. He was strange at times, annoying in others, but never unkind. He couldn't be all that bad.
No way, Az. You know me. Always the diligent listener. How could I interrupt? What with you practically telling me a life story? Who wouldn't want to know? Fascinating stuff, really. So you and little buddy are connected by mutual feelings of vulnerability, right? And knew what it was like to be a small guy in a world full of bigger guys, so you put yourself in their shoes. It's not so strange after all, right? We're drawn to those we most resemble deep down. Usually. Maybe we're also drawn to people we admire or want to be like. In any case, you seem to be doing much better, right? At least you're not out of breath and incoherent.
Pulled that philosophical diatribe out of his ass? Damn. Asriel stared back at him with a blank face whose meaning was hard to discern. Was it boredom? Disbelief? Understanding? Did he actually feel unwell? I've still got a bit of a headache, and I'm a little dizzy, and my stomach is upset. Should I lie down after all? As he stated plainly, as if he had suddenly turned back to normal. What? You can't just drop it all after, as soon as Burger Pants says anything, you just go back to, like, your default state, Azzy. That's... How are you supposed to converse with you like that? What's with that frail demeanor? Did Burger Pants hit the nail on the head by some stroke of luck, or was Az stupefied by the bullshittery just now? Was that intentional? Was that just like something that Burger Pants pulled out of his ass because he didn't really understand what Asriel was on about in the first place? Because that's sort of what it sounded like. That's really funny if so. Just like the most nonsensical response. Either way, it was good to have Mr. Hyde back. I kind of enjoy this, like, Burger Pants here, or Pizza Pants, or whoever the fuck. Dudley. He's, like, kind of a shitty at, like, understanding what Asriel is talking about, but that also, like, puts him in the shoes of the listener, is like, Pizza Pants isn't following along, and, like, I'm left kind of confused. It's like, Pizza Pants is confused right there with me, because he's kind of, like, shit at interpersonal conversation, it seems. Like, he's really not picking up, like, any of the subtext here. He's quite dense, is what I'm trying to say. But it's really cool. It's much more interesting of a dynamic than if he was just like an audience stand-in, like kind of sponge for all this information that would just instantly pick up on whatever Asriel was laying down and have the right response. Either way, it was good to have Mr. Hyde back. Wait, was Dr. Jekyll the good one? Why would they name the good one Jackal and the vicious one Mr. Hyde? Did the story folk call him Mr. politely in hopes that he wouldn't get clobbered to death? In that case, it's easy to remember. Anyway, he was glad that Hyde switched off the hide switch had turned off. Right, the little meter at the top of the screen depleted, and he went back to being Mr. Dr. Jekyll, like in the NES game. Something about turning the Jekyll off didn't sit right with him, or rather, turning the Jekyll on was a much better way to put it. No, it really wasn't. You don't want to turn the Jekyll on. Was this his tangle of word salad? What was this tangle of word salad he thought of supposed to mean? As he's less scary and seemingly tuckered out. Looks like the main events are all over. Maybe it was time to finally settle down for the evening.
Yeah, go ahead, make yourself comfortable. You'll feel better in the morning, I think. Anyway, I should have a pillow somewhere.
Just as Burger Pants thought he would finally be reprieved, Asriel slid off the couch and knelt next to him, almost asking for help.
Hey, bud, what's up? You're not feeling good? You need to go to the hospital after all?
In a way, you're actually pretty naive, aren't you? You're really going to let me spend the night here?
If you can't walk and don't want your parents to know, then sure. I mean, if you wanted to be honest, I know it's not the best condition to...
Asriel suddenly scooted closer, as if the rambling going on in the background was of no consequence to him. Do you know what I always liked about you? Liked? As in the past tense, not anymore? Hey, what was with a sinister vibe?
Well, we get along quite well, don't we, Azzy? It's like you and I are on the same wavelength. Definitely. There's also...
Asriel's hand overlapped his and grasped it firmly, pulling it toward himself. Burger Pants' eyes instinctively drew downward. The cold sweat on his neck came back along with goosebumps. What was this development? Were they about to get into an all-out brawl, or was this turning into some sort of confused shot made in the dark with muddled head? You can't make snap judgments like this. Actions have consequences, Azzy. Didn't your not sibling tell you that once? Asriel, please be good and wait patiently to feel better, or wait as a patient to feel better. Maybe in the hospital was a brilliant idea after all. If they seriously fought, Burger Pants would wind up there anyway. He's a bit dense. There is no wavelength, don't you know? I can read your thoughts. Whatever you have to say, it's written clearly on your face. You can't hide anything from me. The accent changed just there. Did you notice the accent changed for some reason?
Oh, hide. It's Mr. Hyde. I wish I could hide. These are fighting words, aren't they? I know what you're thinking, and I don't like how you looked at me just now, kind of thing. If we wind up in a boxing match, I could possibly get food at the hospital. They must have meals there, the patients, right? Maybe I could get a slice of cafeteria pizza, sit on it. Maybe me and Azzy could have a good laugh. Wrap all this up nice and tidy after all. Oh, wait, what am I thinking about even appealing for forgiveness if you haven't even fought yet? And I'm the victim. I didn't even get to eat my slice of pizza in the end. How cruel. Burger Pants' face grew taut as the crocodile tears dangled at the corner of his eyes. Whether it's his face or his mind, could it truly be red? What genre were they? Would the genres of his face even match his mind? What is going on? I love it. As if not waiting for a reply, Asriel continued. Do you ever have dreams of a past life, where everything around you is different, but everyone is the same? And when someone important is nearby, you feel yourself trembling from somewhere deep inside, like your soul can somehow reach out and touch them, like you're all tied together by an invisible thread. I have it all the time. It's the strongest when I'm around Chris. I can't explain it, why I'm feeling such overwhelming regret and joy and sorrow towards them, but I feel like I understand the meaning behind it. Like they're the key to everything not falling apart. An omen. We're connected spiritually. They probably feel it too, regardless of how I feel. No matter how much I try not to care, let these other memories get in the way, my soul won't let me forget. I can't ignore them. And I think Chris experiences it too. We knew each other before. That's a turn. I was gonna compare it to Yeek for a second, then I realized, like, alright, this is Deltarune. We already have the looming question of, like, what Undertale's relation to this game is. It doesn't have to be Yeek. This is just the fucking canon, maybe. Who knows? This could be Undertale and Deltarune. This could be the plot. Who the fuck knows? Once again, Asriel was looking into his eyes, almost pleadingly. Part of me is concerned that catastrophe may occur, but I also feel grateful for the time that we spent together. Like it's turning over a new leaf. Anyway, Chris won't be around forever. I want them to grow up and have a normal life, but everyone knows what a normal life would look like for them. And with all that past resentment I feel towards them, I don't think it's the sort of life that should have me in it.
I don't think we are meant to coexist. Something tells me we're the catalysts to each other's downfall. Can you understand what I'm trying to say? Pizzapants? No. Me? Yes. I get you, Azzy. What a weirdly profound analysis of your previous life in a different indie game by Toby Fox.
What's not to get? You guys are like soulmates, except opposite. Immortal enemies? No, more like soul hates.
It's called a Kissmissus, I believe.
But you don't hate them at all, right? That's why you feel so complicated toward the issue. You don't want to dislike your precious kid sibling, but you can't get along easily either. Not because you come from two different worlds, but because you fear you'll be their undoing. Sure, you and I might have some super special hotline to the soul like them, but we're both performers, right?
Or we may not have this.
There isn't a character in the world I can't dissect. Maybe not always accurately, especially given all the curveballs that have been thrown my way today.
Pizzapants is going to make a Kara analysis on YouTube.com. Slapping myself to maintain lucidity.
Oh, what's the fear, Az? You're much stronger than them, and they obviously cherish you too. I think you both have similar goals. Live your life how you want. You only live once. Your matters should be chosen by you alone. How you can truly live if you're busy worrying about someone else. And if something goes wrong in the future, you can always fix it when the time comes.
Burger Pants hand-waved him verbally while simultaneously struggling to subtly take back his hand. Take back his hand from Asriel. Oh. Yeah, shut the fuck up, Cherry Peach. Stop apologizing. This is like the most... This has gotten like way more of a reaction than any other fix so far. It's like... It's a different genre. It's very compelling. I've actually become like interested in the metaphysics you've cooked up. Like, it's hard to say if it's metaphysics or if it's speculation. The Courier News a couple fics from Deltarune, and they're kind of like this, where they were made back in Chapter 1 when not a whole lot was known about the game. And they had to go really far out on a limb of speculating on what the game's themes would be, what kind of, weird shit would happen later, and they go really far out on a limb, and probably they're inaccurate, but I'm getting the same feeling from this, where you're taking a gamble and being like, here's a crazy Deltarune scenario plot point thing, a big reveal in Chapter 5, who knows, but like, not for the sake of predicting it, for the sake of preemptively using that in an interesting story. It's really interesting, and I'm invested in it, even if it's not remotely connected to the games in the end. It's its own thing. It's not just Chris. They're the strongest presence. It's almost everyone in Hometown. I mean that. I feel connected to everyone somehow, even if it's faint. That's how I know what makes them happy, what their life goals are, what they're thinking. I'm connected with them spiritually, but I think I want to be physically connected with you. Whoa. Whoa. What a roller coaster of a confession. That's one thing that's not quite explained, I guess, is how did Asriel, by his metaphysical knowledge of Undertale, how did he get that he was supposed to ship himself with Pizzapants? I'm not sure that one tracks, but I don't know, maybe, I don't know. Whoa, what a roller coaster of a confession. There were ups and downs and screams for sure. So Asriel's spiritual hotline connects to most of the town? Most, but not all? Who's missing from the list? Terry. Forget speed dial, but is Burger Pants even in the contacts? The block list? And what? How do you even parse that thing at the end? Physical connection? As in not spiritual. I want to be connected with you, but only in person. Please don't contact me after this life kind of deal. Or was it like actually Az is hitting on him in the worst way possible? I think he's just hitting on you, Burger Pants. I think he's just hitting on you at this point. Pretty obviously, Burger Pants. Like, what would ramp up to that? They had no chemistry, romantically anyway. Can't have romantic chemistry with a person you flunked out of 101, right? Az could have all the chemistry in the world, but 0 times 100 is still 0, isn't it? Or is a relationship like a report card, where you take the average from both parties? We have 50 chemistry, and I'm afraid it just won't work out for us. It's not even a passing grade. Good try. You can only carry the team so much. Oh no, the other hand was taken. That's 2 hands down. Is Burger Pants even into it, is the question. This is the first fic where I've seen, like, Burger Pants legitimately just isn't really even into the idea of a relationship with Asriel. Like, not even as like a repressed thought. It's just like it hasn't occurred to him ever. He's legitimately uninterested. I mean, he's acknowledged that he's attractive, but like, I felt like it was a legitimately objective statement in his mind. That's 2 hands down. Does that mean Burger Pants is disarmed? He looked nervously at Asriel, the person desperately awaiting a response, and he managed to wheeze out,
As you couldn't possibly mean it that way, right?
what is that voice?
As you couldn't possibly mean...
That's Xavier Renegade Angel. That's what the voice has become.
As you couldn't possibly mean it that way, right?
Is that how Xavier sounds? I think it is. Honestly, in character, says Outsin. Is this the only fic that's characterized Burger Pants correctly by making him not like Asriel romantically? What a brain-melting concept. The key to the ship all along was that Burger Pants doesn't give a shit. Everyone's missed it. It was so clear. The whole time we thought it was the nerdy, well, not nerdy, the down and out loser pursuing the golden boy prep kid, but in reality it was the love struck prep kid pursuing the romantically oblivious loser. Wow. That's profound. It was Asriel Dreamer. Oh, sorry, Asriel Dreamer. With 2 U's. Dreamier, I think it's pronounced. Any person would be lucky to have him, except what do you do when you're not even in the same league as him? Not even in the same sport as him? Didn't take an extracurricular at school at all? No game whatsoever. Never in a million years has he considered a relationship with his best friend, and he hadn't even lived to be that old. In fact, he sometimes doubted the legitimacy of the best friend title. My analysis was correct, I think. Was it a hole punch reward card? Did he earn so many Azzy friendship points over the years that he can now trade it in for the grand prize? That's a dating simulator, Pizzapants. That's not real life. But he had never been with a girl yet. How would he possibly jump the line? Wait, does that mean there was a line for Asriel and Burger Pants? Simply, wait, does that mean there was a line for Asriel and Burger Pants? Maybe that's a typo. Simply felt it was common courtesy to date those girls first before he could have a shot with Azzy himself. That's a really funny way of putting it, actually. Oh, jump the line. The jump. Oh, I misinterpreted that. I thought I meant like jump the line into gay, but he meant like cut the line up to fuck Asriel, I think was the idea. Well, those line girls were the same ones in his friend group, weren't they? Is there a connection after all? His brain was melting at double speed, and he couldn't come close to comprehending the implications of his thoughts any longer. I find your teeth to be particularly beautiful. They're perfectly straight and flat. I can't imagine how it would feel if they were to sink into my neck. Okay, Asriel's kind of fucked up like that, but it tracks. It tracks from the previous conversation. With both Azzy's hands holding his own, saying these words in such an affectionate tone, how could Burger Pants be anything other than astounded?
How did this situation get even more batshit insane?
Azzy, the physical relationship you're trying to push me toward is simply a convenient way for you to satisfy your kink? Do you even think about your words just now? How could you call me shameless? Az was the shameless one. Wasn't I always the rational one, trying to think things through? Well, aren't we back to square one? Wait, this clever asshole. He grabbed me, eliminated my flight option. Did he intend to trigger the fight-or-bite response instead? Clearly he's asking to be bitten, but in doing so, that would only give him joy and let him think I acquiesced to his demands.
The thought just popped into my head just then. Not biting Asriel Dreamer is part of biting Asriel Dreamer. Jesus, fuck.
Clearly is asking to be bitten, etc. Is biting him permission to be used as a side piece for something meaningful? You can't just spring this all on a person in one day. I'm still digesting the stuff from earlier. I don't even know what issue to juggle first. That's how confused I am. It's all too much at once. Azzy, I can't.
Before Burger Pants could properly reject, Asriel made a move. Burger Pants flinched, thinking that perhaps Az was going to bite him first. This has become such a thing for some reason. His body seized up, but only from Burger Pants' imagination going off the rails, I think. But it's so fucking funny. Like, how has he interpreted this as a kink? What are you doing, Burger Pants? I mean, okay, Asriel's kind of lead into it, to be fair. Okay, to be fair, I think Asriel is leaning into it at this point. Never mind. It might actually be a kink. Burger Pants flinched, thinking that Az was going to bite him first. His body seized up with expectations of impending pain, only managing to squeeze Asriel's hands tightly. However, it didn't happen. Before he could process the visuals, he heard the telltale auditory retching that he knew all too well from his own nights of overindulgence. Asriel Dreamer just waltzed into his house, bragged about his exploits with neighbors, revealed his belief in past soul connections, demanded he participate in his kink, and puked on his clothes. He really did spill his guts. I was talking about Night of Nights being the only Toho song I knew earlier, but I think it's easily the theme song for what's occurring right now. This is the Night of fucking Nights for Pizzapants and their relationship. How do you advance a relationship further than in this sitting? And not in just a positive direction. This relationship has advanced in all directions simultaneously at nauseating speed since Asriel walked into this house. Oh my god, did it get on my pants? Get on his pants? There was no way fate could be this cruel, right? No, Puke Pant. Was he able to get another ridiculous nickname out of the affair? How could he begin to recount his story? Asriel Dreamer came to my shitty house and we got so plastered he puked on my pants. That's why they call me Puke Pants. Wait, did he get any clarification on what happened to Asriel after we stormed off? Did anything get explained tonight? There were a lot of details, but somehow everything seemed more up in the air now than it had been when he woke up that morning. Damn right, Pizza Pants. Like, what do you mean plastered? Neither of you have even been drinking, as far as I know. As far as I know, this is just sober Asriel Dreamer behavior. Is this what weed is like, says chat? I don't think so, usually. Well, in Tails Gets Trolled, it kind of is what weed is like, but I'm not sure about the reliability of that. I know it's Boss Baby vibes, but, you know, if this is reminding me even a little, even a smidgen, even a small fraction of the Tails Gets Trolled Weed Party arc, it's doing something right. It's a transcendent piece of media that will never be topped in my lifetime. Oh my god. Burger Pants looked down to inspect the crime scene. The evidence of Asriel's frustration hit the carpet with their arms still awkwardly linked together, forming a ring as if to frame it. Who said romance is dead? They were holding hands with the scenic puke side seats. Breathtaking, literally. The smell alone made him want to gag. Maybe they could make a game out of taking turns, seeing whose aim was more accurate. No, Burger Pants, don't do that. That's also an advanced fetish, probably. That's like... Actually, no, that's not really a fetish. That's just sort of just what Filthy Frank content was like. I watched all that shit. Just, you know, 4 bros standing 6 feet apart, projectile vomiting on each other because they're not gay. A ring hurl, just like at the carnival, but obviously a lot less appealing and a lot less guaranteed each round. Thankfully, his clothes were mostly unscathed. Phew, no puke pants. Everything was going to be alright. Except for the cheap rental carpet. Or perhaps this too could add property value. A memorial site for where Asriel Dreamer first thought about leaving for bigger, better things. This is Filthy Frank energy, yeah. Chad agrees. He's probably crossfaded
Yeah, you don't want to get crossfaded. I have very, very limited experience with marijuana, and let's just say 100% of it involved being crossfaded and having a very bad time. When he heard Azzy start coughing again, he snapped out of it.
Okay, bud, time to get up. We're gonna have to get you over to the sink or something.
With their arms still interlocked, it was easy to help facilitate. Azriel back up and steady. Oh, it helped facilitate Azriel back to up and steady on his feet, carefully trying to sidestep the new addition on the floor. Just like with the events that happened previously, they shouldn't drag their messes around with them whenever they go. Predicaments with simple solutions should be dealt with first and foremost. Burger Pants brought his arm around his shoulder and gripped the far side of his waistband to keep him upright. He'd usually put a hand on his waist, but that still felt a little ambiguous about the situation from earlier. So Asriel's made it worse. Like, Burger Pants was not afraid of the gay until it was leveled as an option, and now he's like getting second thoughts about it. Asriel, meanwhile, had no qualms leaning on him for support. That's right, Az always had been a touchy-feely kind of guy, and this wasn't their first rodeo. That is to say, he'd had to wrangle Asriel and nurse him back to health a few times in the past. This shouldn't really be any different. Nothing changed. Right, it's not like Asriel changed. After everything is said and done, it really wasn't all that shocking. Well, for the most part. The issue was that he was really hung up on how much of this night he should be able to take to heart and what he had to chalk up to incoherent ramblings. Perhaps it was a prank, who knew? That was for him to find out some other time. He was so tired, he was running on empty at this point, and there was no way he could stomach another discussion. He really just wanted to eat something and couldn't go to sleep. Oh, and go straight to sleep. Maybe Az sensed his exhaustion too, as he obediently stayed hung over the kitchen sink while Burger Pants went back to clean the spot on his room.
Yeah, man, get it all out, man.
Actually, it's less the weed party arc and more the Porky Pig goes to the bar arc and Tails gets trolled. I hope it doesn't end the same way, though. Yikes. Huh, okay. To clean the spot, okay. After that task was done, he went back to the kitchen with a clean towel and threw it Asriel's way. Az stood over the sink with his hands in his face, splashing himself with cold water and graciously accepting the offering. Burger Pants slid out of his chair with his foot and helped Asriel sit down, gently patting his shoulder. It was a rough night for both of them. It's not like he could just kick his friend out when he was down. Maybe he should stay over after all.
Listen, Azzy, no offense, but if you try to kiss me with barf breath, I'll call your mom and rat you out. Maybe you'll be rented for 2 weeks this time. I'm sure you'll behave now, right?
I didn't mean for everything to happen like this tonight. You could have fooled me, Asriel.
Yeah, I know, you're just not feeling right, buddy. You should lie down, get some rest. You still want to stay over, or should I walk you home?
I think it's for the best that I head out. I'll be okay, you don't have to worry. But could I bother you for a glass of water first? Asriel smiled at Burger Pants weakly. Az was just using the sink, right? Was he too good to drink from the tap? Being polite, can't get his own glass himself, just wants to be pampered. Whatever, it was a simple task, and and it's not like he wasn't willing to indulge him a bit. Just a little bit more, but not a little bite. Burger Pants wanted the facepalm. Tonight really was the worst. I'm actually really... Silence once again as Burger Pants went about the task of taking out a clean enough glass from the cupboard, intentionally eyeing Asriel as he turned the faucet and filled it with water. However, his friend's expression didn't change much. If anything, he looked to be in a better mood. Slightly annoyed, Burger Pants thrust the lukewarm cup toward Az's outstretched hands.
Go on and finish what you were saying. You were mortified, right? Regretful? Sorry? Perchance?
Thirsty. Oh god. That's how chapter 2 ends? That was all chapter 2? I'm not reading any further. That's the last getting off point before like I go to fucking space here. I'm a bit speechless after that. Mind blank. Only Azzypants. Truly the peak Azzypants. I don't want to promise that I'll read this on stream. I think that's too much Azzypants. I'm not going to do a third stream reading this. But I will finish it off stream. And I hope that everyone in chat does too. Because holy fuck, I'm invested in whatever the fuck's going on here. What? Is that $75 from Cherry PG? Did you just give me $75 to read your fanfiction? $75 fucking dollars. Holy shit. Azzypants OTP. You've convinced me. Yeah. I'm not even kidding. Whatever the fuck's going on in this fic, they're not even being that romantic. They're barely even like, it's barely even a ship at this point. It's just weird. I am more invested in this romance than anything else remotely resembling a romantic relationship in Deltarune or Undertale. I frankly don't really give a shit about shipping in these games. But this is different. I don't know what the fuck this is, but I'm into it. I'm unironically into whatever's going on here. I was like, I've done the thing where like, it stopped mattering to me what the fuck the source material of the fanfiction is, which I thought was fucking impossible, right? Has always been the reason to read fanfiction is because it's related to those two games I have brain rot about, right? But this is just like, it's just original fiction. Madness. And all that is to say, thank you for the donation, Cherry PG. I really appreciate that. Although it's probably worth much less if you calculated the value of this fic. Huh. This is nuts. Link it? Yeah, put it on the Discord, put it in the Azzypants thread, put it in Arts and Crafts. Put it on AO3, for God's sake. Put this on AO3. People will want to read this. Let people read this. I'll give you, I still have a fucking, invite left. I can get you past the waiting list. I'll hook you up. Just put this on AO3. Oh man. How much of the Toho playlist did I burn through? That's almost the whole fucking Toho playlist gone. It's a 5.5 hour playlist that I've watched all but 1 hour of. 7 hour stream. This is ridiculous. How do I begin to label this? You mean like tags? Just, I don't know. Tags are a stream of consciousness medium. You seem very familiar with stream of consciousness. Just do that. How would I rate the stream out of 10? I don't know. What does it mean for the... How would I rate it? I'm the one doing the stream. It's your job to rate the stream. That was a trip though. Is there... Oh, there's art for this. Holy shit. Yeah, I gotta do the art still. Hang on. Hang the fuck on. What's my thoughts on all the work so far? Well, that's the thing. This is like broken the curve. Everything else before was like, it was good, I liked it. Cool, I liked it. Good. Some of them are really well written. Some of them are genuinely like really, really funny. Or like really touching. But this is just like orthogonal to all that. This is so different. It's like blowing out my sensors. I don't know. Don't ask me for a score, is the bottom line. Okay, let's check the Azzypants for art, and let's check the other thing for art. Oh my god. What the fuck are these pictures? Jesus Christ. Where's the top? Alright, I'm just gonna go down and wing it here. Just one at a time as we go. We're still in stream pending, right? Yes, okay. I'm gonna go to display capture, or I can just capture the Firefox directly, I guess. And there we go. So this is our first piece of art. It is by Doc. He was a Homestuck boy. He was a Homestuck boy. He was a yeek boy. He wasn't stuck enough at home. I don't know. You get what I was going for. Yeek, sleep, repeat. that shirt really brings it together. It's a cool Azzy too. It's sort of the Mel Azzy drawn with Doc's style. Can I make it? Oh, that's the song lyrics. I thought Mel was actually asking me to make it more obvious. Correct. Doc Banger. We have a Walter the Frog banger. It's just deranged scribblings of the word Azzypants on a bathroom wall. Excellent. With a really nice, you know, that's a goat cuddling a cattle, right? It's weird seeing Pizzapants that, like, with such a constructed face. He looks so, rendered somehow, I don't know. Rendered's not the right word, but you know what I mean.
Someone out there really cares about you, says Sans.
Sans is here too. I don't remember anything. Any quotes. Sans is just watching them from a distance. Walter can't stop drawing unironically romantic shit. Why would you want to stop? Did you think any of this was ironic? Did you think this was a joke? Did you think that Azzypants was a joke? Unforgivable. Azzypants is the only good Deltarune ship, as of now. I've decided.
No, this is so real.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, Blue NSL. A beautiful rendition. Wait, I think it's so funny to me because it's reminding me of that weird like meme template with like the soldier sheltering the sleeping guy's body from the arrows. That's what this looks like.
Where were you when Azzypants became good?
Asks Outsin. Wait, why did I draw Azzy like Kameda? Is that what Kameda looks like? Is that Kameda? Something despair? Something ultimate despair? I don't know. Or do you just mean the long hair, maybe? How many nipples? 0. 0 nipple. I counted. Okay, here's one by Skeletal Bozo. Which is some like canon-accurate Pizzapants faces. Actually, that's a Burger Pants for sure. That's straight up Burger Pants. I guess posing seductively or trying to on Asriel's bed. I'm not sure if you could call that seductively even at a stretch, but she's going for it. 2 songs are playing at once? Oh shit, they are. I didn't even notice. I thought it was just doing some really weird polyrhythm shit. I was like, it's jazz, right? That's what jazz is like. This one is really something. Wow. This is Rhapsody made this. It's a GIF. Which would look great, by the way, on a NeoCities page. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Any NeoCities page would benefit from the inclusion of this GIF, for sure.
It appears to be a combination of like gay and weed pride at the same time. I'm sure Pride Month accounts for stoner pride. That must be a thing. And in any case, they're pulling it off marvelously while getting their dad fired in the process. Beautiful.
Yowie.
Yaoi gay pride. It's gay yaoi as opposed to lesbian yaoi. If you want to know all about lesbian yaoi, ask Mel. I think they're the expert. Why are they driving a semi? That's just what Asgore's truck looks like inside. It's fine. It's bigger on the inside. Oh, speaking of Mel. This is promising. That is a startlingly clean drawing for having been made on stream, I assume. Look at that. Who are all these fucking people? I'm assuming it's a religious ska reference. Sorry, the art's a banger, but I'm distracted by like... Oh, that's 5 Hour and Frenzy. Oh. In which case, perfect. The expression on Pants' face is, it does something for me. That's really fucking good. That was all made during the stream. That's remarkable. That's like a really, like, finished looking drawing for being made on stream. Holy shit. Must have gone quick. But as always, I'm a big fan of this Asriel design. Everyone in chat seems to be much more impressed even about this being done on during the live stream than I was. Wow. There's so much detail in the upper left in so little time. Yeah, that's... I don't know how you rendered all these faces so quickly and with such verisimilitude. What the fuck is this? I think this is fan art, but I don't know what I'm looking at here. This is by Trunky. What are they doing? Is that Nikola Tesla in the middle? Like, both Asriel and Pizzapants look like pillar men. They're like erotically drawing each other, understandable. But why is, like, buff Tesla there? What's he doing? Is that even Tesla? The everyman heads? That's an utterly baffling image, but I'm happy to receive it. Oh my god. That's a screenshot of a computer monitor for some reason. Alright, we got this one by Smash Mania. Oh, it's the recreation of the Tails Gets Trolled face. That's perfect. Oh, as you don't. This is the last one where he's just like mind flooding Pizzapants with the elder knowledge and the eldritch truth. A very accurate portrayal of like the tone of the last chapter of that fic. Holy shit. Reveals the secrets. Don't get in proximity to High Asriel at all costs. He will red pill you about the nature of reality and then try to kiss you.
Here's the Outsin banger. I knew we had to have one. Once again, I think we have a tableau of all the fix so far. Let me full screen this shit. That's too big. Alright. If you remember way back to the dawn of time, when Asriel just kind of met... Wait, which one had the cap and gown? Was that Remnants? He was wearing the grad cap? Yeah. Polite as Siggy. Asriel looking sleek in the fucking graduation getup. What is that thing on Pizzapants' wrist? It looks like a hospital bracelet. Or the thing they put on your arm at like a music festival. Maybe it's just a weird watch. Oh, it's a smart watch. A Casio calculator? What? Oh, this is the immolation of the icy costume, which definitely did have a soul. But, you know, Asriel's fine with that. Oh, nice visualization of the black marks around the horns. I forgot about that completely as the fic went on, but it was mentioned that Asriel had, like, eyeliner and, like, tribal tattoos on his horns or something. Fascinating. Oh my god, look at this fucking pretty boy here. Look at this slab of goat meat. Holy shit. He looks like he should be in a religious ska band. Like, he's just part of 5 Iron Frenzy, just like that.
Picking up, for example, chicks.
You'd be picking up chicks. Here's different emo Asriel. This one wasn't really emo Asriel. This was like punk Asriel, or I don't know. I have no idea. This was punk emo Asriel. He really sucked at being both punk and an emo, but he tried anyway. With his bouquet of weed flowers. Birdly, of course, for some reason, just drinking back black tar heroin with Susie, with the wife, you know? That's a Friday night for Birdly and Susie. Drinking heroin. And then, fucking riotously, of course. As you speak to me, drawn in the style of Garfield, apparently? Am I crazy, or does this look exactly like Garfield? Is this meant to be a Garfield comic? I'm not up on, like, Garfield lore. This could easily be like a deep Garfield meme. That's the reference. Okay, Garfield reference. Good, I got it. You've done a startlingly good job at replicating the style of Garfield, such that even without getting the reference, I can easily tell that it's supposed to be Garfield. Oh, there's a Brooklyn Pizzapants given the job interview. The stream of consciousness at McDonald's. Shoutouts to this guy, by the way. Cock Joe. That's what this character's name is. Big Cock Joe. Holy shit, yeah. It took me a long time to realize that was supposed to be a job interview. I thought it was just Burger Pants, like, doing a soliloquy to no one in particular. It's much better, though, if it's a job interview. Oh my god. The fuck is that? Oh, that's just the other side of this masterpiece here. Is this like a Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas thing? I feel like I've recognized this, something about this. I'm gonna guess it's Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Fear and Pizza in Lost Hometown. It is, alright. I'm getting all the references. Outsin likes to give me references that I don't understand and I trip over, and it's very embarrassing, but this time I actually got most of them, I think. Maybe not Hot Cock McGee over here, whatever his name is, but... Well, that's
profoundly good. It's always so very good. Oh wait, one last straggler from Marnie. It's a Picasso sketch of Asriel just snogging with Pizzapants. It's wonderful. Let me check the Arts and Crafts channel real quick just to make sure I didn't miss anything. I was gonna say, that's Faye Valentine, not related to Pizzapants. Okay. Okay, that was the one from the... Oh wait, Doc's pic was traced from an existing image? Apparently this was the reference for Doc's thing. This one to that. I don't know what that image is or why it's worth referencing, but that's good to know. What is this? I don't know. Okay, that's accounted for, that's accounted for. That is not Pizzapants. I think we've got all of it. Reference not traced. I said reference, didn't I? I wouldn't have said traced. I know the difference. I think that is all of the art. Wonderful. Why did I say traced? I know that it's a different thing. Why did I say it? That was quite a stream. I don't know what else to say. I'm about as hungry as Pizzapants indicated himself to be at the end of the last fic. I'm gonna go eat something. I'm gonna finish the fucking video over the next week, hopefully, and get it out and get on with my life, but look forward to that. Keep your eyes peeled for the video. I'm not ranking the fics. That was not the point of this exercise. I will not be assigning any ranking to the fics whatsoever. But, well, for the foreseeable future, that is Azzypants. It has been great, truly a glorious Azzypants, and I really hope that Let It Sink In fic winds its way to AO3, because I want to read it. Alright, I'll see you all next time.